Hey, I'm Ray Latif with BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, and this is the live stream lounge. This is BevNet Live Winter 2016, and we're kicking things off with sort of an intro to the day, including what's to come on stage and the main stage, and here at the live stream lounge.
Exactly.
Hey, John, how you feeling?
Oh, not bad, Ray. Thanks. So we've got a lot of great content over the next 2 days. Kicking it off, I guess, today.
Yes, we are.
It'll be tomorrow when people see this, but hey.
This is pre-recorded in case you didn't know. We're going to look a little different.
We don't hang out by the pool normally.
Yes, and we don't wear the same thing as we normally do at a convention, so inside joke. Anywho, I want to talk a little bit about what the live stream lounge is. Basically, it's sort of a second stage for us. It's an informal talk show style program. We talk with attendees about sort of top of mind issues affecting the beverage industry. We hear from new brands to the industry, and we talk to everyone from distributors to supplier companies to retailers and the brands themselves. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Everyone has about 5-10 minutes to kind of get their best face on and talk about what's going on with their business.
Exactly, and instead of stuffing your faces like people at the conference and networking, which is the reason you should come to the event, you can keep watching at home, keep getting more content, more value, so that's the whole idea.
Yeah, for sure. We have 29 interviews scheduled over the 2 days. I know that's action-packed, but it's a lot of fun to do this, and you're going to be seeing from a really diverse range of folks that are associated with the beverage industry. On the main stage, we've also got a really amazing program, starting with your presentation. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Starting with the year in review presentation, which Editor-in-Chief Jeff Kleiman is going to be kicking off with.
Yeah, and we've also, after that, we've got Doug Emmerns from Juicero. An
intro to the day, including what's to come on stage and the main stage, and here at the live stream lounge.
Exactly.
Hey, John, how you feeling?
Oh, not bad, Ray. Thanks. So we've got a lot of great content over the next 2 days. Kicking it off, I guess, today.
Yes, we are.
It'll be tomorrow when people see this, but hey.
This is pre-recorded in case you didn't know. We're going to look a little different.
We don't hang out by the pool normally.
Yes, and we don't wear the same thing as we normally do at a convention, so inside joke. Anywho, I want to talk a little bit about what the live stream lounge is. Basically, it's sort of a second stage for us. It's an informal talk show style program. We talk with attendees about sort of top of mind issues affecting the beverage industry. We hear from new brands to the industry, and we talk to everyone from distributors to supplier companies to retailers and the brands themselves. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Everyone has about 5-10 minutes to kind of get their best face on and talk about what's going on with their business.
Exactly, and instead of stuffing your faces like people at the conference and networking, which is the reason you should come to the event, you can keep watching at home, keep getting more content, more value, so that's the whole idea.
Yeah, for sure. We have 29 interviews scheduled over the 2 days. I know that's action-packed, but it's a lot of fun to do this, and you're going to be seeing from a really diverse range of folks that are associated with the beverage industry. On the main stage, we've also got a really amazing program, starting with your presentation. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Starting with the year in review presentation, which Editor-in-Chief Jeff Kleiman is going to be kicking off with.
Yeah, and we've also, after that, we've got Doug Emmerns from Juicero.
I like to call him Dougie Fresh.
I don't know if he'd like that, but he's hopefully not going to watch this, so we're all good. I've got a bunch of other presentations as well as the new Beverage Showdown.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing from. I'm looking forward to the new Beverage Showdown. I'm hosting that, so I should be pretty excited for that. That happens at 8 o'clock, right after this airs, so stay tuned. But Lance Collins, an amazing beverage innovator, a guy who's been successful already with Fuse and NOS. Now he's involved with 2 other brands as a co-founder, Body Armor and Core. He's going to be talking about Core today on stage, so interesting stuff to come for sure.
Yeah, and we've got Organic Valley and Bristol
Louis
Farms.
Goldstein, yep.
Full agenda, of course, on the website,
yep.
And I guess ending the main stage for the day with the Best of 2016 awards. So definitely
got to stay tuned for that.
So much stuff we have a hard time remembering.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We should take bets on what people think is going to win for best of.
You do that.
I'm going to. Anyone? Just text me or email me, and I'll take your action. Take your money. That is.
Nice enough.
Last thing I want to note is we're going to be live streaming all day. So stay tuned. I mean, on the East Coast, we'll be on until about, I want to say 7:30.
Pretty late.
Yeah, so there's a lot of information to intake or to take in. Not to intake, to take in.
Either way.
Your
choice.
But it's going to be a really fun day. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I can stay up long enough for the after party, which is happening in Culver City. For those of you watching at home, we're not going to live stream the after party for a good reason.
That would be pretty amazing. But we'll also be back Tuesday morning.
Yes.
for a live stream introduction that's actually live.
Yes.
So you can see how Ray fared at that after party.
Yes.
As well as the rest of our staff. So.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to drink a single drop of alcohol.
My money's not on that.
You want to take action on that?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, this is all about it's a betting game now. It's become a betting game. The betting live stream lounge.
Good.
We're not going to change that.
Perfect.
All right. All right, if you're still with us, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hey, I'm Ray Latif with BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, and this is the live stream lounge. This is BevNet Live Winter 2016, and we're kicking things off with sort of an intro to the day, including what's to come on stage and the main stage, and here at the live stream lounge.
Exactly.
Hey, John, how you feeling?
Oh, not bad, Ray. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, so we've got a lot of great content over the next 2 days. Kicking it off, I guess, today.
Yes, we are.
It'll be tomorrow when people see this, but hey.
This is pre-recorded in case you didn't know. We're going to look a little different.
We don't hang out by the pool normally.
Yes, and we don't wear the same thing as we normally do at a convention, so inside joke. Anywho, I want to talk a little bit about what the live stream lounge is. Basically, it's sort of a second stage for us. It's an informal talk show style program. We talk with attendees about sort of top of mind issues affecting the beverage industry. We hear from new brands to the industry, and we talk to everyone from distributors to supplier companies to retailers and the brands themselves. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Everyone has about 5-10 minutes to kind of get their best face on and talk about what's going on with their business.
Exactly, and instead of stuffing your faces like people at the conference and networking, which is the reason you should come to the event, you can keep watching at home, keep getting more content, more value. So that's the whole idea.
Yeah, for sure. We have 29 interviews scheduled over the 2 days. I know that's action-packed, but it's a lot of fun to do this, and you're going to be seeing from a really diverse range of folks that are associated with the beverage industry. On the main stage, we've also got a really amazing program, starting with your presentation. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Starting with the year in review presentation, which editor-in-chief Jeff Kleiman is going to be kicking off with.
Yeah, and we've also, after that, we've got Doug Emmerns from Juicero.
I like to call him Dougie Fresh.
I don't know if he'd like that, but he's hopefully not going to watch this, so we're all good. I've got a bunch of other presentations as well as the new Beverage Showdown.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing from, I'm looking forward to the new Beverage Showdown. I'm hosting that, so I should be pretty excited for that. That happens at 8 o'clock right after this airs, so stay tuned. But Lance Collins, an amazing beverage innovator, a guy who's been successful already with Fuse and NOS. Now he's involved with 2 other brands as a co-founder, Body Armor and Core. He's going to be talking about Core today on stage, so interesting stuff to come for sure.
Yeah, and we've got Organic Valley and Bristol
Louis
Farms.
Goldstein, yep.
Full agenda, of course, on the website,
yep.
And I guess ending the main stage for the day with the Best of 2016 awards. So definitely want to watch that.
Got to stay tuned for that.
So much stuff we have a hard time remembering.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We should take bets on what people think is going to win for best of.
You do that.
I'm going to. Anyone? Just text me or email me, and I'll take your action. Take your money. That is.
Nice. Nice enough.
Last thing I want to note is we're going to be live streaming all day. So stay tuned. I mean, on the East Coast, we'll be on until about, I want to say 7:30.
Pretty late.
Yeah, so there's a lot of information to intake or to take in. Not to intake, to take in.
Either way.
Either way.
Your choice.
But it's going to be a really fun day. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I can stay up long enough for the after party, which is happening in Culver City. For those of you watching at home, we're not going to live stream the after party for a good reason.
That would be pretty amazing. But we'll also be back Tuesday morning.
Yes.
For a live stream introduction that's actually live.
Yes.
So you can see how Ray fared at that after party.
Yes.
As well as the rest of our staff. So.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to drink a single drop of alcohol.
My money's not on that.
You want to take action on that?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, this is all about it's a betting game now. It's become a betting game. The betting live stream lounge.
Good.
We're not going to change that.
Perfect.
All right. All right, if you're still with us, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hey, I'm Ray Latif with BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, and this is the live stream lounge. This is BevNet Live Winter 2016, and we're kicking things off with sort of an intro to the day, including what's to come on stage and the main stage, and here at the live stream lounge.
Exactly.
Hey, John, how you feeling?
Oh, not bad, Ray. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, so we've got a lot of great content over the next 2 days. Kicking it off, I guess, today.
Yes, we are
It'll be tomorrow when people see this, but hey.
This is pre-recorded in case you didn't know. We're going to look a little
We
different.
don't hang out by the pool normally.
Yes, and we don't wear the same thing as we normally do at a convention, so inside joke. Anywho, I want to talk a little bit about what the Livestream Lounge is. Basically, it's sort of a second stage for us. It's an informal talk show style program. We talk with attendees about sort of top of mind issues affecting the beverage industry. We hear from new brands to the industry, and we talk to everyone from distributors to supplier companies to retailers and the brands themselves. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Everyone has about 5-10 minutes to kind of get their best face on and talk about what's going on with their business.
Exactly, and instead of stuffing your faces like people at the conference and networking, which is the reason you should come to the event, you can keep watching at home, keep getting more content, more value. So that's the whole idea.
Yeah, for sure. We have 29 interviews scheduled over the 2 days. I know that's action-packed, but it's a lot of fun to do this, and you're going to be seeing from a really diverse range of folks that are associated with the beverage industry. On the main stage, we've also got a really amazing program, starting with your presentation. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Starting with the year in review presentation, which Editor-in-Chief Jeff Kleiman is going to be kicking off with.
Yeah, and we've also, after that, we've got Doug Emmerns from Juicero.
I like to call him Dougie Fresh.
I don't know if he'd like that, but he's hopefully not going to watch this, so we're all good. I've got a bunch of other presentations as well as the new Beverage Showdown.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing from, I'm looking forward to the new Beverage Showdown. I'm hosting that, so I should be pretty excited for that. That happens at 8 o'clock right after this airs, so stay tuned. But Lance Collins, an amazing beverage innovator, a guy who's been successful already with Fuse and NOS. Now he's involved with 2 other brands as a co-founder, Body Armor and Core. He's going to be talking about Core today on stage, so interesting stuff to come for sure.
Yeah, and we've got Organic Valley and Bristol
Louis
Farms.
Goldstein, yep.
Full agenda, of course, on the website,
yep.
And I guess ending the main stage for the day with the Best of 2016 award. So definitely want to watch that.
Got to stay tuned for that.
So much stuff we have a hard time remembering.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We should take bets on what people think is going to win for best of.
You do that.
I'm going to. Anyone? Just text me or email me, and I'll take your action. Take your money. That is.
Nice done.
Last thing I want to note is we're going to be live streaming all day. So stay tuned. I mean, on the East Coast, we'll be on until about, I want to say 7:30.
Pretty late.
Yeah, so there's a lot of information to intake or to take in. Not to intake, to take in.
Either way.
Your
choice.
But it's going to be a really fun day. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I can stay up long enough for the after party, which is happening in Culver City. For those of you watching at home, we're not going to live stream the after party for a good reason.
That would be pretty amazing. But we'll also be back Tuesday morning.
Yes.
For a live stream introduction that's actually live.
Yes.
So you can see how Ray fared at that after party.
Yes.
As well as the rest of our staff. So.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to drink a single drop of alcohol.
My money's not on that.
You want to take action on that?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, this is all about it's a betting game now. It's become a betting game. The betting live stream lounge.
Good.
We're not going to change that.
Perfect.
All right. All right, if you're still with us, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hey, I'm Ray Latif with BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, and this is the Livestream Lounge. This is BevNet Live Winter 2016, and we're kicking things off with sort of an intro to the day, including what's to come on stage and the main stage and here at the Livestream Lounge.
Exactly.
Hey, John, how you feeling?
Oh, not bad, Ray. Thanks. Yeah, so we've got a lot of great content over the next 2 days. Kicking it off, I guess, today.
Yes, we are.
It'll be tomorrow when people see this, but hey.
This is pre-recorded in case you didn't know. We're going to look a little different.
We don't hang out by the pool normally.
Yes, and we don't wear the same thing as we normally do at a convention, so inside joke. Anywho, I want to talk a little bit about what the Livestream Lounge is. Basically, it's sort of a second stage for us. It's an informal talk show style program. We talk with attendees about sort of top of mind issues affecting the beverage industry. We hear from new brands to the industry, and we talk to everyone from distributors to supplier companies to retailers and the brands themselves. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Everyone has about 5-10 minutes to kind of get their best face on and talk about what's going on with their business.
Exactly, and instead of stuffing your faces like people at the conference and networking, which is the reason you should come to the event, you can keep watching at home, keep getting more content, more value. So that's the whole idea.
Yeah, for sure. We have 29 interviews scheduled over the 2 days. I know that's action-packed, but it's a lot of fun to do this, and you're going to be seeing from a really diverse range of folks that are associated with the beverage industry. On the main stage, we've also got a really amazing program, starting with your presentation. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Starting with the year in review presentation, which Editor-in-Chief Jeff Kleiman is going to be kicking off with.
Yeah, and we've also, after that, we've got Doug Emmerns from Juicero.
I like to call him Dougie Fresh.
I don't know if he'd like that, but he's hopefully not going to watch this, so we're all good. I've got a bunch of other presentations as well as the new Beverage Showdown.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing from, I'm looking forward to the new Beverage Showdown. I'm hosting that, so I should be pretty excited for that. That happens at 8 o'clock right after this airs, so stay tuned. But Lance Collins, an amazing beverage innovator, a guy who's been successful already with Fuse and NOS. Now he's involved with two other brands as a co-founder, Body Armor and Core. He's going to be talking about Core today on stage, so interesting stuff to come for sure.
Yeah, and we've got Organic Valley and Bristol
Louis
Farms.
Goldstein, yep.
Full agenda, of course, on the website,
yep.
And I guess ending the main stage for the day with the Best of 2016 awards. So definitely
got to stay tuned for that.
So much stuff we have a hard time remembering.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We should take bets on what people think is going to win for best of.
You do that.
I'm going to. Anyone? Just text me or email me, and I'll take your action. Take your money. That is.
Nice done.
Last thing I want to note is we're going to be live streaming all day. So stay tuned. I mean, on the East Coast, we'll be on until about, I want to say 7:30.
Pretty late.
Yeah, so, there's a lot of information to intake or to take in. Not to intake, to take in.
Either way.
Your
choice.
But it's going to be a really fun day. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I can stay up long enough for the after party, which is happening in Culver City. For those of you watching at home, we're not going to live stream the after party for a good reason.
That would be pretty amazing. But we'll also be back Tuesday morning.
Yes.
For a live stream introduction that's actually live.
Yes.
So you can see how Ray fared at that after party.
Yes.
As well as the rest of our staff. So.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to drink a single drop of alcohol.
My money's not on that.
You want to take action on that?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, this is all about it's the betting game now. It's become a betting game. The betting live stream lounge.
Good.
We're not going to change that.
Perfect.
All right. If you're still with us, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hey, I'm Ray Latif with BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, and this is the Live Stream Lounge. This is BevNet Live Winter 2016, and we're kicking things off with sort of an intro to the day, including what's to come on stage and the main stage and here at the Live Stream Lounge.
Exactly.
Hey, John, how you feeling?
Oh, not bad, Ray. Thanks. Yeah, so we've got a lot of great content over the next 2 days. Kicking it off, I guess, today.
Yes, we are.
It'll be tomorrow when people see this, but hey.
This is pre-recorded in case you didn't know. We're going to look a little different.
We don't hang out by the pool normally.
Yes, and we don't wear the same thing as we normally do at a convention, so inside joke. Anywho, I want to talk a little bit about what the Live Stream Lounge is. Basically, it's sort of a second stage for us. It's an informal talk show style program. We talk with attendees about sort of top of mind issues affecting the beverage industry. We hear from new brands to the industry, and we talk to everyone from distributors to supplier companies to retailers and the brands themselves. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Everyone has about 5-10 minutes to kind of get their best face on and talk about what's going on with their business.
Exactly, and instead of stuffing your faces like people at the conference and networking, which is the reason you should come to the event, you can keep watching at home, keep getting more content, more value. So that's the whole idea.
Yeah, for sure. We have 29 interviews scheduled over the 2 days. I know that's action-packed, but it's a lot of fun to do this, and you're going to be seeing from a really diverse range of folks that are associated with the beverage industry. On the main stage, we've also got a really amazing program, starting with your presentation. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Starting with the year in review presentation, which Editor-in-Chief Jeff Kleiman is going to be kicking off with.
Yeah, and we've also, after that, we've got Doug Emmerns from Juicero.
I like to call him Dougie Fresh.
I don't know if he'd like that, but he's hopefully not going to watch this, so we're all good. I've got a bunch of other presentations as well as the new Beverage Showdown.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing from, I'm looking forward to the new Beverage Showdown. I'm hosting that, so I should be pretty excited for that. That happens at 8 o'clock right after this airs, so stay tuned. But Lance Collins, an amazing beverage innovator, a guy who's been successful already with Fuse and NOS. Now he's involved with two other brands as a co-founder, Body Armor and Core. He's going to be talking about Core today on stage. So interesting stuff to come for sure.
Yeah, and we've got Organic Valley and Bristol
Louis
Farms.
Goldstein, yep.
Full agenda, of course, on the website.
Yep.
And I guess ending the main stage for the day with the Best of 2016 award. So definitely want to watch
Got to stay tuned for that.
So much stuff we have a hard time remembering.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We should take bets on what people think is going to win for best of.
You do that.
I'm going to. Anyone? Just text me or email me, and I'll take your action. Take your money. That is.
Nice. Nice done.
Last thing I want to note is we're going to be live streaming all day. So stay tuned. I mean, on the East Coast, we'll be on until about, I want to say 7:30.
Pretty late.
Yeah, so, there's a lot of information to intake or to take in. Not to intake, to take in.
Either way.
Either way.
Your choice.
But it's going to be a really fun day. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I can stay up long enough for the after party, which is happening in Culver City. For those of you watching at home, we're not going to live stream the after party for a good reason.
That would be pretty amazing. But we'll also be back Tuesday morning.
Yes.
For a live stream introduction that's actually live.
Yes.
So you can see how Ray fared at that after party.
Yes.
As well as the rest of our staff. So.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to drink a single drop of alcohol.
My money's not on that.
You want to take action on that?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, this is all about it's a betting game now. It's become a betting game. The betting live stream lounge.
Good.
We're not going to change that.
Perfect.
All right. All right, if you're still with us, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hey, I'm Ray Latif with BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, and this is the Live Stream Lounge. This is BevNet Live Winter 2016, and we're kicking things off with sort of an intro to the day, including what's to come on stage and the main stage and here at the Live Stream Lounge.
Exactly.
Hey, John, how you feeling?
Oh, not bad, Ray. Thanks. Yeah, so we've got a lot of great content over the next 2 days. Kicking it off, I guess, today.
Yes, we are.
Will be tomorrow when people see this, but hey.
This is pre-recorded in case you didn't know. We're going to look a little different.
We don't hang out by the pool normally.
Yes, and we don't wear the same thing as we normally do at a convention, so inside joke. Anywho, I want to talk a little bit about what the Live Stream Lounge is. Basically, it's sort of a second stage for us. It's an informal talk show style program. We talk with attendees about sort of top of mind issues affecting the beverage industry. We hear from new brands to the industry, and we talk to everyone from distributors to supplier companies to retailers and the brands themselves. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Everyone has about 5-10 minutes to kind of get their best face on and talk about what's going on with their business.
Exactly, and instead of stuffing your faces like people at the conference and networking, which is the reason you should come to the event, you can keep watching at home, keep getting more content, more value. So that's the whole idea.
Yeah, for sure. We have 29 interviews scheduled over the 2 days. I know that's action-packed, but it's a lot of fun to do this, and you're going to be seeing from a really diverse range of folks that are associated with the beverage industry. On the main stage, we've also got a really amazing program, starting with your presentation. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Starting with the year in review presentation, which Editor-in-Chief Jeff Kleiman is going to be kicking off with.
Yeah, and we've also, after that, we've got Doug Everns from Juicero.
I like to call him Dougie Fresh.
I don't know if he'd like that, but he's hopefully not going to watch this, so we're all good. I've got a bunch of other presentations as well as the new Beverage Showdown.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing from, I'm looking forward to the new Beverage Showdown. I'm hosting that, so I should be pretty excited for that. That happens at 8 o'clock right after this airs, so stay tuned. But Lance Collins, an amazing beverage innovator, a guy who's been successful already with Fuse and NOS. Now he's involved with 2 other brands as a co-founder, Body Armor and Core. He's going to be talking about Core today on stage, so interesting stuff to come for sure.
Yeah, and we've got Organic Valley and Bristol
Louis
Farms.
Goldstein, yep.
Full agenda, of course, on the website.
Yep.
And I guess ending the main stage for the day with the Best of 2016 award. So definitely want to watch that.
Stay tuned for that.
So much stuff we have a hard time remembering.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We should take bets on what people think is going to win for best of.
You do that.
I'm going to. Anyone? Just text me or email me, and I'll take your action. Take your money. That is.
Nice. Nice done.
Last thing I want to note is we're going to be live streaming all day. So stay tuned. I mean, on the East Coast, we'll be on until about, I want to say 7:30.
Pretty late.
Yeah, so there's a lot of information to intake or to take in. Not to intake, to take in.
Either way.
Either way.
Your choice.
But it's going to be a really fun day. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I can stay up long enough for the after party, which is happening in Culver City. For those of you watching at home, we're not going to live stream the after party for a good reason.
That would be pretty amazing. But we'll also be back Tuesday morning.
Yes.
For a live stream introduction that's actually live.
Yes.
So you can see how Ray fared at that after party.
Yes.
As well as the rest of our staff. So.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to drink a single drop of alcohol.
My money's not on that.
You want to take action on that?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, this is all about it's a betting game now. It's become a betting game. The betting live stream lounge.
Good.
We're not going to change that.
Perfect.
All right. All right, if you're still with us, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hey, I'm Ray Latif with BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, and this is the Live Stream Lounge. This is BevNet Live Winter 2016, and we're kicking things off with sort of an intro to the day, including what's to come on stage and the main stage, and here at the Live Stream Lounge.
Exactly.
Hey, John, how you feeling?
Oh, not bad, Ray. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, so we've got a lot of great content over the next 2 days. Kicking it off, I guess, today.
Yes, we are.
Will be tomorrow when people see this, but hey.
This is pre-recorded in case you didn't know. We're going to look a little different.
We don't hang out by the pool normally.
Yes, and we don't wear the same thing as we normally do at a convention, so inside joke. Anywho, I want to talk a little bit about what the Live Stream Lounge is. Basically, it's sort of a second stage for us. It's an informal talk show style program. We talk with attendees about sort of top of mind issues affecting the beverage industry. We hear from new brands to the industry, and we talk to everyone from distributors to supplier companies to retailers and the brands themselves. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Everyone has about 5-10 minutes to kind of get their best face on and talk about what's going on with their business.
Exactly, and instead of stuffing your faces like people at the conference and networking, which is the reason you should come to the event, you can keep watching at home, keep getting more content, more value. So that's the whole idea.
Yeah, for sure. We have 29 interviews scheduled over the 2 days. I know that's action-packed, but it's a lot of fun to do this, and you're going to be seeing from a really diverse range of folks that are associated with the beverage industry. On the main stage, we've also got a really amazing program, starting with your presentation. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Starting with the year in review presentation, which Editor-in-Chief Jeff Kleiman is going to be kicking off with.
Yeah, and we've also, after that, we've got Doug Emmerns from Juicero.
I like to call him Dougie Fresh.
I don't know if he'd like that, but he's hopefully not going to watch this, so we're all good. I've got a bunch of other presentations as well as the new Beverage Showdown.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing from, I'm looking forward to the new Beverage Showdown. I'm hosting that, so I should be pretty excited for that. That happens at 8 o'clock right after this airs, so stay tuned. But Lance Collins, an amazing beverage innovator, a guy who's been successful already with Fuse and NOS. Now he's involved with 2 other brands as a co-founder, Body Armor and Core. He's going to be talking about Core today on stage, so interesting stuff to come for sure.
Yeah, and we've got Organic Valley and Bristol
Lewis
Farms.
Goldstein, yep.
Full agenda, of course, on the website,
yep.
And I guess ending the main stage for the day with the Best of 2016 awards. So definitely want to watch that.
Got to stay tuned for that.
So much stuff we have a hard time remembering.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We should take bets on what people think is going to win for best of.
You do that.
I'm going to. Anyone? Just text me or email me, and I'll take your action. Take your money. That is.
Nice. Nicely done.
Last thing I want to note is we're going to be live streaming all day. So stay tuned. I mean, on the East Coast, we'll be on until about, I want to say 7:30.
Pretty late.
Yeah, so there's a lot of information to intake or to take in. Not to intake, to take in.
Either way.
Either way.
Your choice.
But it's going to be a really fun day. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I can stay up long enough for the after party, which is happening in Culver City. For those of you watching at home, we're not going to live stream the after party for a good reason.
That would be pretty amazing. But we'll also be back Tuesday morning.
Yes.
For a live stream introduction that's actually live.
Yes.
So you can see how Ray fared at that after party.
Yes.
As well as the rest of our staff. So.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to drink a single drop of alcohol.
My money's not on that.
You want to take action on that?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, this is all about it's a betting game now. It's become a betting game. The betting live stream lounge.
Good.
We're not going to change that.
Perfect.
All right. All right, if you're still with us, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hey, I'm Ray Latif with BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, and this is the Live Stream Lounge. This is BevNet Live Winter 2016, and we're kicking things off with sort of an intro to the day, including what's to come on stage and the main stage, and here at the Live Stream Lounge.
Exactly.
Hey, John, how you feeling?
Oh, not bad, Ray. Thanks. Yeah, so we've got a lot of great content over the next 2 days. Kicking it off, I guess, today.
Yes, we are
It'll be tomorrow when people see this, but hey.
This is pre-recorded in case you didn't know. We're going to look a little different.
We don't hang out by the pool normally.
Yes, and we don't wear the same thing as we normally do at a convention, so inside joke. Anywho, I want to talk a little bit about what the Livestream Lounge is. Basically, it's sort of a second stage for us. It's an informal talk show style program. We talk with attendees about sort of top of mind issues affecting the beverage industry. We hear from new brands to the industry, and we talk to everyone from distributors to supplier companies to retailers and the brands themselves. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Everyone has about 5-10 minutes to kind of get their best face on and talk about what's going on with their business.
Exactly, and instead of stuffing your faces like people at the conference and networking, which is the reason you should come to the event, you can keep watching at home, keep getting more content, more value. So that's the whole idea.
Yeah, for sure. We have 29 interviews scheduled over the 2 days. I know that's action-packed, but it's a lot of fun to do this, and you're going to be seeing from a really diverse range of folks that are associated with the beverage industry. On the main stage, we've also got a really amazing program, starting with your presentation. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Starting with the year in review presentation, which Editor-in-Chief Jeff Kleiman is going to be kicking off with.
Yeah, and we've also, after that, we've got Doug Emmerns from Juicero.
I like to call him Dougie Fresh.
I don't know if he'd like that, but he's hopefully not going to watch this, so we're all good. I've got a bunch of other presentations as well as the new Beverage Showdown.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing from, I'm looking forward to the new Beverage Showdown. I'm hosting that, so I should be pretty excited for that. That happens at 8 o'clock right after this airs, so stay tuned. But Lance Collins, an amazing beverage innovator, a guy who's been successful already with Fuse and NOS. Now he's involved with 2 other.
Welcome to day 2 of BevNet Live, Winter 2016. My name is Ray Latif. I'm the managing editor of BevNet. I just want to make a quick call out to our design team. What you see behind me, the animation from that you just saw, the best of animation that you saw yesterday, that is done by our design team of Matt Kennedy and Aaron Willett. Those guys are just incredible in every which way. It's really humbling to come up here and see what they've done and how much they contribute. We put those guys through hell and back, and they perform and kick butt every single time. So, round of applause for our design team. So I hope everyone had a great time at the after party last night. Thanks again to BevForce for sponsoring the event. Just a few housekeeping notes for today. On the bottom of your printed agenda, you'll find the Wi-Fi information for the event. Once again, the network name is BevNet Live, and the password is BP Flavor. We encourage attendees and those watching the live stream to submit questions for our speakers. You can do so by sending an email to ask@BevNET.com. You can tweet it using the hashtag BevNetLive or text us at 310-945-2668. That information is also included on the bottom of your agenda. So we have a pretty outstanding lineup today, including the finals of the New Beverage Showdown 12. For those in attendance, we have a sheet with details about audience voting for the competition. The sheets are located at the registration desk out front. Please pick one up if you haven't already. Right now, we're going to kick the day off with a presentation led by executives from Spins and IRI, and I'm going to pass the mic off to Jeff Kleiman.
I always schedule these guys for the morning because there's so much information, and it's great to see that everyone's so nice and fresh and ready to take it in. Catherine Peters and Brian Reed of respectively Spins and Market Structure IRI are going to take us through the state of the market. Beverages continue to be a source for extensive innovation. That's not slowing down. Innovation is almost the norm now. And over the last several years, what used to seem cutting edge has clearly mainstreamed. And they're going to talk about how retailers' expectations for these beverages are accelerating. They're going to examine trends across the beverage spectrum, from mainstream to emerging, and they pay special attention to consumer behavior and sales metrics. And hopefully it'll help you chart your path to successfully navigate, distribute, and grow in the ever-innovative beverage space. They're among our most entertaining and insightful presenters. Please welcome them.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks.
Good morning, sir.
Is this our clicky thing?
There you go.
All right. Good morning. It is torture. They make us go the first thing always on the second day. I don't know what we did wrong. Anyway, so as Jeff mentioned, we're going to cover the beverage spectrum, really looking at the trends of driving growth, both mainstream and emerging. So let's jump right in. Agenda, we're going to cover the landscape, looking at some point of sale data, in other words, scanning data, looking at consumer behavior, then looking at retailers, the growth, what's going on in retail, and quickly summarize and do some Q&A. I will say Brian and I both, if you have seen us in past years, tend to move very fast. So don't hesitate to grab us during a break if there's something you want to talk about a little bit further or ask some more questions. Just for quick reference here too, this is the definition when we talk about refreshment beverages today. These are the categories that are in there, and as I mentioned, we're going to be covering both point of sale data and consumer purchasing data, often known as panel data. So let's jump in, the current landscape. First, certainly carbonated soft drinks, traditional carbonated soft drinks continues its decline. 5 years and counting. On average, you can see sales dollars are down about 1% over the last 5 years. Volume is down a good bit further than that. What's interesting too is last year, if you recall, we actually had a pop up in dollar sales because even though volume was down, there was some innovation in packages, but now we're starting to see the sales dollars slip again. There's a very much parallel trajectory relative to juices where a lot of the traditional juices, orange juice and others, have actually even a sharper decline. So it's important to realize, again, the beverage news, not new news to anyone in this room, but the whole face of the beverage industry really has changed. And we see a lot of innovation. And what used to be, as Jeff said, what used to be cutting edge is now really converting to mainstream. Certainly natural beverages are continuing to drive the growth. While it's only about 8% of overall beverages, natural is driving 40% of the actual dollar growth. So it is really the hot spot. And in addition to that natural, and that's what SPINS defines as natural, not a label claim, but actually what consumers perceive as natural. In addition to that 40% that's natural, there's a whole lot higher percentage if you bring in the wellness positioned products that just might not have a completely clean ingredient profile. So really wellness is where it's at, whether it's a natural profile or other. Interestingly, and of course that's, you can see 18% is the growth rate on natural compared to 3% for all beverages. But what's interesting is organic, while growing at a faster rate, 25%, it's actually, organic is only about a quarter of the overall natural beverages. So the reason that's important if you're thinking about your own product and what you're looking at for your product attributes is that this is definitely a much, much lower number to be organic versus most edible categories. But I think what we see happening here is, there's a variety, obviously, of different claims, different ways you can create authenticity of your product. And a lot of times organic can make the price point go up. So you really have to think of that balance. You have to create trust in your consumer. But organic is not necessarily the way to go in beverages, whereas it's very often the most common go-to to create that in other parts of the store. Looking at some of the growth, you see the green represents some of the brands right now across channels. So these is across specialty gourmet stores, natural food stores, and then conventional, everything from supermarkets to Walmart and Target. So these are all combined channel numbers. The green is what are just the highest selling brands in natural. The blue is what's the highest dollar growth. And then the red is the one where I particularly want to focus, which is what's growing the fastest relative to new distribution. And certainly you see a lot of the tried and true brands over on the highest dollar sales, but particularly note LaCroix is a brand, and seltzers in general, as we know, are on fire, but LaCroix is the only one on all three, which is interesting. That's a brand that's been around for a long time, but we know it's on point for many of the trends that are being demanded by consumers today. Kombucha has finally hit the top 5 in brand, which is pretty amazing. In mainstream stores, it's almost a 60% ACV, so almost 60% of the volume of stores in the country are now selling GT kombucha, which is I would have never guessed that 4
Not 4
years
years
ago when
ago.
we were standing here and looking at consumer metrics that were saying there's still all this education that's required on kombucha. So fascinating the way how quickly these trends have been mainstreaming. But certainly look at the red. The numbers in parentheses are the conventional store dollar growth. So not only are these brands cross-channel that are driving a tremendous amount of distribution growth, look at those explosive sale growths. And who's curious about the Capri Sun actually sitting up there on the natural? Anyone curious? They've actually launched Capri Sun Organic. And it's actually...
Pouch.
Yeah,
Pouch
the
straw.
pouch. Yeah,
Same
like
thing.
perfect for those, the 4-year-old soccer games or whatever it may be. But yes, Capri Sun has now come out with an organic. So it's gained a lot of distribution as well. Shocked me. I had to go research that one. I missed it on the shelf. And looking at cross channels, these are each on the left, the different channels, the combined, and then each of the channels of growth. And what I particularly want to note here is that, of course, one, everything's growing. But as we're going to talk later on the retail front, it used to be that because of the anchors of really the traditional categories and traditional brands, it was very, very hard to grow in conventional retail. Now we see that growth rate. Not only are they still pulling brands quickly over from natural and gourmet stores, but many, many more retailers are much more open to launches directly in their stores, and they're creating enough fertile environment to be able to launch products. And so really that growth rate is much higher than it's been in a lot of prior years because of that fact, which is pretty interesting. The other thing I want to note, and it's a foreshadowing of some of the things we'll talk about, is the majority of the growth across the channels is coming from new distribution. So while there's a little bit of growth coming from price and promotion, it's still very much the growth is being fed by distribution. So it's new products coming on, and there's a variety of kinds of new products, which is what we'll talk about a little bit more. But you certainly cannot neglect price and promotion, but it's not enough. It is definitely not enough to be driving natural beverages and beverages in general as we grow forward.
Cool. As Catherine was saying too, that the retailers are actually a lot more in tune with these types of products now because of the deflation of a lot of products in their stores. So you're seeing a lot of real estate open up, like Catherine was talking about. They're more open to it because they're not growing organically on their own. So now they're looking at what new products, what new things, what new approaches I need to take to grow in these areas. And they're hitting that tipping point now of a lot of things are becoming more mainstream. So that's what we're talking about in the consumer side of things here. What we're looking at is consumer panel information. So we've got a group of people around the country, and we monitor what they buy. What we're seeing is almost 100% total penetration. Almost 100% of U.S. households buy refreshment beverages. Makes sense. Somebody buys a Coke somewhere. It's caught in here. But the interesting number here is 62% of U.S. households buy natural refreshment beverages. Now, if you think about that several years ago, that was a really low number. Now it's 2/3, basically. Almost 2/3 of U.S. households are buying in these categories. And what we found interesting compared to the last few years is these categories are now on different trajectories. They're at different places in that life cycle of these, where if you look at the categories on the top here, shelf-stable juices, refrigerated juices, water, their total penetrations are really high, but look at the percentages of people who buy natural in those categories. It's roughly 1/3 of people in those categories are buying natural in that category. So refrigerated juices is one of the prime examples of 83% of people buy it. 31% of people are choosing natural in that category. It's a very large number. It's starting to tip things over. There are other categories like at the bottom, carbonated soft drinks is a great example of 94% of people buy it, but only 10% of people buy natural in it. So the category has a lot of room to grow with consumers, where some of these categories are actually reaching a point now where natural is the norm. Natural is part of the mix. It's not different. It's actually part of the entire category, part of the regular category. So what we looked at here was we divide, IRI and Spins have actually a proprietary segmentation algorithm where we surveyed people in the panel, and we looked at their attitudes toward natural products, as well as we can monitor their behavior in natural products. And we put that together and developed a segmentation scheme where we're looking at 7 different groups of people. What we really want to focus on are the 2 at the top that are darker and we call core, because when you look at those people, and we'll get to them in a minute from a detail perspective, they are much more into natural and organic products. In fact, if you want to flip to the next one, we can show. With those people, here's their motivations to buy. And I find these really interesting descriptors because you get a sense of what is happening in this area. True believers are people passionate about staying fit and healthy, being a role model for my kids, understanding the benefits of natural and organic products, and I take pride in choosing them. The enlightened environmentalists are more altruistic in their behavior. They like the environment. They want to make good choices for not only us, but for sustainability. Both of them very core, very different in how they're going at it, but they both are very into natural products. And as you look at the segmentation of these people, the people on the left are very into organic. They would be the natural starting points. The people on the right are the people who would most resist these types of products. And what we're going to be looking for is, in the categories that we're showing, how is that distribution of buyers changing across that front? If you are really, really concentrated on the left of that chart, if you go back a second, if you're really concentrated on the left of that chart, you're still in that norming, forming kind of stage. You haven't really mainstreamed. If your distribution of buyers and volume is starting to spread out across this, you're starting to see you're more of the norm. So what we're looking for is that pattern as you go across. But what we did see in the data, just to start out with, is that core natural shoppers, those two groups that we talked about, are much more likely to buy natural across all of the categories, which makes sense. They are very into natural products, so they are your core shoppers, and that's true across all the categories. But if you flip across, what we've noticed is they actually spend slightly higher when you're outside the core. So if you're thinking about these core shoppers, they are very important to natural, but they actually spend less per person on beverages today, because they are resistant to some solutions. Actually, they're out there from a commercial perspective. So as you look at this, there's still room to grow within that group of people, because they still don't even get their fair share of total beverage dollars. So something in the beverage world is not working for them. So there's also solutions out there for them. When we look at this as total natural beverage, I'm sorry, there's tons of numbers on my charts because I'm a number guy. But if you look at the three rows, it's percent of total beverage dollars here, percent of natural beverage dollars, and then computing an index. So I'm just looking at how do natural dollars distribute, how do total dollars distribute, and is it more or less natural on this chart. And what we noted, those two groups, when you add them together, they're 36% of total dollars, 18% of total beverage dollars. So you're looking at a roughly 2-to-1 ratio. They are twice as likely than the average person to spend money in the natural and organic world. And as you start to look at the different categories, you'll see that ratio be very, very different. And we chose two examples here for you. One is refrigerated juices, where 38% of natural refrigerated juice dollars are in this group. 24% of total refrigerated juice dollars are in that group. So that index is roughly 150. It's not even close to the 200 level. So they're a lot less reliant on those core shoppers. And one of the interesting parts about that category is NPI, or natural beverages, is about a quarter of total juice sales. So if you think about all the juices, like orange juice and everything else, natural juices are actually a 25 share of that pie. That's a really big switch in the last several years, where that is now sort of the norm. So brands like Naked, Bolthouse, and Odwalla have led the way, but everything else, Mama Chia and all the other brands that are in that set, are now part of a world where it's acceptable to be natural and organic. If you flip the chart to carbonated soft drinks, you see the exact opposite is happening here. NPI is 1% of total CSD sales, and they're highly reliant on people that are core. 40%, 44% of dollars in the natural CSD world is coming from these shoppers. Only 12% of total CSD dollars are coming from those shoppers. So CSD in that area is really still very isolated.
All right, so lots and lots of numbers, right? I saw lots of people taking pictures of some of the numbers up there for other reference. Let's talk about what it means at retail. As we said earlier, things are really changing in the retail space relative to beverages. There's so much more openness today to retailers bringing in, taking chances, even big retailers, on innovative products. And so you can see this is not a curved shelf, by the way. This is a panoramic picture.
I had to take it panorama because it was too big. It's actually 20 feet long, so I actually had to take it. So it looks bent, but it's not.
Yeah, so that's exciting in and of itself. You know, it used to be a few years ago, again, it was a little 4-foot shelf where they were trying to redistribute where they didn't want so many fruit trays in the produce department. And now, look, it's actually a real traffic driver and destination within many, many produce departments. And so the thing that we see is that retailers are finally listening to the consumer demand and creating the space, and they're willing to take chances on new innovation. We're also finding that there's areas of the store that used to be really off limits. I mean, when I was in retail 10 years ago and beyond, dairy was by far the hardest department to get into in the store. I mean, between whether it was slotting fees or whether it was the extreme of them, or whether it was need on days of supply. You just could not get into the dairy. And now we're seeing, because of the declines in milk, and there's still a lot going on, obviously, in the plant-based side, but who needs one more almond milk or things in many cases? There's not as much. There is some differentiation, but not as much. But it's creating some opportunities for space. And come along a brand like Fairlife that is absolutely on fire, did create differentiation in what was a previous fairly static
Very
type
staid.
of category.
And even a category like almond milk is hitting that maturation point. Almond milk is a +4 versus
It's
a year ago.
mainstreamed. Again, it's
become
way
normal.
mainstreamed now. Exactly. And so there's these new areas of product and white space for innovation, but retailers are willing to bring in innovation in these stores. I mean, this is this place, because there's so much to go into those produce departments, now you're seeing, let's see, anything I could think of to put in the dairy. So you're seeing things like the cold brewed coffees, milk, coffee, breakfast.
Sure.
So you're seeing these really non-traditional things that could have never gotten into the dairy before. And the same thing, there's additional end caps that are things that previously would not have been considered for end caps that are in a lot of retailers. But so the important thing is, yes, retailers are giving new space, more forgiveness, et cetera, but you still have to contribute year-on-year growth. It was a time, I think, a couple of years ago when people were a little scared or just didn't know what was going on in beverages, and if they just saw it, they'd stock it. But now you got to make sure you're building that year-on-year growth for your brand, because it's just like the other CPG brands, and they're expecting you to perform.
If they build you a set, you've got to do that now. That's
exactly.
The juices and smoothies especially, that you're expected to grow because you're going to stay there.
Exactly. So you really need to, what does it mean to you? So certainly, by the way, don't wait until year 2 when you're like, oh no, where am I going to get growth from this year? Because as you heard from earlier, price and promotion really aren't what's driving it. It's really all about distribution. People are still looking for trying of new things. They love a brand, they try it a few times, but it's like what the movie Up, when it's like squirrel. They're looking what's the next cool thing, because they're definitely losing their attention span even for brands they love. So you've got to continue with distribution growth. So think about, are you a brand? Or are you a product company? Something really important for you to do a good, honest, deep assessment. If you're more of a brand, and here's a couple of examples here, think about things like larger sizes. You can see the refrigerated juices down in the well that have moved to the larger sizes. Hubert's, a great example of a well-developed brand that is in line extensions. And I think mango was one of the recent flavors. They're constantly coming out with really new, on-point flavors. Multi-packs, I know, gosh, for the last couple of years, Naked has been in Costco and others with a multi-pack small size. So these are all ways to continue to build growth, through your brand and through some different mechanisms. But then it might be that you're more of a product company. And it doesn't mean you have to be a completely different brand to find white space. I mean, I love this new Owl's Brew. Owl's Brew, I believe, has been at BevNet here over the years, if I recall, and is a mixer company, very on point with a lot of fruit flavors, et cetera. Now blending in beer with the tea. So definitely a new approach. That's a white space that hasn't necessarily been something done before. So yes, it's taking the brand, but it's not really the same kind of traditional line extension like the Hubert's we saw on the previous slide. You see them doing something really new in white space. The detox water, this is the only one that's really got the aloe in it. And I could go on and on. I won't for the sake of time. A few more, just looking at some on-point trends that are looking at some more product-based companies is looking at charcoals, sipping charcoals, drinkable bone broth. We've been seeing it in ingredients, but now it's bringing it more into drinkable products. Chocolate. I mean, we talked about the Fairlife earlier. The
Chocolate's the number one SKU.
Chocolate's the number one SKU now of Fairlife, even though it didn't start that way. So chocolate is very much on point, especially with all the discussion of protein in chocolate and what a great post-recovery drink it is. And then kombucha, I particularly want to end sort of on the kombucha one, because if you think GT's was sort of the original brand, I think a lot of people saw commercially in the space. And then Kavita is a great brand example that has obviously exploded the last couple of years, and they really came on and created a new white space kombucha, right? It was the approachable mainstream, a completely different consumer target, and have been incredibly successful and probably brought a lot of halo, honestly, back to GT's. So think about kombucha finally is becoming, people know what it is, but there's all sorts of other still great ways that you can still find white space and innovation within that as well. Finally, what to do at retail. you've been hearing it from both of us. Think about your placement. Critical to think about. Tell your story, because as we said, retailers are much more open today to finding new space in the store. But guess what? There's a whole lot of other people in the room competing for that same space. And so make sure that you don't lose your own authenticity and who you are in terms of the brand, because that's always going to be your strongest selling along with your product itself. Think about where you want to play. Think about cross-purchasing opportunities. Think about, again, soft drinks may not be the best thing next to the Coke and Pepsi. It may be better over in another section. Think about where you want to play. And certainly, without a doubt, again, think about specifically with your retail strategies. Don't be a one and done. Already start thinking about your year two and beyond to come up with your growth.
So that brings us to the end, right? One more left, one more slide. The biggest things that we want to say, natural beverages are still driving this category growth. So when you're looking at things from a retail perspective, they're looking to you guys to bring solutions to them. And they recognize that the big guys can't do it all by themselves. The categories themselves are very different in where they are. So look at your own product category, your own product itself. Where does it fit in this world? Where should it fit in this world? How does it fit? Is it really, really different, or is it very, very similar to other things? And can I build a category like the refrigerated juices area, where if I put them all together, the similarities, they're all refrigerated and they're all juice-based. If you're in that mainstream area, jump on now. It's really time to get in that set. Make sure you're part of that when they're moving things forward. If you're yet to mainstream, help retailers get there. And to Catherine's point, don't be a one and done. Figure out, once I get in, what am I going to do next? Because they're looking for you now, not only in distribution growth, but now, next year when you're still here, how are you going to bring growth to me? And then finally, how to do it at retail. Understand where you are in your product life cycle itself, and stay focused. Be sure you stay true to yourself as well as the category, and you guys will win. I think that's where we ended up.
All right. Guys, thank you very much.
Thanks. With that.
So, again, a programming note. These will be available for download. So, you have that going for you. Real estate's opening up. Aside from the cold box, are we seeing real estate opening up in center store? And are there ways natural brands can start taking advantage there?
Without a doubt. My favorite example is no one knows what to do to find enough space for seltzer water. And so what you actually see is two things happening is, one, they used to be an extension of the mixers or an extension of soft drinks or something, and now it's requiring substantially more space. And that's actually, so they move it to another section of the store, which does two things. One is it creates more affiliated seltzer water space, but then it also creates a backfill area that within the shelf-stable natural beverages can come in and be able to
we felt that with water. When bulk water came in, imagine how much space that needed, and they had to carve out space for it. Now the CSDs, as they continue to decline, don't require an entire aisle. So they're working at how do I make adjacencies and flows correct so I can use that. We've faced it, not in the beverage world, but cereal has another one of those where the cereal category is pulling back and they're trying to figure out how to allocate space. So they're looking in the center store for solutions on how to take the extra 4 feet from something and use it for something else.
Are there conventions that are evolving that sort of can help brands say, well, we're part of this or part of that, or is it all about being unique propositions still?
I think it's both, honestly. I mean, if you look at the products that are out there and you see some similarities to things that you have and trends that are on point, jump on. I mean, that juices section that I saw at retail was just surprising to me. 20 feet, and it had all the brands that they used to say I don't have room for anymore. So I think there's a lot of conventions changing of, look, if I'm going to build a 20-foot set, I got to fill it out, and I got to fill it out.
They're searching anywhere for that incremental growth, and
they need it.
Exactly.
In the channel.
And without a doubt, I mean, the example of, again, a cold brew coffee and dairy, because it's a loose relationship there. So I think anything logical is worth a shot.
Very quickly, what's the role? We have 15 seconds on this. What's the role of economic growth with regard to this improving sales environment, and what can we expect in the next few years? What should we watch for in the new political environment?
Wow. That's the big question.
It's a tough one in 0 seconds. What I'm seeing is it not necessarily that, it just seems to be the generational thing continues to move things forward, and that younger generations have no rules. And their barriers are all breaking down all over the place. So traditional categories don't exist, and new things are all forming. So to me, it isn't necessarily the economic piece. It's more the freedom of, I want what I want, when I want it, how I want it. And if you can read that, you can actually win at that game, as long as you read it early.
And I also think it's going to win either way, because I think of it like the Patron effect, right? When the economy went down, Patron sales went up because it was those everyday luxuries.
Yep.
You've got the benefit of the things Brian said, that it's generally on point. So if the economy continues strong, then I think it's going to grow. But you've also got the fact that folks will continue to buy it as those everyday luxuries.
They're small indulgences.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. So we're it's a more of a generational point than it is climate-based.
Seems to be.
All right. Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Terrific work, as always. That was great.
You, sir.
We're going to continue talking about the economy now for a couple of minutes. I know that some of you are going to find this hard to believe, but it's rare outside of the space of the former entrepreneur to find people that want to invest in beverage more than once. Carp Riley is a great exception to that example, and it's paid off for them repeatedly, most recently with the sale of Kavita to PepsiCo. The company, Carp Riley, supplied late capital for that product, but it's also stepped in at various stages with investment that's helped power liftoff, growth, or new eras for companies. The various companies that they've invested in have created something of a set of case studies for us for some of the obstacles to growth for beverage brands along their growth curves. And Drew Skolnick and Ryan Green of Carp Riley are here to share some of the operating and financial insights that they've seen at the various points Carp Riley has been involved along that curve. The fund is invested in Zola, Spindrift, Life Aid, and Kavita. And I've asked them to come today and give us the old business school talk and case studies. So please welcome Drew Skolnick and Ryan Green.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Jeff. Another round of applause just for Jeff, John, the whole BevNet team. I think this entire event the last 2 days has just been fantastic. Has just been fantastic. I like following the spins, guys. It's not very often we get to come in and talk on the softer side and less quantitative focused avenues. Well, just wanted to welcome everyone. Appreciate it. You know, when Jeff asked us to speak today about our experience in beverage investing, we were both honored and a little bit surprised. We don't necessarily think of ourselves as experts in the space. You guys are really all the experts, and we're just lucky ones to get to come along for the ride. We've had decades of experience in consumer, but it's really been recently that we've tried to make beverage a core focus of our platform. Just to give you a little bit about a little bit of our history, Carp Riley was founded by Alan Carp and Chris Riley, who have been together really since the late 80s, investing together. They stumbled upon some consumer investments early on in their careers, had some great successes, and had a lot of fun doing it, and turned that into Carp Riley and its predecessor funds, and we focus solely on consumer investing and really more appropriately focus on consumer growth investing. That has led us to make over 60 different investments in the space, and it's that kind of experience and having seen companies going through different stages of the life cycle, as Jeff was alluding to, that we think makes us relevant to companies like yourselves. So we're currently on our third fund. Each one's been about $200 million. And one just important note is that since the beginning, the general partners, which really means the guys like Alan and Chris who are making the investment decisions, have always been the largest investor in our investments. And what that means is that when we find a company that we want to continue talks with and want to partner with, we become true partners of that brand and really have some skin in the game.
Yeah, and I would just add that that is contrary to your traditional successful private equity path, in that normally a successful private equity firm looks to increase the size of their fund. Instead, the partners at Karp Riley have made it their mission to increase their percent investment in the fund to continue to evolve that mentality of a true partnership model. Historically, we've made investments across a variety of different avenues within consumer and retail. And as Ryan mentioned, we are truly growth investors. So we've followed the growth wherever it has been. Historically, that's been in traditional retailers, and you can see a list of those select investments on the left-hand side. And that was a large focus of Karp Riley's strategy. And that was really the first exposure that Karp Riley had to the importance of a brand and the interaction of a consumer within the retail experience. Over time, advancements in technology and customers' desire to engage directly with brands has developed the opportunity for e-commerce, and Karp Riley has recently shifted our investment strategy to include e-commerce. E-commerce affords you the opportunity to interact directly with your consumers through your website, email listservs, and of course, social media. And it's really something that has resonated with consumers. There's been a similar shift in the consumer preferences on the restaurant and food retailing side of the world. Whereas historically there had been a ton of growth in casual diners and your big box type restaurants like Mimi's Cafe and Ale House. More recently, there's been great success in the fast casual segment as customers have looked to better quality ingredients without paying more. And the restaurant's response to that is a smaller format with less service to keep the labor costs down. And following that trend, we've made investments in Cafe Rio and the Habit Burger. Those same shifts in consumer preferences that we're seeing in retail and restaurants are absolutely true in our fourth leg of our investment portfolio, which is the branded consumer side. And that includes apparel and packaged goods, and of course food and beverage. And in seeing those trends and the changes is when we've made the investments in Kavita, Spindrift, LifeAid, and Zola.
So just touch another second on our investment philosophy, because I think it helps set up why we're here with you today. We've had a long-standing history and probably best well known for our investments in the traditional brick and mortar retail and restaurant concepts that Drew just walked you through. But really, those principles apply just as well, or hold even more true when you're looking at investing in emerging beverage brands. The common thread through all of this has been growth, and we take a longer hold period, longer than most in the private equity world, of probably over 9 years, because we like to position for the long-term growth and recognize that these things don't always happen overnight. It's one thing to be at the $1 million, $2 million sales and getting to the $3, $4, $5 million sales. Like, that takes a little bit of time. But if you position yourself for the long-term success in those outer years, is really when you can start making a significant multiple of what you've created up front. And we just aim to be a solution for our entrepreneur partners, as the fact that it's all our capital at this point makes us really flexible, not to be a one-size-fits-all, and just be a resource and lend our experience to growing brands.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point in that, our role in the company is that we really want to be a sounding board for any big decisions, and we want to be able to provide the resources and contacts of those who have been through the same challenges that, a growing brand faces. And, we never want to come in and change the way a company operates. We know we're not operators, and we seek to partner with those great operators, but we want to be as helpful as we can for the long term, like Ryan was saying. So I want to touch a little bit on, from your shoes, what we think is important about the selection process of taking on capital is an intimidating process, undoubtedly, and you're bringing on a partner to your business. And, we think that there are a number of ways in which Carp Riley is uniquely positioned that has allowed us to make continued and successful investments in the branded consumer and specifically the food and beverage space. So the first thing that kind of sounds obvious is that you really want to align your interests with your investors. And ostensibly, because everyone is an equity investor, you should be on the same page. But oftentimes, differences in desired outcomes might throw a wrench in that. And we think that having a longer term outlook really does change the way we look at investments, in that we're not seeking to optimize for the short term, quick turnaround, 3 to 5 years. We really understand the importance of investing in a team to grow a brand and really support the mission and values of a company, because that is what is sustainable long term. It's not, getting your margins up near term by cutting costs. And one thing that's really kind of the case across this spectrum is just transparency is really key. You need to have these conversations early with potential investment partners so that everyone's intentions and desires are on the table. And that said, the second point is that you should make sure you're working with someone who has experience with entrepreneurs. Some investors come in with their own kind of management styles or often sometimes their own management teams, and it's a pretty unique experience working with founder CEOs and the visionary of the brand. So you want to make sure that you're partnering with someone who understands that. And again, transparency is key there. Make sure that everyone's style is out on the table as early as possible. The third thing here is just having an investor with relevant experience. If you want a value-added capital investor, it's really helpful to have that broad experience, like I was speaking about before, that they can provide those resources and contacts. Many beverage brands have faced the challenges that young brands are facing today, and having mentors, resources, and investors who have seen that and seen that develop across a variety of different companies can be really, really helpful. We think it's particularly interesting, Carp Riley's exposure across the array of consumer and retail, because as we're seeing today, the better for you brands are breaking through in a lot of ways in food service, in direct to consumer. Carp Riley's made 20 plus investments in or more in e-commerce, and the trends in those two sectors are also very favorable to emerging brands. And the fast casual restaurants are maybe even better suited for the better for you brands, because they find it a great way to improve the customer experience that carbonated soft drinks are no longer doing. The fourth tenet here is, you want to make sure you have a capital partner who has the ability and the willingness to provide continued capital support throughout your growth cycle. And, Kavita is the perfect example. Carp Riley, again, as Ryan was explaining, as 100% partner capital, we have a ton of flexibility, and we don't have a high minimum check size for our first investment, which would force a founder or management team to take on more money than they need and additional dilution early on if it's not their desire and it's not necessary. So we made a small investment up front in 2012 and continued to support the brand over its life cycle.
So that was a long-winded way of saying that taking on a partner is a big step, and one that people shouldn't just jump into lightly. But it's from our perspective, it's sitting on our side of the table. We're excited to partner with brands such as yourselves as you kind of get to reach that point of bringing on institutional capital. Just to get into kind of how we got into the beverage investing. It really, you got to take a look at the restaurant space, and it's a lot like what we just saw with the SPINS data. The beverage offering was a big part of the dining experience throughout the 90s. The traditional restaurant chains had their offerings, but it was a narrow list of water, soda, maybe a juice, maybe a tea. Really, only the big difference was whether it was a Coke or a Pepsi location, and people were ordering at high attachment rates. So this at 60% to 80%, that means that 8 out of every 10 guests was ordering a drink with their meal, which is extremely high. And these numbers have really come down over the years. While in the early 2000s, this rate kind of, these beverage volume declines were at about 1 to 2%. In the last 5 or 6 years, we've seen this really fall from like 5 or 6%. And it's been observed throughout the restaurant category from traditional full service as well as fast casual. And it's really in fast casual where you can particularly see these trends, because fast casual concepts, which is very hot in the restaurant side of investing, targets an elevated food offering and tries to pair it with a fast delivery and affordable pricing. So companies like Burger Lounge, Mendocino Farms, Tender Greens, those type where they really take the care to make sure that each and every ingredient in their product that they serve to their customers is hand selected and right for their consumer. And yet the beverage offering wasn't really growing in that. They continued to offer up soda or water. And those beverage attachment rates that we were saying was at 6, 7, 80%. Now we're down below 50. So all these trends that you've noticed, we've noticed, the SPINS has pointed out, the lower calorie, the lower sugar, clean, healthy, and at the very least transparency in the ingredients created a very open white space for a new beverage alternative. And that's really how we approach the beverage space as a steward of our restaurant brands, looking for someone to kind of stop the fall. And we found that with Kavita. And we're not the only ones who took notice, obviously. The investing community spent a lot of time focused on the food and beverage as of late. This chart goes through 2015, and as we all know, with some of the more recent deals announced, 2016 is going to far surpass these peak totals of last year. So our first dip of the toe in beverages was with Kavita. Kavita, you guys all know the story at this point of Bill Moses and Chakra Earth Song kind of building a brand around probiotics, which really is shown to support digestive health and your immune system. And while we got involved in 2012 and have subsequently continued to participate in follow-on rounds throughout our whole period, it was early on, it was just the sparkling beverages, and they've really leveraged that to be a leader in the kombucha and now the vinegar tonic space. What really attracted us to Kavita, and this really is part of the takeaway of today's discussion about what you can take away from, how to position yourselves to bring in capital. For Kavita, it was really differentiation, a true functional beverage that was creating a category that we thought had a unique focus with the probiotics, still getting the carbonation with which kind of gives like a little reward that people associate it with a reward and kind of be a soda replacement. The performance was incredible. Strong sales velocities, the product turns at retailers, which is just a key metric for us to be able to determine how fast the consumer is adopting a new product, as well as what kind of excitement levels the brand is getting. So Carp Riley made the first investment in 2012, made a couple of follow-on as part of various rounds throughout, and joined the board and just continued to be a sounding board throughout the time we've been with Bill. I won't go into details, but obviously it's been a tremendously successful outcome for us with the recent announcements. And while it's a shorter hold period than we would have expected, we're very happy with what the team has done.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to pick up the pace a little because we're running into our Q&A time. But our second investment in the beverage space was with Spindrift, and Spindrift kind of epitomized the story that we were saying earlier. How what we saw in the food service industry in restaurants was an enormous problem, and any good CEO was looking for alternatives to carbonated, sugary soft drinks. And Spindrift really, it was the perfect company to fill that void. It's a little bit sweet, and we saw exceptional velocities, to Ryan's point. As much as you get excited about the opportunity and the disruption, and really the big picture, the proof is in the pudding, and you need to make sure that the product is resonating with customers. And, for both Kavita and Spindrift, that was absolutely the case. So we made the investment in Spindrift in March of 2014, and, connected them with a number of restaurant operators to both share their experiences of their problem with attachment rates, but also just to get connected and potentially enter those restaurants. And then Spindrift has done an incredible job leveraging their success in food service to traditional and natural grocers with their sparkling water line. Our third investment in the beverage space is with Zola back in January of this year. And the same way, as you all know, there are an infinite number of different go-to-market strategies that could be successful. And if you know the histories of these companies, they're all pretty different as well. We look at the investment thesis through a different lens also. Zola, for example, had a more traditional path to market through traditional grocers and their relationships there. It was a bit of a more mature company at the time when Carp Riley got involved. We saw it as really an opportunistic play to get involved with a super talented and experienced management team led by Chris at Zola, and partner with them on a continued growth. They had a ton of irons in the fire and new products in the pipeline that really excited us, not the least of which was their espresso coconut water that they came out with. That was just, the velocities were through the roof. So we've gotten involved with Zola in really taking a closer look at the brand and making sure that the customers do give the fruits of the world the permission to expand into a variety of different plant-based beverages. And along with Pete, we are taking on that endeavor now.
And over the summer, we were able to get involved with another super high growth concept called Life Aid, which took a more unique approach to the market, going to non-traditional retail and direct-to-consumer to kind of pull through to the traditional wholesale accounts. So it has created a line of ready-to-drink supplements that separate the consumer's choice from flavor to actual functional beverage. So it's created Fit Aid, it's created Focus Aid, it's created Golf Aid, and really the idea is to pick up the SKU that you need for that moment. Like with other brands, it was really about the brand and the people that really attracted us to Life Aid. But it was the authenticity of the focus on supplement profile rather than on flavor that really made us feel that we had something special here. We've talked a lot about the strong velocities in traditional retailers, but these guys were seeing it there as well as their non-traditional outlets such as gym. For Fit Aid, for example, they went direct to the CrossFit and Spartan Race communities to get their product directly into the hands of their most enthusiast customers. And frankly, we just believed in the ability to replicate this go-to-market strategy across other line extensions, and felt that there was a big white space in terms of new Life Aid products that they could bring to market. We've been involved since the summer with a minority investment, equity investment, to help kind of bolster sales team and marketing efforts. And we sit on the board and, again, provide some insight on strategic level decisions and just try to be a good partner as they continue to grow the brand.
Yeah, so Jeff, we'll conclude quickly and bring you up for the Q&A. But I think as everyone's been saying, the trends are super obvious. Consumers' preferences are shifting, and just being able to chip away at those big players is an enormous opportunity for kind of everyone in this room to share in.
And so while those consumer trends are changing, it's really created an opportunity for growth investors with a long-term view to come and get involved, and back disruptive brands and the talented entrepreneurs behind it. Jeff joked at the beginning of the presentation that not too many people would sign up to try to have to pick winners in the space, but Carp Rally, for one, is extremely bullish on the beverage industry and recognizing the breadth of emerging brands that exist today. And if this conference is any indication, it's just going to continue to grow.
Yeah, I think as we saw on the chart, there's a ton of demand out there for growing beverage companies. Frankly, we look around, the amount of supply is intimidating, but we're super encouraged about the future.
Well, and enjoy the supply, guys. So I got a few questions about these cases just to try and tie them together. And thank you very much. Fast growth brand like Life Aid versus something that's closer to launch like Spindrift when you guys got involved, versus a more settled brand like Zola. How does the approach to financing that investment change, and what are the expectations for an exit? How do those change?
So I think in terms of financing, we do approach these pretty similarly. Our investments in Kavita and Spindrift were much earlier deals where we were able to participate, either being the first institutional, but then bringing on other institutional capital, or investing alongside others in the industry. With Zola and Life Aid, we've taken a more active role and able to get more involved in the company and kind of leverage our experience with those early investments. But in terms of the capital,
is that a situation where these brands needed teams more, or they needed new insights more?
Yeah, I think all of these companies relatively are young companies, and there's always an opportunity to continue to bolster the team. And as part of our investment philosophy, it's really about continuing to build that infrastructure and support them in their growth cycle, because again, at the end of the day, we are growth investors. So regardless of whether it's a company that's a little bit more mature like a Zola or a Kavita that's really creating a category and experiencing explosive growth, we are trying to create growth, and we are trying to bolster that brand and expand the product lines and get into more doors. And the equation is pretty simple. Whereas in the early days, how we kind of approach and try to generate that growth might be a little different, whether it's organic or a little bit of a refresh. But at the end of the day, our intentions and our exit objectives are the same.
Do you come in with the intent of, well, we need a refresh here, or is it something that's after the investment takes place that you start digging?
It's something we discuss while we're doing the investments. Mm-hmm. The last thing we'd want to do is to go through the diligence process, make the investment, and then find out that we don't have aligned goals as to what the company can and should be.
Surprise!
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that we're huge numbers geeks, right? I mean, that's where we all come from, and what we all, we obsess over the numbers. We're not going to come in and say this is a bad brand because 5 of us here at Carp Riley think it's a bad brand. We're going to make sure that's tested and make sure it's actually the customers, the people who are going to buy your product, that are dedicated to the brand or not.
And you talk a lot about investment cycle, but the truth of the matter is it's not a straight line. So when we invest, even in an established brand, we have the ability to kind of step back, look across the portfolio and say, okay, They have the people right. They have the sales team. They know how to go to market. But you know what? Their marketing efforts in terms of reaching the consumer are not where they should be. And we can connect those dots with even a younger brand that maybe has those capabilities but hasn't been able to get that same distribution.
Now, you guys have said you're committed to remaining active in the sort of food, beverage, CPG space. What scares you the most about the environment right now?
I think it's obvious. I mean, I think you look around and there are so many exciting brands that, of course, there will be winners. I think everyone is aware of that. It's the fear that you're partnering with the wrong guy. I mean, I think it's intimidating walking around and seeing so many exciting brands, and each one you meet with is just as exciting as the next. And there's just a lot of supply.
I feel like Chuck Woolery here. What are the turnoffs?
The turnoffs. I think what Drew touched on is true. There's a lot of innovation, and the innovation cycle has picked up more frequently than we've been used to. But on the mitigating side, that's really the opportunity. It's not about the competition of the 30 or 40 different brands in this room necessarily, because there's some big big giants that are giving up shelf space every day.
Yeah, so it's that continued room for innovation.
Exactly.
Well, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks. It's in here. Can you go there? Sometimes there are reasons for innovation beyond for innovation's sake. And we're about to hear about one of those with a very dynamic speaker. I'm thrilled that Jody Levy started Watermelon Water because it means we have an excuse to make her speak to all of us. She's an expert in experiential and social communications platforms, and as such, she's already helped countless brands, bands, and ideas reach the masses. Her experience would be really valuable to us regardless of whether she'd started a brand or not. She's a pistol. And that's why it's even better for us that she's taken these branding skills, applied them to a specific beverage, and combined it with an incredibly strong social mission. Because it's allowing us to see all of those things at work as a case study within the business in which you are all trying to succeed. The issue for any brand is building a cause that permeates all levels of your team, from employees to investors to operations to consumers. And we're going to see through this lens how to create that virtuous cycle as she tells us about the big idea of solving big problems through product. Please welcome Jody Levy.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi.
Hi.
Clicker.
Your tool, man.
All right. My hydration. Hi. My name is Jody Levy. I'm the co-founder and creative director of Watermelon Water. Green, right? And I'm here today to tell you a love story. A liquid love story. But the key is that my love story is your love story. And what I mean by that is, as Jeff said, I'm going to tell you the story of Watermelon Water as a case study for what everybody can do with a company, a brand, and a product. And there's a method to the madness that I employ for all different types of industries, whether it's fashion, tech, automotive, beverage. And when I'm done sharing my story, I'm going to get into the formula so that you guys can all craft your own love story. So in 2013, I found my other half. Unexpectedly, it was an ugly watermelon. And this happened when my co-founder, Harlan Berger, who's here with me today, tells me this fact that there's 800 million pounds of unused watermelons just in America every year, which was astonishing. Like, we're talking ugly, oddly shaped, sunburned, unwanted, wasted melons that typically growers just till back into the soil with wasted resources and wasted energy. And with that came this idea that he wanted to make watermelon juice. Thought he was crazy. So we set out with this intention to create a socially and environmentally responsible company that was committed to bringing clean, healthy food to the masses and using all different types of innovation and food science to do so. And we created the product, which is called watermelon water. For those of you that don't know, watermelon water is a cold-pressed hydration product. It's only fresh watermelon flesh, rind, and organic lemon. And then we sent it to the lab. And we found out that it's got all of these amazing functional hydration properties. So 6 times more electrolytes than most of the leading sports drinks. L-citrulline, which is a vasodilator that helps pre and post workout. It helps prevent muscle fatigue and helps with muscle recovery. L-citrulline actually only exists in watermelon in nature. And then we found out about the anti-inflammatory effects of lycopene and vitamin C and magnesium, and all of a sudden, not only were we making a product with wasted watermelons, but we were making a product that happened to be the very best form of hydration and performance enhancing and fitness. So, once you develop a product, it's really important to distill the core communication, because there's oftentimes a lot of stories and a lot of people we're talking to. And for us, our core communication was hydration. Everything's hydration. How do we tell the world not why they, would like to have watermelon water, but why they need to have watermelon water every day, before and after workouts? And so we set out with this mission to get our core communication into the world. And we started with, why should people drink it? Obviously, hydration because of the electrolytes, the performance-enhancing benefits because of the citrulline, the antioxidants which come from the vitamin C and the lycopene, and because it tastes delicious. So we went out big. At the time, in 2013, nothing in the watermelon world existed, so we were building a category. And we did a large-scale media campaign that ran in New York City, Times Square. But the key was focused core communication. So as you guys are building your brands or thinking about how to refine your brands and the communication around your product, it's imperative that you distill that singular message and it shows up everywhere. For us, it's hydration and performance, your new sexy workout partner. And then we started hitting the shelves. And it's, the United States of fresh hydration. And this is what the shelves started to look like around the country. So we had the product, people were loving it. We had this story that we defined. And then it became the chance to think about, how do we create really impactful, meaningful connections with consumers? And I call that the brand experience. And, I know all of us are on shoestring budgets in this industry, and there's a lot that you can do with a little. But the key is to think about ways to immerse people in your brand, to connect people to it, to connect people to each other. And I like to think about reciprocal communications. How do you give people something? How do you give back when we're telling stories and creating brand events? So it all starts with, making it memorable and reciprocal. We have a team of what we call baby dolls. Baby doll happens to be a type of watermelon. They're amazing fitness experts, nutrition experts. Many of them are women, some of them are men. They don't wear the bodysuits, but they're in full body athletic suits, and they do demos and they go to events. And when people interact with them, it's an instant way to shift perspective. So you think about, how do you shift people's vantage points? How do you pull them out of their phones or whatever they're doing to give them a moment to make them smile or make them feel something or make them remember you? And everything that we do is about clean hydration and fitness. So we activate at yoga events, we do outdoor running clubs, we do indoor fitness, we do boxing events, we have cycling teams. We go to Sundance and do on-mountain activations. We've even thrown early morning dance parties as a fitness alternative. So we try to bring the essence of the brand into non-traditional places where our brand is activated. And we're all about education. I'm going to get into our mission in a little while, but this is our Get Schooled Hydration and Fitness Education mission, and this is our Liquid Love Ride. And the baby dolls go around the country in the Liquid Love Ride and educate people and sample product. And again, it's a way to really exemplify that idea of reciprocal communications, giving back to somebody. We play good music, we bring the vibe, we make people feel something, and they walk away remembering, and oftentimes sharing and telling other people about us. And it helps amplify and spread the story. We reinvent games. I'm big on analog. We've got Watermelon Water Twister, Spin the Bottle. This is a physical environment where people spin the wheel and get a different functional benefit. And we have pop-up shops and physical spaces. So on the left, you can see we have a retail store in Soho. And on the right, this is one of our pop-up activations for a Super Bowl event, always trying to activate and invest in places that are aligned with our core communication, being fitness and sports. So when I talk about mission, I call it the mantra. But mission's really important today because we've got this world, we all hear about millennials. If we were all as discerning as millennials, the world we live in would be a better place. Because there's data points out there, and it's true, that the millennial audience wants to support brands that are giving back, that are doing good for people and doing good for the planet. For us, it's all about this promise. It's a quality of where we source our melons, our interaction with our growers, how we produce, what goes into our product, the consciousness around how we do what we do. And that's all distilled into a mission called Seeding Change and Drinking Clean. This happens to be on the walls of all of our partners, distribution, manufacturing, our HPP facilities. It's a way for everybody that's part of the brand to know what the bigger cause and thinking of what we're doing is. So we promise clean. We have a clean product. We're committed to a clean planet with best practices of sustainability, and our partnerships around the country with our growers is committed to being the best we can. And it's about how we do the voodoo we do. And this is something to think about as you're telling your stories, especially as this new, audience is growing and really wants to know where our food comes from, where our products come from, how they're manufactured, who's touching them. Transparency is everything. So we use ugly melons, and we buy them from growers all over the country. And whenever we can, we tell that story. And we talk about our partners. And we tell stories. There's a story of one of our growers who had 250,000 tons of melons that would have been thrown away because there wasn't rainfall and they all got sunburned. Well, we've eliminated the waste from, he's the single largest grower in the country, because we now press it into watermelon water. And there's a couple months of the year because of the climate in America where we can't get ugly melons. So we work with the Department of Agriculture in Puerto Rico and we grow our own water. These are shots from our farms and our beekeeper. We're very proud of our watermelons. Okay, so now you've seen that you've got a product, you have a distilled core story, you've got a brand essence. Hopefully you can see that everything has the same look and feel and vibe and attitude, and the mission. And how you distill that down to one cohesive experience is really important. Give good social storytelling, of course, and it's not just digital. It's digital and analog. Take that story, take that communication, take the essence, and create experiences for people to participate in. And then use the social channels and the way that we can communicate and tell our stories to amplify it, and vice versa. And if any of you are not already, follow us on Instagram and Facebook, and if Twitter's still alive, I think we're still on Twitter maybe. WTR, MLN, WTR, no vowels. We promise to keep you entertained. So this year we focused on the first layer of our mission, which is drink clean. And we announced one of our strategic investors and partners, Beyonce, and this was an unprecedented exposure that we got from the announcement of her partnership. And I think that the truth of why that was because she came out and came from the mission being educating people about clean, healthy living. using waste melons in new and different ways, being committed to supporting US growers and female entrepreneurship. And because we led this influencer message with mission, we got a lot of attention throughout the world, and it successfully helped amplify the awareness of our brand. And as a true athlete on stage, helped solidify the core communication of hydration and performance enhancement. And as we announced the partnership with Beyonce, we started to create assets relative to that. And this is an example of, even when you stray from the core campaigns and marketing materials, it always has to be about the core communication. So be healthy, happy, healthy hydration. In addition to Beyonce, we have a handful of other amazing celebrity partners and athletes. Many of them have come to us because they've been using watermelon water as a way to up their game. On the left is a photo of our partner, Michael Strahan. Michael is an ex-All-Star NFL player and a TV personality. Xander Bogaerts is on the top right. He's a All-Star baseball player, and Chris Paul. And in all of these instances, everybody's aligned with this mission. So, you know, all of these people that we're participating with and are participating with us really believe in using their voices to help make change in the world of food and beverage that we're living in. This is our Seeding Change initiative. Xander Bogaerts was a campaign that ran this year. Chris is coming. There's some more on the horizon. And this was one of the images from the campaign in Boston. We actually, the day that Xander became the #1 batter of the year, we were in the studio and we were pitching him watermelons. So this is a shot from that ran all over Boston. And to this point, somebody earlier was talking about this. The tribe that you build around a company is so important. I've just showed you a few of a very large network that is behind the success of watermelon water. And for us, we worship the melon. But I bring this up because as you guys are building and growing and looking at, you know, your employees and your advisors and your partners and your executives and your investors, it's so important to be discerning about who is in the tribe and to make sure that they're really aligned and in belief of the mission and the core values of the company. Every company is like an organism. You know, the right investor for one thing is not the right investor for the next. And with that comes the spirit. You know, it's so important to define the spirit and the attitude and the edge of a brand. And every brand really needs that. And that's kind of at the core of everything. And that energy comes from the inside out. So once you've kind of gathered your tribe, which keeps on growing and growing and flexing and ebbing and flowing, you really define the spirit, which is about not just what you do, but how you do what you do. This gives you a little visual into some of the madness that's behind the curtain. Okay, so let's get back to, we have a mantra, a mission, seeding change and drink clean. And we have a core communication which never strays, which is hydration and performance. What that translates to and what's coming this year is the Watermelon Water Love-nasium. And it's all about exercising love and loving to exercise. And you're gonna see environments and imagery and partnerships that are all about watermelon water and how it amplifies the hydration and the performance, both in pro athletics as well as everyday athletes. So that brings us to the present. The United States of fresh hydration. We're in 15,000 stores around the country, and our displays oftentimes look like this. This is my co-founder, Harlan, and I. And so for the holidays, we did a special activation. Some of you in this room are in the hydration beverage space, and you know that there's a bell curve, and we are not in the swell of the bell curve. So to make us relevant for the holidays, we created a limited edition holiday pack. Every bottle of watermelon water across the country right now has holiday lights on it. And we did a partnership with Project Red, where every case sold sends a day's worth of life-saving medication to a woman in need. But something I want to point out is even in this partnership, we lead with hydration. holiday hydration delivered. So the core communication is threaded through everything that we do. Now, I will say a plug. This is the very best thing to bring to any party. It's the best mixer during the holidays. It's the best hangover remedy. You can get it online. You're supporting a good cause. Seeding change. And then there's the movement. So I strongly believe that when you go out and you build a category and a brand and a product and you follow this method, you distill and crystallize a message so clear that it allows things to amplify and be understood. And with us, we have effectively created a category. A couple weeks ago, The Guardian in the UK rated watermelon water as 2017's #1 global food trend and cited our brand. So that's exciting. And when we look at the evolution of fresh hydration, there really is a movement here, and we can see it with a lot of brands. But started with water and went into plant-developed products, then into the world of natural hydration and fresh hydration. So the future. I'm telling you nothing, but it's coming. This year's going to be really exciting. So if you guys follow along on our journey, you'll be able to keep up on everything that's coming soon. So that's watermelon water as a case study for this method. And I'm going to step through just the formula so that there's some thinking around how to apply this to any brand. And as I mentioned, because my love story is your love story. So this formula is something that I have used with all different types of companies, hospitality companies, brands that include, DJs and rock and roll brands and performers, automotive companies, different types of technology. And it always starts with the product, right? At this point, if we're having this conversation in this room, you guys have either solved a problem or invented a solution to a problem we didn't even know existed. But find your true love and really develop that core story. So what is the most important communication? And distill that down to something that is so clear and never stray from that core communication in anything that you do. Start to get into the brand experience. It's all about, I like to say, create the talked about experience. What are you putting out in the world that people can't help but share? That they want to take pictures of, that they want to be part of, that they want to go grab their best friend and bring them to it and say, check this out. I've never seen anything like this. You want to think about how to invite people to connect with what you're doing and immerse people in it. And if there is a mission, invite action and give people the story that you want them to go and share. And be consistent, like really consistent. There's the mission. I talked a little bit about this world of millennials, and people are getting really, really discerning about the brands that they buy and the products that they support. It obviously starts with how good it is for you and how it makes you feel and how it tastes, but it goes beyond that. It's a lot about what brands and companies are committed to doing for the planet and giving back. We're all spending dollars. We're spending marketing dollars. Let's spend them in ways that are impressive and unique. So define your mantra. Make sure to put your ethos into practice from the inside out. Be as transparent and trustworthy as you can. It goes a really long way. Commit to social action if there's a social action. And make change. So this is that place where this is like the hardest part, where you take the product and you take your story and you've defined a look and feel and a vibe and an attitude and a voice, which I call brand essence, and your mission. And you operate from this place where you're bringing all these things together. And be social. Make sure you're telling your story. Analog, digital, be relatable. Make stories people can't help but share. The tribe, build your community that share your core values, and never underestimate the energy of the people involved. Define your spirit, energy, vibe, whatever the word is, but it's that thing that's in everything. It's the glue that holds it all together. And make people feel something. I like to make people feel good, but make people feel something, because that's what creates that indelible impression. The movement, inspire change people can get into. And the future. Know where you're headed and what's significant about your potential, and be the change you want to see in the world. And then most importantly, the magic. Love what you do and love who you do it with, because only this moment is life. So I can't wait to hear about what all of your love stories are. Thank you for having me.
Very nicely done.
Thank you.
Now we see what you do. It's so impressive. Got some great questions from the audience. The first one I wanted to ask is, how'd you establish the sort of visual aesthetic for the brand? It's so minimalist and hip.
Ooh, how did we establish it?
Yeah.
That's a tricky question. Instinct?
Yeah. So instinctively, you said, well, this needs to be minimalist. What's the crafting process like?
Well, I'm a designer and an
Okay.
artist before anything else, so that comes first. So I think that when developing any brand aesthetic, it's all about, who are we talking to and what are we trying to do with it? So there was a goal for us from the beginning to make this brand accessible to anybody, not just in the natural channel, but to anybody. And we set out to make a brand that's really accessible in that way. That's poppy and bright and easy to understand. So obviously, own the melon, right? Like how do you make something that looks almost like a sports drink, but that says fresh?
Yeah.
So we designed everything around the aesthetic of the watermelon.
So the poppy idea, I think, is an interesting one. I mean, so there's a difference between sort of pop and rock. And is that how you were thinking about it when you aligned it, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think pop is something that is accessible, right? So we very much went into it with the characteristics of what pop is.
Yep.
Bright, colorful, simple, visually communicative. It's almost like actions speak louder than words. Like the aesthetic speaks louder than the words on it.
Yep. Now, I think we can, since we know that all these things are interconnected, I want to jump to this integrated communications approach that you talked about. Just as with the aesthetic and the integrated communications, how do you know if it's off? What are your indicators, and how do you recalibrate?
I think that a lot of that has to do with getting out into the world and knowing who's talking to who. So when our baby dolls are out talking to consumers and talking to people, I get feedback on that as it relates to the brand. There has been trial with messaging, and we'll know what's working, what's not working, what people are engaging with, what people like, what they don't like, and we'll pivot. So what I've shown here today is a very concise timeline of our history, but there are a lot of things that were smattered in between that, where, there was a period where we didn't really know at the very beginning, kind of before we understood hydration, because neither Harlan or I and our original Band of Gypsies were from Beverage, really knew the positioning of this. So there's all kinds of sexy graphics that are telling, a not so cohesive story from the beginning. And then as we see what's making an impact, what's getting people to buy in bulk because of their fitness on a daily occasion, what's getting the gyms to respond, what's getting the athletes to respond, that all works in conjunction with us distilling our message.
You take your best and you put it out there, and then you refine. Are there times over the course of this where you said, maybe our best was what we thought was our best was the wrong approach. Maybe we want to align it differently, or when do you make that call?
Well, I'm into experimentation. So there were times with our brand, using it again as a case study, where we were going with other messaging that we could see through interaction wasn't as clear to people we were talking to. And so the minute that there's confusion or somebody doesn't get it, that's when I know we need to pivot.
I had an interesting question from the audience. When you've got Xander Bogaerts up there smashing watermelons are pretty. Why not have him smash some ugly ones? Which I think goes to a larger question: is how much of this is sort of happenstance and improv, and how much of it is really tightly controlled? Because I get the sense that it's very carefully integrated. Was that a conscious decision, or was that?
So that's a very specific question. So in general, everything is very tightly controlled. So where my perfectionism shows up is in, the execution of our brand. As it relates to that shoot, we had found these perfect, tiny, ball-sized melons. And I had a fit because they were so pretty. Because they weren't ugly, but they were so perfect for him to be batting in the studio.
Yeah.
And so, I said it was okay to use beautiful, perfect melons while we're all hiding under fabrics while there's melon going Gallagher style everywhere.
I got one last question for you. Why don't the men wear bodysuits?
We have one bodysuit for a man. It's got a lot of extra padding. He loves it. He feels totally empowered by it. But he's an anomaly. We call him Sugar Bear.
That does bring me how's your organizational structure differ? So I mean, this is market forward, operations, sort of sales toward the back. I think a lot of early brands will push sales and operations, and then marketing follows on after you go through the pricing basis. And was this just the way you know how to do it?
Well, I'm talking specifically about building brands today. So there is just as much emphasis on sales and operations, and our team is amazing. And I'm really only, the front face of a village because it takes a village. I think that at the beginning, I am a brand builder, and I knew we were setting out to create a category. And so Harlan and I very deliberately invested in building this and making very large shoes that we would grow into, so to speak, so that we could educate people and own the category. But that didn't put any less focus on ops and sales, and we have such an operational heavy company. And to take a cold pressed juice and turn it into a hydration beverage that's in 15,000 stores and growing very quickly around the country is an operational puzzle?
Challenge. Well, listen, our challenge is staying on time.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
It's such a pleasure.
So, one quick announcement. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on Jody's applause. Enjoy the live stream lounge, and please, we're going to start promptly at 11 with the new Beverage Showdown.
Hi, I'm Jackie. I'm the Marketing Communications Specialist here at BevNet. Just want to say thanks for tuning in live to the BevNet Live live stream, and stay tuned for the upcoming speakers and content.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Hey, you're watching the live stream lounge here at BevNet Live, Winter 2016. I'm Ray Latif. I'm the managing editor of BevNet. Our first guest today is Ryan Ziegelman. How are you, Ryan?
Just doing great.
Good. Ryan is the president of Evolution Fresh, which, as many people know, is one of the pioneers of the cold pressed juice category.
Yeah.
You came on board as president earlier this spring, about March, April.
April time frame, yeah.
Okay, so what was your background before you became president?
I have been with Starbucks for about 6 years, a little over 6 years. Prior to that, I was at White Wave Foods for about 4 years and started my career in CPG with PepsiCo.
So how's it been going so far? How's your first few months on the job?
Excellent. We've been team building, we've been innovating, and we've got some exciting things to share today and coming up in the near future too.
All right, what do you got to share today? Because I know at Expo East we saw a new line of products that's coming out next year focused on superfoods. I think it's called superfoods, but what else?
Yeah, and it's actually called Organic Superfoods. We're excited about that.
Okay.
So this is a coconut-based line of innovation, the coconut milk-based line of innovation that includes some really, really nice flavors. We've got a greens, which has got this nice bright taste to it. We've got a cocoa, which has a nice finish to it with some heat. We've got a tropical ginger mint, and we've got a golden milk. So all of these are coconut milk based, and they are all including superfoods. I think we've got a total of about 12 superfoods that we're putting in there to make sure we have great nutrient density. Our customers have told us that they're looking for healthy snacks and refreshment, and we think that these 4 beverages are going to really hit a home run with them.
So when are those going to launch, and do you have any exclusive retail partnerships at this point?
Well, these are targeted primarily in the natural channel,
okay.
And so we'll see them in mid-2017 as they do their resets each year. We will be a part of that new lineup.
Okay. As far as your other products, your other innovation goes, I mean, you've continually rolled out new products, new innovation over the last couple of years, including an 11-ounce line. I feel like every time I go to a convention like a Natural Products Expo West or East, I see new flavors, new line extensions. How have some of those fared, and are you making any push on those in 2017?
Yeah, we're proud of the innovation that we've launched. This last year we talked about protein, and again that's in the healthy snack arena, and those have done quite well. We've seen distribution in quite a few stores outside of our Starbucks retail stores, And essentially, we continue to talk to our customers, and they continue to tell us they're looking for innovative, healthy snacks and refreshment. And so we've been really focusing on that for the last year. And we're engaging Jimmy in a very special way.
The founder of Evolution
the
Fresh,
founder of Evolution.
Jimmy Rosenberg.
And these are basically extensions of his daily routines. And so it's center of the bullseye for us and for him, and we're excited about bringing these to the masses. And we've got great distribution outside of Starbucks retail stores now.
Yeah, you mentioned organic as a big part of the superfoods line.
Yeah.
And throughout, I think, the cold pressed juice category, we're seeing a little bit more emphasis on organic, particularly in label hierarchy as well. It just seems like cold press and HVP aren't necessarily things that are really resonating with a wide variety of consumers. Organic is. How much of your portfolio are you aiming to be organic over the next year?
Well, we want to be sustainable. We want to create healthy choices, and sometimes those aren't necessarily one and the same with organic. So with our focus on bringing nutrient density, fresh picked flavor and taste, and doing things that are sustainable, like Ugly Veg. We heard Jody talk about Ugly Watermelons just a few minutes ago with her watermelon water brand. And we're doing the same thing. And sometimes that's not going to be the same as organic, but it's going to be the right choices to make and the right thing to vote on.
Okay. As far as the cold pressed juice category as a whole, dramatic evolution, particularly over the last 2 years. Investments, acquisitions. It's become a really mainstream kind of category at this point, or at least a mainstream segment within the overall juice category. What are your thoughts on the development of the category and where it's going to go from here?
Well, you saw a 20-foot set earlier today in the main session, and I think it was broader functional beverage. And I'd really like to reframe it around functional beverage to include cold pressed. And we believe that cold pressed juice, we were the pioneers and innovators in this space, and we think it's the best way to preserve nutrient density and fresh picked flavor. But there are broader functional benefits that consumers are requesting that can be serviced, and the fact that our retailer partners are bringing more into this space, it's providing a very nice space for us all to be a part of. So I would say that cold pressed and functional beverage as a whole has a very long runway, and we're seeing some very exciting things. But specifically to cold pressed, we're seeing in excess of 70% ACV in food, drug, mass now with cold pressed as a category, and we're not far behind, but it just tells you what the runway is overall.
Now, Starbucks is the owner of Evolution Fresh. They acquired the brand in 2011. You sell a lot of product in Starbucks cafes.
Yes.
In fact, 50% of your business, I think you told me, is so about 50% is sold in Starbucks.
By volume.
Does that number work for you guys? Or are you trying to sort of get a little bit more off premise?
Well, we certainly don't want to slow down inside Starbucks, but we have been accelerating quite quickly outside of Starbucks. We started in natural channel, and that is a very important channel to us. But we've expanded into food, drug, mass over the last year, and we've almost doubled our percent ACV as a brand ourselves, and we only see that increasing. We think that there's plenty of room to grow and room to run, and so I think it's really about crafting a balanced outcome between what's inside Starbucks and outside.
We have about a minute left, and I got to ask you about the big news that came out last week about Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz sort of stepping down or stepping away from his role and letting Kevin Johnson come in. That's going to happen in April. What does that mean for Evolution Fresh? And do you know Kevin? Do you know what he's going to bring to the table?
I do know Kevin, and obviously Howard is a big sponsor of Evolution Fresh, as is Kevin Johnson. And Kevin has been quietly building a terrific team around him. And this is going to be a seamless transition. We're not going to see any less of Howard Schultz than we had on a day-to-day basis before this announcement, and we are excited that he's going to be unleashed on some of the, again, brand accretive things that we're doing, like our roasteries, and he's so excited about it, and we're going to have an organization behind him to elevate the brand even further, and Kevin Johnson is going to be able to carry out the day-to-day in a new and great way.
Outstanding. Looking forward to seeing the whole thing unfold in 2017.
Thanks.
Ryan, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks
really
me.
appreciate it.
Okay,
thanks
appreciate
so much.
it. Thanks.
All right. That was Ryan Ziegelman, and he's going to give our producer the microphone. And Great guy, great brands, and now we have another great brand coming up. 1821 Bitters, Missy Kofid, the
Hi,
CEO.
Ray, how are you?
How are you?
Good to
to
see
see
you.
How are you feeling?
I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm okay.
Missy's maybe a little bit nervous because she's about to go on stage for the finals of the New Beverage Showdown. This is your second time around doing that.
It is, yes.
Yeah, this time, so last year, mixers.
Yes.
And then this year, you've got a couple new products.
Yeah, so we had some really great feedback last year where they wanted us to take our mixers and kind of offer a ready to drink. So we sort of tweaked that to keep aligned with our current brand, and we took our ginger beer and our tonic, which are our two top selling products, and they were in a concentrate format where you have to add carbonation to them in order to make a cocktail. And we just did it for the consumer and for the bartender to make it a lot easier for them and eliminate that step.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's a lot of that out there right now. There's a lot of emphasis on premium mixers and premium ready-to-drinks that can be used as mixers. What are you seeing in terms of opportunity right now, on-premise and off?
I think that the category is really at its infancy and it's growing immensely. The craft spirits portfolio is so robust, and you haven't seen a lot of really great craft mixers to pair with them because you want something premium to pair with your premium spirits, and that's what we're providing our customers.
I remember from last year, you guys operate your own store. Is that right, in Atlanta?
Yes.
How's that going?
It's great. We're expanding into a bar about a mile away as an extension of the store.
You know what? That's what I realized. When we were down at the NAC show, the convenience store show, I was like, I know I'm forgetting to do something. I'm forgetting to go to the 1821 Bitters store. Oh, okay. Next time. Let's talk about the New Beverage Showdown itself. Once again, you guys participated last year, got to the finals. You were the audience winner. This time you're in the finals once again. How do you plan on winning it all?
I think we took everybody's feedback last year and really integrated it in our own way to create an expression of the brand that took their advice into consideration. And win or lose, we're just happy that we're able to get really expert advice and help grow our brand, because it's really helped us grow our brand over the past year. So,
this is a really tough thing to do. I get up on stage, I moderate, and I ask questions to the judges, but I'm not up there really bearing my soul and bearing my heart. I'm not the one doing the 80, 90, 100-hour work weeks, being a beverage entrepreneur. What's it been like for you guys, these last few years, being a beverage entrepreneur and devoting every inch of your life to it?
it's tough. It is a lot of work, but it's something that both Kristen and I are very passionate about. So it doesn't feel the same as it did working a 40-hour week at a job we didn't enjoy. It's really nice to build something. It's really nice to have a great team that we have back in Atlanta that's helping us grow. We all work really well together, and it's really fun to work with a great group of like-minded people and do something you're passionate about.
That's really great. Aside from the New Beverage Showdown itself, BevNet Live, 600 attendees, a lot of different suppliers, a lot of different advisors, investment people. What do you get out of the show?
Well, I think we learn about trends in the industry, what's coming over the next year, and also there's a lot of great advice. We were in Nick Januzzi's breakout session yesterday about taking in investment, which is something that we're looking to do over the next year, and hearing that sort of advice from industry experts is really invaluable for a company like ours.
Outstanding stuff. Missy, you're really well-spoken. I'm looking forward to seeing you be even more. See, she's more well-spoken than I am. I'm looking forward to seeing your presentation in about, 15 minutes from now?
About that, yeah.
All right, well, we better get you off stage.
Thanks,
and
Ray.
back
I
on
appreciate
stage.
it.
Thanks so much.
See you later.
Missy Gofer, the CEO of 1821 Bitters. Great stuff, and she's going to be back on stage, and you're going to see her again during the New Beverage Showdown finals. Right now, we have Tyson Jones, the sales manager for Milne. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yep, Milne Fruit Products.
Milne Fruit Products. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very good. How's your BevNet Live going?
It's going great. So we've been coming for quite a few years now. So great show. Great being able to see industry trends and different things like that and help with them.
So for those of you, or for those folks who are at home and don't know what Milne does, can you give a brief synopsis?
Yeah, we're a fruit and vegetable ingredient supplier. So we are taking the raw fruits, raw vegetables, and creating those purees, those juices, different ingredients that are going into beverage markets, food markets at times, alcohol markets, wherever they may be.
Right. So I just talked to Ryan Ziegelman, the president of Evolution Fresh, and he had talked about the emphasis they're putting on some of their new products and new line extensions as being organic. They're using organic ingredients, and now they may have their own supply line, and but we're starting to see that across the board with a lot of products. Organic is becoming a really critical piece of the puzzle. How has that affected you guys and your business? And do you see that right now? Do you see a lot of your customers, a lot of these new beverage entrepreneurs really coming at you and saying, hey, I need your help for organic ingredients and organic fruits and vegetables?
Absolutely. Not only just for organics, but also looking at innovative ways to use them. So blended products, fruit and vegetable blend, ways to reduce calories, reduce sugars, knowing where fruit's coming from, that sort of thing. So we've got a lot of customers that have us help with that, and we're kind of uniquely positioned to be able to do that up in the Northwest.
It's interesting, single source fruits and vegetables. I mean, how do you market that? I mean, is that something that you see a lot of beverage companies and brands use? Say, okay, our fruit and vegetables are from Washington, or our fruits and vegetables are from Oregon, or where they're from. Do you see them promoting that on their labels and promoting that to their customers?
Not that far. We don't want to paint a picture for any of our customers to where we can't support their growth. So we don't want to get them dialed in so far to one specific region or one specific farm or anything like that. But what we do offer is we offer that way to be able to give them that consistent supply of a fruit and vegetable, whether that be puree or juices or juice concentrates or NFCs or whatever that may be.
Yeah. Where are you seeing the most demand, and in what ingredients are in most demand at this point for you guys?
We're starting to see a lot more emphasis on the vegetable side, and that's really due to some of those lower calorie items. Things like cucumber, watermelon are two big items that we've really invested in some innovation in to be able to get out into the market.
Now, are those for juice products or are those for a wide swath of products?
A wide swath of them. A lot of them are going into things like smoothie bases and things like that, but they're used as juices to be able to reduce calories in a number of different products that we've been able to see. So even into alcoholic like hard ciders and things like that, we've seen watermelon and cucumber going into beers and things like that. So a wide variety of different applications.
So we have a lot of new beverage entrepreneurs here. In what stage of development should they be approaching you for sourcing needs?
One of the unique things with us actually is, so at our core, back in 1956, we started as just a raw material supplier and manufacturer. So we've actually added R&D development, and we've actually added custom blended products to our portfolio. So we can get new beverage developers really at any stage to come in, and we can help them go through. We can help them at the very beginning in the development process, or we can help them on the backside with trying to be able to get their raw materials to them.
Very cool. I'm looking forward to talking to you more about all this. Unfortunately, we're out of time right now. Tyson, thanks so much for being with us. And thanks to the audience for being with us. That's the end of the morning session of the live stream lounge here at BevNet Live, Winter 2015. I'm going to try that one more time. BevNet Live, Winter 2016. Coming up are the first round of the New Beverage Showdown finals. You don't want to miss it. And we'll be back here on the lounge around 12:30. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Jackie. I'm the Marketing Communications Specialist here at BevNet. Just want to say thanks for tuning in live to the BevNet Live live stream, and stay tuned for the upcoming speakers and content.
our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavor Man, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavor Man, the beverage architects.
I'm the Marketing and Communications Specialist here at BevNet. Just want to say thanks for tuning in live to the BevNet Live live stream, and stay tuned for the upcoming speakers and content.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you once again. We're going to kick off things here with the first round of the New Beverage Showdown finals. The rules are a little different from the semifinals yesterday. I'm just going to go through them pretty quickly. In each part, 3 finalists have 5 minutes to present, and the judges have 5 minutes to critique the presentation. The judges are also going to sample their beverages on stage. Immediately following the second session, judges are going to depart to confer on who won the competition. The judges are going to return to the main stage at 3:15 for a little bit of a debrief and for the winner announcement. And let's talk about the aforementioned judges and name them. Or not name them, but introduce them. We have Craig Fleischman, who's the co-founder of Purely Righteous Brands. Nicole Fry, who is a managing partner with First Beverage Group. Kim Page, who is the VP of Marketing and Innovation for Venturing and Emerging Brands, a unit of Coca-Cola. Ken Sadowski, a superstar, but Ken Sadowski, who is the Senior Beverage Advisor for Verlinvest. And of course, John Craven, the founder and CEO of BevNet. All right, let's bring up our first finalist. It's 1821 Bitters, and it's Missy and Kristen Kofod. Come on up. Round of applause.
Yeah.
Guys, you know the deal. You got your timer, and you got 2 mics right there.
I'm Missy. And I'm Kristen. And we're the owners of 1821. We're a craft cocktail mixer company based out of Atlanta, Georgia, specializing in bitters, syrups, shrubs, ginger beer, and tonic. We're named after the 18th and 21st Amendments of the U.S. Constitution, which bookended Prohibition because Prohibition launched the craft cocktail movement.
1821 was really born out of the desire for excellent and superior craft cocktail mixers. For hundreds of years, bitters have been used as an essential ingredient in cocktails like the Old Fashioned and the Manhattan. Ginger beer is gaining popularity by being used in one of the #1 most ordered cocktails in the world, which is a Moscow Mule. And syrups are used in every cocktail from a gimlet to a margarita. We make flavors that derive from our inspiration from different types of food. And this is really what differentiates us in the market. We have a tart cherry and saffron bitters, which was inspired by Persian cuisine. Our jalapeno lime and cilantro syrup is reminiscent of a Mexican dish. And this is really what has set us apart in the market. We use flavors like these as well as 40 other SKUs in order to penetrate the market, from everyone from the novice home bartender that wants to make a consistent craft cocktail at home to the guy with a mustache and the suspenders at your craft cocktail bar.
Last year, we opened a retail store in Atlanta's version of Chelsea Market. We've had the really unique opportunity to connect with our customers in a way that we didn't imagine. Every day, we have the chance to educate them on who we are, what we do, and how to make better cocktails with individual tastings and weekly cocktail classes, and the results have been outstanding. It's like having a daily flavor focus group. Our online growth has increased 288%, with our on-premise sales increasing 181%, and customers asking for us by name. So bartenders know when they serve our product, their customers are getting a cocktail that they're gonna love. There's no other store in our category that'll let you taste through their entire line to find something that's just right for you. And in this, we've created an awesome experience. Now, I know you guys are really healthy, but hands up who likes to drink. I'm gonna bring you guys some sample.
Awesome. So while Missy does that, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what our experience was like while we were here last year and what we're doing here today. So last year we got a little bit of feedback from the judges, and the feedback was, what about going into RTD? Now for us, we weren't really sure if that was the right area for us to be in, if that really aligned with our business plan and our brand, who we were, but we wanted to take their advice into consideration, and that's exactly what we did. We went home, we gave it a lot of thought, we gave it a lot of consideration, and in following the natural evolution of our brand and where we were going, we found a really happy medium. We decided to take our two top products, our #1 sellers, our ginger beer and our tonic, which are currently in a concentrate form that you have to add soda water to carbonate, and we decided to carbonate them to make it even one step easier for our consumer.
Our distributors came to us and they requested our ginger beer be canned and carbonated. A national hotel chain requested our tonic carbonated, and when we discussed it with our customers, they were thrilled at the thought of having a product that was even easier and more convenient to make consistent craft cocktails with. One of our distributors projects they will order 6,000 cases a month. You're drinking out of the sample bottles right now. If you look behind me on the screen, there's the prototype can, which will launch Q1 of 2017. We use the similar label that we use on our core product line, with officials from Prohibition pouring liquor into the streets. It's an 8.4-ounce can because after extensive market research, this was the perfect balance and size to make a cocktail with for on and off-premise use, and reduces waste for our customers, which contributes to our customers' bottom line. Speaking of numbers, how are ours? Over the past year, we've more than doubled our revenue, with us recently securing national distribution, which also launches Q1 of 2017, and major hotel chains and cruise lines becoming large customers of ours. We're on track to hit just over 1.9 million in 2017 and 4.6 million in 2018. By utilizing a co-packer, our margins will increase on our lowest profit product from 56 to 66%. We're conservative with our financial forecasting models, beating projections consistently with an upwards trajectory, and we expect this growth and demand to continue. And our positioning, 1821, to be the craft cocktail mixer. I hope you guys enjoy your samples. I have some more for those of you that didn't get any. Thank you.
Cheers.
Well done, well done. And I give you a mic, and you can have a mic, and I'll slide over here. All right, pretty tight presentation. Well done, guys. So, Kim, I want to start with you. What do you think of 1821's approach to crafting a better cocktail?
Yes, I really like the simplicity of the story. I like the linkage to Prohibition. I have actually tried it, being from Atlanta, but I didn't. I was reminded that I had actually tried it before by the apothecary type bottle, so I really love the packaging. I'm a little bit more fond of the ginger beer flavoring, but I like where you're going in terms of having the more forward ingredients in terms of the overall taste. So really well done.
Greg, this is your second time seeing the brand. What do you think of the presentations today and how they've evolved?
Well, I love this space. I love it going in and kind of modernizing the cocktail. I guess for me, I would have wanted to see a little bit more differentiation in what makes 1821 cocktail mixers special. Is it, you're using organic ingredients or using any of those other attributes that people seem to care about? Or make it more obvious on the package what makes this different from the other mixers that you might find in the category? I probably would have wanted to see it. I mean, the apothecary bottles, look at how much packaging structure plays into disrupting brands becoming disruptive. So health aids, apothecary really, I think, turned the kombucha category on its head. Wishing you guys maybe wouldn't have done the can and maybe would have done something else that could have said.
Because our customers requested it specifically in a can format. We were going to go with apothecary, but since that request was issued, we decided to meet with their demands because glass doesn't work in wells.
Where's it going to be in the store?
It's going to be in, we're selling it through our distributors, so they'll go through liquor stores, they'll go through bars, restaurants, nightclubs, cruise ships, hotels, mini bars.
Having said what I said, I love ginger beer. I have tried everyone out there. That's one of the better ones.
Thank you.
Great bite. Great sweetness, and then the tonic is phenomenal. So,
Thank you.
And I do a lot of tonic every day.
Well done. John, yeah, speaking of the formulation, I saw black peppercorns in there, kind of interesting for a ginger beer. What's your take on the formulation?
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of like what Greg said, I honestly like the tonic better than the ginger beer. It's a lot more memorable, and it wasn't the one that I reached for first, certainly, since ginger beer is kind of generally a drinkable, enjoyable thing anyway. But yeah, I mean, phenomenal job with that. Ginger beer is great, but I think that one is definitely the more unique and interesting of the two. So
Thank you.
Ken, what's your take on 1821?
Well, I like the flavor-forward part of both executions. I mean, they're sweet and the flavor is pretty balanced or very balanced. I thought that it should be more carbonated because it's getting diluted. So I think you did a good job of putting the flavors forward, knowing that it's going to be diluted, but you didn't anticipate the carbonation level to do that same thing.
It was difficult to carbonate in the sample bottles without going through our co-packer and having a whole 100 pallet line of cans for you guys for it. So
They'll be more carbonated though.
A little more carbonated in the cans.
Nicole, your thoughts on the presentation and sort of the category of cocktail mixers and premium cocktail mixers?
Yeah, no, I think it was a great presentation. I've been familiar with the brand for a little over a year, and I think evolving from the smaller bitters and shrubs into the larger scale categories is really smart because you're coming from a place of authenticity, and I think having the retail format in Atlanta to really elevate that is just a really smart way to go about it, because another canned craft cocktail or another ginger beer would not differentiate you, and I think you further differentiated it with the black can. I think the can's great. I think you're seeing a lot of craft beer companies move to cans, and I think it's a really, really smart way to differentiate yourself from the outset.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 30 seconds left. Did any of you have any questions for Missy or Kristen?
I'm just happy she's not coughing today.
Scotch.
I had scotch this morning.
Well done.
Love it.
Where's ours?
I want some
No, I
scotch.
brought you liquor. I brought you liquor and hide it somewhere in an office.
All right, meet up with Kristen for liquor later on. Great job. Let's move
Thank
on
you
to our
very
next
much.
one.
Appreciate it.
All right, great stuff. All right, let's bring up our second finalist of the day. Saniva Super Coffee, Jake and Jim DeSico. Come on up. Round of applause for Jim and Jake. All right. Once again, you guys know the deal. You get 2 mics. Your time is right over there.
Good morning. My name is Jim, and I'm the oldest brother at Saniva. This is Jake, our middle brother. Our youngest brother, Jordan, couldn't be with us this week. He's got a big basketball game in Philly tonight. Saniva is a product that was created in our little brother's dorm room. He was falling asleep in class. He craved better tasting, better for you energy. As student athletes, we were always exhausted. We realized that our classmates felt the same way. Long days of classes and late nights in the library are tiring. All college kids need energy. By no means is this a drink focused on athletes. We were tired, and so were our friends. We never dreamt of being beverage entrepreneurs. We didn't analyze the market and say, what's missing? The product worked so well for us, and we wanted to share it with our friends, who shared it with their friends and their friends, and before long, we were in business. The beverage industry feels like we're still playing sports. It's gritty, competitive, and we're excited and grateful to be on the playing field. So we brew organic Colombian coffee blended with lactose-free protein and MCT oil from coconuts. Unlike bulletproof coffee, we use a milk protein isolate from grass-fed cows instead of butter, which keeps our saturated fats below 5 grams and less than 120 calories per bottle. We don't use protein the same way Organic Valley or Muscle Milk does. Loved the commercial yesterday, but this is not just for the bros. We use a lactose-free protein for taste instead of fatty creamers. It's just a healthier way to make your coffee. This is a product that tastes more like a Starbucks Frappuccino than a cold brew coffee by design. What makes us different is we combine health and energy with that familiar taste that our generation craves.
Created by tired college students for tired college students. So we are targeting college students and recent graduates. This is our young millennial audience. I don't want to offend anyone in this room, but some of you millennials are starting to get old. I met a millennial yesterday, and he had gray hair. I didn't know what was going on. We are effectively reaching these college students through a food service focus, getting the product on campus in University C-stores and dining areas. Food service is traditionally a tough business with a high barrier to entry. But we are executing in this channel through a recent partnership with Performance Food Group and a loyal campus ambassador program. We are replicating this strategy throughout the Northeast with the Compass Group and Food Buy. We are in the final stages of negotiating a manufacturing contract with them now. Compass will roll us out in colleges from the University of Virginia up to Boston College. Priced affordably on campus at $2.99, kids pay by conveniently swiping their student ID, which isn't even money to them. Our loyal college ambassadors engage with students on campus and serve as our feet on the street in the surrounding markets. Our DSD partners occupy the shelves of students' favorite C-stores, brunch stops, lunch spots, grocery stores, and office cafes. Our college customers grow with our brand. After graduation, college students become our young professionals and include Super Coffee in their daily grind at home, in the office, and in the gym. We are now available on Amazon Prime, so students are able to order Super Coffee from their iPhone while they're sitting in their dorm rooms. Beyond the college campus, we are seeing high velocities per outlet in our secondary markets. Above is an email from a Whole Foods team leader in reference to our first week in their store. We sold 45 cases that week and broke the store's weekly category sales record. We experienced similar velocities as we added stores throughout the region, especially at stores near college campuses. Whole Foods is a nice brand to be involved with, but it will be a secondary focus to our growth strategy as we target college students. This was the evidence we needed that our product has a practical application in sales channels outside of college campuses. Our older millennials, yoga moms, busy professionals, and health-conscious shoppers are all fans of Super Coffee.
We've been doing this for just over a year now, and we've learned a lot from many mistakes, but we recognize that we don't have all the answers, not even close. We made this trip to the West Coast as an investment in our education. We are out here to learn from the experts and the talented entrepreneurs who have done it before. We're still figuring out who we are as a brand and the best ways to effectively communicate that message. As we continue to improve and iterate, here's what we do know. We know that we are not a craft high-end cold brew. We know that the Whole Foods customer is not our target demographic. And we know what we want. This is a product that we created for ourselves and our peers. It's simply a better tasting, better for you, high energy coffee. Since our little brother brewed this first batch in his dorm room, we've known that this is a product for college students everywhere. Our generation resonates with the taste, health, and energy our products provide. We have 1 second for a quick selfie.
All right. Great job, guys. All right. All right, Nicole, what do you think of the opportunity for these for bulletproof style coffees, and what do you think of their presentation?
I thought the presentation was great. You guys are great and energetic. The one thing, and I was taking notes. I didn't really hear the story behind the name, Suniva.
Yeah, so we mentioned it quickly yesterday. Suniva means gift from the sun. Transparent message about our ingredients and healthy energy we provide.
Okay. I think it's a really tough category. I do like the fact you're saying not another cold brew, but I think, going head to head against a Starbucks Frappuccino, there wasn't enough differentiation either in the taste or the message for me to break out of the pack. And so I do like the fact you guys are targeting a unique channel initially to get consumer acceptance at University C stores. You have a captive audience, and you guys would resonate incredibly well there. So I like that fact, but I think the differentiation of really what the product does and its message needs to be a little clearer.
Okay, Ken, what's your take on Suniva?
Yes, Ken or Kim?
Oh, how about Kim? That's good.
No, I agree. I was struggling a little bit with the differentiation, just going back to the origin and this notion of solving the problem of college students being tired. How are you really differentiating versus all of the other offerings that could definitely deliver against that? On the positive, I love the addition of the protein. The notion of super coffee, I think, is really, really compelling. There were a couple of the flavors that felt a little chalky on the afternote, but I think that's probably driven by some of the flavor profiles. But overall, I thought it it was a good taste, but would definitely want to just encourage you to lean in on the point of difference for the brand.
There you go. All right, now Ken.
I think the flavor call out on the band is a little bit of a liability in that it's the only place you say it. Once the person has taken the, you can see the cap comes off. I would definitely call out the flavor again somewhere on the final execution. I agree with what's been said about the name in general, but I like it. The last comment, I guess, is you're doing a good job of blending all of these ingredients, because you've got stevia, you've got whey protein, you've got, all those things can be really difficult to deal with, and there is a chalky note in a couple of them, but stevia can be bitter and the protein can be dry, so it's not an easy combo.
Do you have a comment?
Thank you.
Okay. Greg, the guys outlined a really great, really succinct target and vision. They have a college ambassador program. What do you think of that approach to introducing your brand to a wide variety of consumers?
I think it's smart. It's kind of imperative when you're going into a category that is such a red ocean. It's every day somebody is making a coffee in their bathtub and selling it at the store. So I think it's good. You can build an advocacy amongst your peers for this brand. I think that's genius. I think you're going head to head though with other brands that are all organic, or they're very clear that they're GMO free on the front. I don't see that on the primary display panel. So the thing that you've got, I think, is an interesting call out is the whole idea of super coffee. I just think it needs to be backed up more on the front. How many MCT oils do you have in there? How many grams?
5 grams.
So I would put that on the front. I'd have like MCT oil, the protein, and the energy thing on the front to support the notion of super coffee. And then separately, the carrageenan thing, which you're going to see in another 6 months, is kind of an ingredient that's going to fall out of favor. You're already seeing brands like Califia taking it out. So
Come Q2, we won't have carrageenan. Acacia gum and gellan gum.
There you go.
There you go. John, you get the last word.
Jeez, well, saw you guys yesterday. I think great job up there. Again, love the energy and the story. Only other thing I guess I'd bring up that we mentioned yesterday was just kind of getting away from the look of like a muscle milk product. I think that's still the only thing that kind of really stands out for me that would try to get away from. So, but otherwise, great job, guys.
All right,
Thanks,
great
guys.
feedback from the judges. Round of applause for Suniva. Okay, our last presenter for this round of the finals is Bella Hughes from Shaka Tea. Come on up. Round of applause.
Can I use the free mic?
You can use the mic, sure.
Great. Aloha. Good morning. My name is Bella Hughes, and as I shared with many of you yesterday, I'm the co-founder and president of Shaka Tea. Shaka is this hand symbol, which in Hawaii means take it easy, hang loose, you say hello, goodbye with it. At Shaka Tea, we are the first line of ready-to-drink iced tea on the market brewed from the mamaki plant. The inspiration for starting this company comes from a deeply personal place. I was born and raised in Hawaii. I've got a lot of home state pride. I'm sure many of you understand what I mean. And I was frustrated that on the marketplace, you saw so many different consumer products that Hawaii or Hawaiian style part of their marketing and branding, but most of these products didn't have an ingredient from Hawaii. So this is where our mamaki comes in. Mamaki is found and grown only one place in the entire world, the Hawaiian archipelago. It's been revered for centuries in the native Hawaiian community for its health benefits, and now peer-reviewed studies out of the University of Hawaii show that mamaki contains 5 times the catechins of green tea, as well as a host of different antioxidants like rutin and chlorogenic acid, so it's an incredibly nutrient-rich leaf. At Shaka Tea, we really love 2 things, health and a great taste. So instead of cane sugar or stevia that can leave that bitter aftertaste on your tongue, we sweeten our iced teas with only a touch of organic juice. We really wanted to create distinctive and memorable flavors that were evocative of the tropical island life. So we launched this year in April with 3 flavors: pineapple mint, mango hibiscus, and guava ginger blossom. And each flavor is named after a different town in Hawaii. You're looking at an incredibly clean label for our naturally caffeine-free teas. 2 of our bottles only have 50 calories per 16 ounces, so something you can really drink every day and not feel guilty about. We've got a big commitment to our community. We're absolutely a socially driven company. So we're excited to be working with local farmers and support regenerative agriculture as we scale and grow. Believe it or not, there's 1 million acres of agricultural land in Hawaii, so you can grow quite a nice sized company out of Hawaii. And on top of that, we have a commitment to our community, donating a percentage of our profits to a nonprofit on Oahu, Ho'olua Aina, that caretakes 100 acres of upland forest. Since we launched, really small company this year in April, first bottles in hand, so we've had bottles for about 8 months. We've had pretty much organic growth. We made it into over 100 accounts in Hawaii. And what was really wonderful is this fall, Paradise Beverages, the state of Hawaii's largest beverage distributor, reached out, picked us up, and now that we are distributed through Paradise, we're expecting to be in 600 to 800 stores by next year this time, and they are projecting conservatively 5,000 cases per month. We also are distributed in the Pacific Northwest through Crown Pacific Fine Foods, and we're distributed in Amazon, Japan. We really wanted to build this company to scale. There are no co-packers in Hawaii doing a shelf-stable glass bottle, so we co-pack out of California with a great manufacturer that can more than meet our demand. We have our ingredient supply contractually secured and can meet our demand for the next 5 years on target, and we're already talking about growing more mamaki opportunities in Hawaii with farmers. Our trademark is registered, and as you just heard, we have an incredible distribution network. When we designed this, we wanted to offer an authentic Hawaiian product with an innovative new tea. We didn't have a target consumer in mind. And then after we got into this business, we said, really, what are the statistics saying? And we saw that millennials are most likely to drink an RTD tea. And what they want is something healthy and socially driven, which is exactly what our brand speaks to. Really want to pause for a moment on this. As you all know, you're here in the beverage industry. The decline of big soda marks the single biggest shift in the beverage industry in the past decade. So really, where the industry is going exactly speaks to the strength of Shaka Tea. We're excited that we have a competitive advantage with our innovative and healthy product. We're really selling the romance around a place. We see other companies have done it successfully, like Guayaki and Runa, and we're selling the romance around Hawaii that has a deep hold on the global psyche. We've got low sugar, low calorie, and health and hydration are consistently winning out over anything else with what consumers want in RTD tea. Mahalo.
Well done. 3 really great presentations. Good job. Greg, we'll start with you. What do you think of the label? What do you think of the branding of Shaka Tea?
I think it's amazing. So, I think it's all dialed up and ready for speed.
Thank you.
So, congrats. So the brand name is Shaka or Shaka Tea?
The brand name is Shaka Tea.
Okay. And are there any certifications on here, like organic, GMO, anything?
We don't have it yet. We launched this with our life savings and a very small line of credit.
Nice.
So we haven't been able to afford that, but we're in an angel round of investment, and that's absolutely a top priority for us.
Is there anything special about the water that you're using?
Not at this time, but as we scale and grow, we are excited to explore the idea of doing Hawaiian artesian spring water.
Got it.
Yeah, very much in the proof of concept, wanting to prove that a little state like Hawaii can launch a big brand, but our focus is on the West Coast.
I drink a lot of tea. This stuff's pretty good.
Oh, good.
That mango is amazing.
Oh, thank you so much.
Hear me? Okay, great. I'm just going to keep saying your name. As far as the target consumer that Bella outlined, do you think that's the right place for Shaka Tea?
Yeah, I think the target sounds exactly spot on. I love the authentic story that she spoke to. Sounds like mamaki is your point of difference. I was just curious as to how you're really communicating that as you think about kind of the overall proposition.
Yeah, I mean, we decided to name our company Shaka Tea, so right when you pull it off the shelf, it's in the basic, RTD bottle, it's tea. We are looking to kind of switch up our labels, say Hawaiian grown with mamaki, and just do a lot more education. I mean, whether it's social media marketing, ambassadors as we scale and grow, we do recognize we got to, essentially create a whole new sub-industry in RTDT with mamaki.
Absolutely, and that was going to be kind of the thought, even as you think about kind of the iteration of your packaging, to really kind of focus in on that, because I do think it's a really compelling part of the proposition. I think just to close out, in terms of the target, I like the full taste with the low-cal proposition. So I think you've really delivered a really nice tasting product. So congratulations.
Mahalo.
Nicole, the tea category is big, it's growing, but it's very, very competitive.
Yeah.
Does Shaka have enough to differentiate from what else is out there at this point?
I think you do. I mean, I think the Hawaiian story is authentic and true, and I think it's great tasting.
Oh, thank you.
I absolutely love it. I think the sweetener, by not using stevia and using organic cane juice, has really made the taste really stand out, and the fact you're using Hawaiian ingredients in the mamaki and in the guava and other things, I think it is really differentiating. The only thing I would maybe touch on is, depending on what price point you're line pricing with, it is a Snapple bottle. And so you may want to think about really elevating the presentation even further.
Like with a special bottle?
With a special bottle.
Yeah, I think as we grow and funding comes in.
Yeah, I would look at the packaging so it's you're not playing to the lowest common denominator, but elevating the entire category.
Thank you.
John, any feedback on the presentation or any constructive criticism for Bella?
I guess I have a question first. Is this is a caffeine-free product?
It is naturally caffeine-free. So we've thought of putting that on the next bottle. This is our second bottle run.
That seems sort of, I guess, obvious maybe, but there's that. I guess otherwise, I think just, we kind of mentioned this yesterday a little bit, but focusing on it being something that is, from the U.S., I think that would be something that kind of might help with the Hawaiian thing. Otherwise, I think, it seems like it's sort of similar, you mentioned Runa or Guayaki, people who are championing like a new tea. I mean, I think, those brands have kind of needed other people to get behind it. So I guess, can other people go out and bottle a mamaki tea? Like, I think that's kind of what you need for it to really be a category. Otherwise, it's, just you, right? A lot of education there, but I will agree. I mean, the taste is great.
Thank you.
Love the story, love the brand. So,
all right, Ken. Yeah, everyone's commented on the taste. They seem to love it. What do you think?
I like it. I like the mint finish. I think you could have brought out a little bit more mint. It's spearmint, so it's tougher to, sort of make it be the finish. But it's all the ones that I tasted were really good. So
thank you.
Nice job.
Nice job indeed. Well done, Bella.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thanks so much. All right, that ends the first round of the New Beverage Showdown Finals. We're going to come back at 1:30 after lunch for the second round. You don't want to miss it. Now I'm going to turn over the stage to Jeff Kleiman.
Oh, you were going to.
Thank
you. Exciting stuff, everyone. Halfway home on the New Beverage Showdown. While Anthony is up here, I just want to say we have a terrific event staff led by Ashley Harding and including Anthony. And if you see Ashley, if you see Anthony, make sure you give them a hug and buy them a beer. They're great. So we are going to move in our study of the investors in the beverage space from large institutional funds to smaller but incredibly important investors. We're sort of highlighting a group over the next few live events that we do. And we're investigating the partnerships that many of you want to know about. Our first guest is Melissa Baker from Fenwick Brands. Now, they are a fund of high net worth individuals from the Birmingham, Alabama area, and they have a strong operational background. As of yet, they've only done one deal in the beverage space, but they've got a wealth of experience that they're bringing to it. And we're going to talk to Melissa to get the sort of understanding of the overlay of expertise, equity, and what it can mean for a company. So please welcome Melissa Baker. And please, don't be afraid to text up questions.
Happy to answer them.
Yep.
That's a tough act to follow. The great brands.
Ain't it? You like any of them? What's your favorite?
I like the tea at the end. I thought
Yeah.
it's pretty compelling positioning, and she knows who she is, and the packaging's fantastic, and outside the bottle, which I know she's, with the next round of investment, she'll get there, but it's a pretty compelling story. I like it a lot.
Passion's very important.
Passion's extremely important. I always say, you can solve for the financial structures and, what the capital needs to look like, but, fit and positioning and passion, some of those grayer, softer areas are just extremely important to us specifically, but probably to other investors as well.
So do you guys consider yourselves then building the structure around the passion?
Yeah, we're very foundational. So we're often, kind of the first, and I don't even want to call us institutional, but, the first investor for a brand. And so, for us, we're very active, we're very hands-on. We are all ex-operators and still operators in the space with our brands, but we lead with that, and we roll up our sleeves, and often we're professionalizing a firm. That founders or leadership team's kind of at an inflection point on their business, and so they're at a point where they've maybe got great proof of concept, but they need capital, but they also need some operational expertise to help scale that business. And so we kind of come in and do a little bit of the heavy lifting, which we like to do, and help them get to a place that they couldn't have otherwise.
Where are the sort of areas that you're happier to fill in versus the ones where you're like, this isn't going to work?
Yeah,
we can't do this.
It's hard to say because I think it just differs by brand, it differs by category. Often I would say key roles that we're filling. One, we're helping that founder transition into a CEO. They're two very different roles, and so we're helping to provide guidance on that. We have a lot of subject matter experts on our team, so whether we're putting a VP of sales hat on or we're a CMO, we're helping build out a supply chain, we're a CFO. We wear a lot of hats, and we're generalists in terms of our operational expertise, and so we can kind of stay at a high level and mentor and coach the team in place, or we could fill roles, and we're happy to do that.
Are you guys looking for a certain revenue level before investing?
Yeah, so, typically, we're not VC, we're not too early stage. Like I said, we do like a little bit of proof of concept, so depending on, the brand and the category, you're kind of approaching 5 million or maybe just crossing over that 5 million mark of revenue. We like good gross margins. We like, a focus on that. We realize that these businesses aren't, cash flow positive, but at some stage we like a path to profitability, and we like brands that can reinvest in themselves, right? Whether they choose to show, bottom line or not. And so more importantly, I think we're helping scale these businesses. I tell people all the time we're the gas and the engine. We're helping, push the gas pedal down and helping these businesses grow, be it points ACV, be it velocity, whatever matters most, helping that brand kind of grow in a sustainable way.
Now, the money is the gas in the engine, but you're also
expertise is the gas in the engine.
You're also bringing in a pit crew.
Yeah, we're the pit crew. Yeah,
and that entity, in the pits is something of a cultural society, and so when you're changing up, when you're adding to the pit crew, how does that, to absolutely ignite this metaphor?
Yeah.
How does that affect the companies that you guys work with? How do you accept the culture change? What falls to the CEO and to you guys?
Yeah, so I go back to just fit is extremely important. I think, we don't operate in a box relative to, financing or structure, but what we vet out, 7 ways to Sunday is the fit with the founder, the CEO, the leadership team in place. We have to know going in that we can add value, That's important, but at the same time, you know, we need that founder or CEO to really kind of accept us as part of the management team. And that's hard for some people. I think, you know, there's a lot of, you know, passive capital out there, and that's great choices for some brands. But, you know, we feel like on the emerging side that the expertise is relevant and it's helpful. And I think we need that kind of reciprocal relationship with that founder that wants us to have a seat at the table. And, you know, we try to ask it all throughout the diligence process. We try to run concurrent paths on building strat plans and budgets and areas where we can come in and kind of say, okay, here's what we're going to do. Are you okay with it? Do you like it? To really kind of vet that out. Because if we don't have that, then it's really hard, at least for our value proposition, to make the investment work.
Now, how much are we talking about you guys investing for the average kind of?
So typically we're making $1 to $5 million investments. I mean, predominantly minority at the stage that we're investing in. We don't operate in a box. Like I said, we have very flexible mandate, so we can just about make any structure work if we love the brand and, again, have that fit with the founder. But, you know, we're usually the first ones in, but we also like to ride along. I think the guys up here from CARP earlier, you know, they talk about kind of, you know, extending the capital throughout the life of the investment, and you know, we do the same thing. We don't necessarily have certain hold times. You know, we're very opportunistic with the market, and as operators, I think we understand innately what, you know, goes on the front lines of these businesses and how they ebb and flow. And I think, you know, we look at that maybe through a little bit of a different lens than maybe, you know, a traditional investor would.
You mentioned being on the front line, and you guys have been looking at beverage for a while now.
We have, I know, and we've done one. I know.
What are the patterns that you see emerging that you think that capital and expertise and that sort of helper operator expertise can solve?
Yeah, I mean, I think just what we're seeing, and you know, beverages are just generally cash-intensive businesses up front, and so it's just a little bit of a different, you know, business model and a return model for us. But I think just common things that we see, whether it's a beverage or a food, or you know, we just see business plans that you know, are a mile wide and an inch deep, I guess is what I say. We see businesses trying to do a lot at one time, and really makes execution tough. And so, and adds a lot of complexity to your business. And so, you know, when we look at books, we like to see businesses that are doing a handful of things really well. And they know who they are and they know who they aren't. And, you know, that drives really smart decision making.
So when you say they're trying to do too much, are they over-skewed? Are they over-region?
Yeah, you see proliferation. Yeah, you see really, you know, I'm big on own your backyard, you know, because you can reach out and touch it and control it. So, you know, if you're based in Boston and you're saying yes to business in California first, you know, you really need to be building your brand kind of from the back up in your backyard. And
so, you know, we've overextended.
Yeah, you get,
as an organization,
or you know, customer comes to you and says, "Hey, I'd like it this SKU." Well, okay, well they would like it, but it's the best thing for you and your business, and can you execute it well? I mean, I just think we see a lot of those pitfalls happen early.
Yeah, the entrepreneur has the tendency toward the bright and shiny sometimes.
Yeah, bright, shiny object, yeah.
What has your investment in Powell and Mahoney taught you guys?
I would say a lot. I mean, we love, I guess let me start with why we love Powell Mahoney. I mean, it's just, you know, 1821 was up here earlier. I mean, it's a growing category. You know, I would say up until about a year ago, it was mature, very margin driven, didn't get a lot of buyer attention. And, you know, we saw Powell and Mahoney kind of come in a very natural, kind of affordable mainstream position, which we liked. You know, consumers could easily step up. You know, we saw craft being kind of transferable. And we didn't really have to do a lot of educating on the what. We really could focus on educating on the why. And I think it's very clear, simple value proposition, and really an opportunity to come in and be a category leader in a category where there wasn't a clear leader. And so that's what we liked Powell Mahoney, and the brand continues to see good growth. I think, on the learning side, it's a very fragmented go-to-market, and, execution matters. Cocktails are occasion focused, and so, you got to be at the right place at the right time, and shelf execution matters. And, so we're learning, what's the best go-to-market, and it could vary by retailer. So a little bit of complexity there. That we're navigating, and
you're working with different sets of distributors, working with liquor distributors.
Oh, there's liquor. There's you go through K-Heat Unify. I mean, there's just and it's not the same for everybody, right? And so I think you're kind of learning the best way to do that. And then I would say just seeing a lot of different, premium items come into the category, and then you kind of got your staples at the bottom. And so one of the nice things, I think, really, owning a lot of cocktail occasions and being kind of a problem solver for the entertainer, I think is, been key to their kind of brand positioning and opportunity.
We like our entrepreneurs to be able to put on a bunch of different hats, or actually different lenses, to look at companies, categories, distribution. And I know that you guys like to look at niche categories a little bit, places where the competition is a little more sparse or isn't as much of a convention. When you see beverage companies coming out of these niche categories, what are the things that they need to really get straight?
I think for us, we really need to see the ability to go mainstream. I think it's great to own a niche, and there's good businesses that have owned niches. I think just for our value proposition, building that niche and then crossing over and really becoming something that, you can sell cross-channel, you can sell cross-consumer group. It's got to taste good.
Every once in a while.
Every once in a while, yeah, especially in the South, it's got to taste good. But so there has to be a mainstream play. I think beverage is high consumption, right? So you got to get share of mind, share of occasion, and I think it's good to leverage a niche up front because you can kind of go in and own something pretty tangible, but then you got to be able to translate it.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. What's the key to that translation? What are you guys finding?
Yeah, it's changing. It's evolving. What matters to consumers? I think, like I said, you got to taste good. You got to be something that again, consumers can really easily understand and get a hold of your value proposition and believe in, and so I think that's probably the most key thing.
What Jody was talking about before,
absolutely,
that you got to stand for something.
Spot on. Yeah, absolutely.
Now your firm does investment and brings expertise from across a bunch of different industries. What other CPG do you look at?
So, food, better for you, predominantly in the food, but, a lot of other category experience, prestige beauty, pet, household products. Spirits. So, we kind of cast a wide net in consumer, but again, it comes back to, the value add and the fit.
So we talked about this before we came on. Looking across these industries that you guys have been involved with, everything from, sort of larger scale CPG and construction and other operating models. What are some ideas that you'd like to see beverage companies try and import or emulate? What can they learn from by looking at other industries?
I just think it goes back to having, I don't think it's one size fits all necessarily. I think you just have to have a really good foundation in place. You got to, it's basic blocking and tackling. You don't overcomplicate your business. Know who you are, know who you aren't. Make really good decisions, execute well, be flexible and nimble, stay ahead of the curve, and know where your numbers are coming from.
And where do you like to see those numbers coming from?
In
Same
terms of-
store sale?
You know, it's interesting. So, you know, kind of one of the things we've learned in Powell Mahoney, it's such a concentrated category. I mean, 50% of the sales are done in 7 retailers, so you got to fish where the fish are. You know, a lot of these businesses are scaling, they're growing ACV, so it's just points of distribution. I mean, that's kind of the key focus. But in something like a mixers, I mean, velocity matters, right? I mean, 7 customers are driving, you know, half of the category. So, you know, you got to focus on your turns, which means, you know, winning with the right retailers, going deep, you know, focusing kind of concurrently on velocity, but at the same time being able to have that story to be able to take and scale your business to the right customers is important.
All right. Melissa, thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
All right, we're going to move now from blocking and tackling to audacious innovation. Yesterday, we spoke about the kind of effort that it took to create major changes to support in-home juicing. Now we're going to talk about applying or overcoming major technological challenges for the purpose of category disruption and ultimately environmental healing. And to do that, we have Adam Lowry and Dr. Neil Renninger. Now, these are veteran entrepreneurs who are new to the beverage industry, and they look to the dairy aisle as a place where they could have the most significant environmental impact, while also creating significant financial opportunity for themselves or for their company. And that's that disruption point, solving a big problem to big return. As a team, they have ridiculous education and a lot of experience. They bring not just the momentum of their current venture, but also deep experience. Adam was the co-founder at Method Products, and Neil was the chief technology officer at Amyris, which is a publicly traded renewable products company that works in health and nutrition, personal care, and industry. Now, the theory and the bet here is that if you make a huge investment in innovation at the sourcing and ingredient end, you can avoid that push and pull of incremental innovation that a lot of brands find themselves fighting to do year over year. And that creates disruptive change. The product they came up with is Ripple, which is a plant-based, low-sugar milk alternative that seeks to emulate the creaminess of real dairy milk. Now, they launched it earlier this year, and large chains like Whole Foods and Sprouts and Target have jumped on it on a national level. It's collected more than $40 million in investment to fund its growth in the past year. But creating a strategy based on research and science to create major disruption is a different set of challenges than innovating from within a brand, simply purchasing a new machine, working in new ingredients. And that's why we've invited these guys here to talk about the whys and the hows of the discussion and to understand how, like Ripple, others in this audience can think of innovation in terms of farther reaching goals and not just adjacencies. So please welcome Neil Renninger and Adam Lowry.
Thanks for having us.
Great to have you guys here. Please join me on the couch.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah.
Thanks for coming. So we have a lot of how questions, but I think I want to start off with the why. So What's behind what you're trying to do here?
Yeah, I think both Adam and I, our previous businesses were impact businesses, social, environmental impact. So when we looked for the next company to start, we really wanted to find an opportunity that had that same sort of impact potential.
Yeah, I think well said. I mean, I used to be a climate scientist, so I think that business has the opportunity and onus to create social and environmental benefits. And so coming off of my method experience, I always said that I wanted to enter a category that was really large, growing really fast, and really high margin. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Oh, so that's how we get to dairy. Why'd you settle on it, though?
Yeah, dairy, I mean, if you look at well, I'm a scientist by training, and they always teach us to take a problem, pick it apart, and identify the biggest, the most impactful part of that problem. And when it comes to climate and our food system, dairy is the largest carbon emitter, right? 23%, 24% of all carbon emissions from our food system come from the dairy industry. That's more than beef, it's more than chicken, it's 6 times more than eggs. So we really, when we looked at that problem, that was dairy was really where we wanted to go.
That was a big part of it, and another really important part of it was the nutrition story.
Absolutely.
So it's no secret that our country is getting overfed and undernourished, and particularly for younger people and children, a huge amount of our nutrition comes from dairy products. But yet we're getting too many calories and not enough nutrients. So I wanted to set out on that too.
So you look at pollution coming from cows, just as you look at pollution coming from cars. That's a lot of habit to change. Just as removing cars from roadways or switching to electric causes changes in consumer. You have to change consumer behavior. How do you bring that about on the food level?
Well, I think there's actually something that's going for us here, which is you actually don't need to change consumer behavior because plant-based dairy alternatives already exist. The problem has been that that innovation in this space is what's the next nut we're going to make a milk out of, and you went from soy to almond milk to coconut milk to cashew milk. You can buy a milk from any kind of nut you want, but none of them are nutritious. Everybody knows that they're thin and watery and don't taste anything like the creamy deliciousness of milk. And the dirty little secret is that nearly all of them don't have any protein, the number one nutritional benefit of dairy, and they use a ton of water. So people are already seeking out dairy alternatives, and we just wanted to bring one that was actually what they were looking for.
That's right.
Why don't you think they've sought alternatives? Or why don't you think the industry has been able to develop alternatives that exceed what we've seen so far to date?
Well, I mean, I just don't think that there's been a ton of thought put into this category. I mean, take almond milk, for example. I mean, almond milk is a sham, okay? It's got 7 times more sugar than it does protein, and it uses a ton of water, right? The reason that almond milk has gone from single digits in market share in 2008 to 70% of the category today is because of the positive halo of the health benefit of an almond. But if you look at the actual product, there's not very many almonds in there, and there's hardly any nutrition. So I think you've got to look. Real innovation is looking at how do you bring something that is actually a better product first and foremost to the market structurally, and I mean that really starts with the ingredients themselves.
Right, and if you look at R&D spend in the industry, it's typical. CPG companies are spending 0.5% to 1%, maybe 1.5% on the top side of revenue on R&D. And most of that R&D is really focused on delivering the product to the consumer, not on the product itself. It's packaging, it's processing.
How does that compare with other industries?
Well, you look at we come from Northern California. We're in the Bay Area. The tech industry is big. You look at tech companies, and they're 20, 25%, 15%, in that high teens to low 20s type of percent of revenue spent on R&D. you just can't innovate if you're not spending money on R&D.
Okay, so let's talk about this. You've presented this problem. Almond milk, other sort of nut milks, other dairy alternatives are a sham. That's, you guys saying it, not me. I find they're good.
I imagine there's some dissenting opinions in the audience.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit. And,
just,
there's, it's a big family. And, it's something that goes in coffee. Now, let's talk about this model that you're trying to exercise behind based on this assumption, because that's that idea that we're trying to get across. How do you build a better milk? What does the company look like? What does the process look like? What are the challenges?
Yeah, so we attacked milk from a biochemical standpoint. Broke it down into its component protein and fat and carbohydrate, and identified the right proteins, the right fats, the right carbohydrates from the plant world that would give you that same functionality that dairy milk has.
How hard was that to do?
It took some time, took some know-how, took some good people and really smart biochemists, plant biochemists, chemical engineers to really understand the problem that way, and then develop solutions to meet the problem.
How much did it cost?
How much do the people cost?
Yeah, I mean, is that your...
Well, how much are we spending on R&D?
Yeah, or is that your biggest cost center is, sort of bench strength, or is it...
Yeah, I mean, starting up pre-launch, absolutely. I think we did things very efficiently, but, we've sunk between 5 and 10 million to the R&D of these products. So yeah, it takes an investment.
Okay. What are some of the major challenges in developing this product that you've had to overcome? I keep thinking about, Bizarro Superman, the imperfect double. So how do you create something that's not a sort of stupid but well-intentioned milk alternative? How do you create something that's a beneficial one?
I mean, it's really focusing on the experience that you want to have with milk, right? And when somebody goes for a glass of milk, they want something that tastes great and that has that same sort of consistency and mouthfeel and performance that they expect out of milk. And those are those when I say we break milk down to its components and look for the same functionalities. Those are the functionalities we're looking for. We're looking for great taste. We're looking for the right mouthfeel. We're looking for the right color. That's how we look at milk and what we try to replicate.
So you've broken it down. How do you build it back?
Yeah. So it's really just identifying the right fractions from nature. So. Carbohydrates are easy. Lactose is the sugar in milk. It's there primarily to provide sweetness, so we identify plenty of plant carbohydrates that can do the same things. The fat is there to give that creamy mouthfeel.
And what are you using for fat?
We use a combination of sunflower, a couple different cuts of sunflower oil, and an algal oil as well.
And then I imagine the protein is the big...
Protein is a big hurdle, and not from a function standpoint. Plant proteins so the protein is there to emulsify the fat and the water together. All plant proteins can serve that same purpose. The problem is most plant proteins taste truly awful, that's to us when we kind of were presented with that problem. We said, well, wait a second. Proteins are actually too large to hit the taste receptors on your tongue. They shouldn't taste like anything. Protein is tasteless. So really what you're tasting in a plant protein is not the protein itself. It's all this other stuff that gets co-extracted with the protein. So really then it's about developing a process that can separate the protein from all the taste and color molecules that you don't want. And that's where we spend a decent amount of time, decent amount of R&D dollars developing that process. It's a process that we can use on any plant material, and provide us with really pure plant proteins that we can then use as a base for our formulation.
So that's the big hurdle then, is getting something that doesn't And pea protein, for example, which you guys use, has come a long way from just a few years ago when it was something that you put up with in a product. But you've got this mix of things now that you're calling Ripple, or you're calling, milk, or the issue is then, I think it falls to you to say, how do you keep it from being Ripple science milk?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the product's made exactly the same way that a soy milk or an almond milk is made. So it's exactly the same in terms of the bringing together of those things. We use different ingredients that we actually make ourselves.
Yeah, which is a harder gap for a consumer who's looking at something and says, well, they're using different ingredients that are made in nature, right? So you had...
Excuse me?
That are whole foods made in nature.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to make this step to say, it's not a whole food, it's still made in nature. How do you create that environment?
Yeah, I mean, I think that challenge is no different than for a soy milk or an almond milk. I think the bigger challenge for us is actually just that it's the only milk made from peas. It is a pea milk. That in and of itself is a marketing challenge. But the brand itself,
it doesn't roll as nicely off the tongue as a watermelon
no, it doesn't.
water.
It's growing on me. But I mean, from a brand perspective, what the Ripple brand is about is dairy-free as it should be, which is high in protein, low in sugar, and creamy and delicious the way that milk is. I mean, if you think about milk and the occasions and the way we grew up with milk on the dinner table, our doctors recommend it, or our pediatricians recommend it for our kids. I mean, it is as American or wholesome as mom and apple pie. And that's a huge asset. What we're going up against in our category right now, if you think about dairy-free as it should be, being high protein, low sugar, and delicious, really none of the products currently in the dairy alt space are any of those three. Soy milk has high protein in it, but that's a declining category right now. The others have little or no protein. Many of them have a lot of sugar, and it's widely accepted. Everybody knows that when you drink a dairy alternative milk, that it's thin, it's watery, it's chalky. It doesn't have that creaminess of milk. And so while it is a challenge for us to communicate, yes, this comes from peas. Mm-hmm. I think that's the primary challenge, not the other things.
So how do you create that all-American environment around it then?
Well, I mean, from a strategy standpoint, anyone who has ever tasted a non-dairy milk, when they taste Ripple, they're completely blown away. Mm-hmm. That it tastes a lot more, ironically, it tastes a lot more like dairy milk because you've removed all of that kind of off vegetable flavor. And it's much more creamy. And then when you see all the nutritional benefits, it's kind of a done deal. So for us, I mean, it's very traditional in terms of the way that we're going to build this business, which is getting the product in people's mouths, having them try it, and then building the brand on the backs of that.
So you guys are hinting at a category question, though, and this is something that we discussed a little bit coming in, and that what you're saying today seems to still not have made up, or it's not have reconciled. So you're pointing out the problems with alt dairy, and you're creating something that aims to replace dairy. How do you decide what your category is, what your category strategy is, what your inflection points are in those spaces?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a question, to be honest, that we're still figuring out, but here are the facts. The dairy alternative category is growing very quickly, and that's because a lot of people are moving from dairy to non-dairy. The reasons for that used to be because they had a dietary restriction of some kind. That's no longer true. Now people are making that switch because they want to. They perceive it to be healthier, they want to be more plant-based, etc. So there's plenty of room for, frankly, all the players right now within the dairy alternative segment. And right now, the way that people shop, generally the top of the decision tree is dairy versus dairy alt.
Do you want to trifurcate that, or do you want to say, do you want to be in dairy and Ripple and alt dairy?
Well, here's what I would say. I mean, at this time, no, I don't. I think that would be unwise to try to complicate our strategy at this point. We got to be focused. We're out there. We have shelf space. We're going to get more shelf space, and we need to earn that shelf space. And that's our focus. That said, my previous business, Method Cleaning Products business, that a sustainably designed cleaning product, but marketed in a very sort of mass way and had mass appeal. The value that came to that business by being the first brand that people try when they go from traditional to green cleaning products, I think there's an analogy there that, frankly, we're the only ones in this space that can exploit that. Because if you're a dairy drinker and you want to say, oh, okay, I want to try this plant-based thing and I want to go non-dairy. I mean, think about going from that to thin, chalky, watery, and 1/8 of the protein you're used to, or none. That's a tough sell. That's a lot of sacrifices, and that is changing consumer behavior.
But there are good brands that are changing consumer behavior already. So how do you insert yourself between that consumers changing habits quickly enough?
You mean they're converting people from dairy to non?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day...
Let's say it's one of the fastest growing categories out there. Now, you use the word mass with regard to Method. And so I want to bring in the role of speed and burn rate here, because I think that's a key strategic point for y'all, right? Is we got to get out there. We got to get out there nationally. We got to flood the market so that we are the prime alt dairy of choice. Does that fit with?
Well, let me answer your first question was about the brands converting folks.
Yes.
Sorry.
Or offering a pretty good alternative.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe not to you guys, but to many consumers, we're seeing it.
I mean, here's what I would say. The people going from dairy, consumers going from dairy to non-dairy right now, they sacrifice protein, they sacrifice taste, and they sacrifice the texture. At the end of the day, good food wins, right? And if you make good food, that's going to have a tendency to rise to the top over time. We, of course, need to execute. We can't make too many mistakes. But particularly with people that are making that switch because they want to, they're going to be a lot less willing to just take what is the only thing they can drink. They're going to look for the thing that's best. So that's a bet we're making, that ultimately good food is going to win. Okay. And taste and texture are going to matter. Time will tell whether or not we're right.
What are inflection points that are going to tell you you're right?
Well, we're already getting a few. So our performance is very strong in the retailers where we've launched, very strong. And that's a really good thing. We're also seeing a lot of the things that we had as hypotheses getting echoed back to us from consumers who are buying Ripple. And they're understanding the proposition. They're understanding what it means to be that dairy-free should be high in protein, low sugar, and delicious. That's fairly simple, but until now it hasn't really been pointed out to them. So we've got some good anecdotal evidence of that. But for us, I would say I kind of nodded not so much when you were talking about flooding the market. It is not our strategy to flood the market. We've built businesses before, and we know that a good way to build a business badly is to try to extend it too quickly, too fast. And so we want to earn our keep, and that means making sure that we're providing value for the customers that we're working with, and that's kind of the approach we've got.
Let's, in the time we have left, offer some advice to the entrepreneurs who want to step back, try and reinvent, try and go on a more bench-based journey. How should they think about how they're going to be structuring their companies and how they should make their initial forays into the market?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way we think about product development is we like to bring products that are are market-driven, that are unique, and that are protectable. And it's that third piece that really relies on the technology you develop, really relies on innovation, and not just innovation for the sake of innovation, but innovation that can be, that is market-driven and that can be protected through a patent or a trade secret of some sort. That's where you end up with in a place where you've created an unfair advantage for yourself. And that's how we really like to go about developing products. We don't want to compete one for one against somebody that's going to put normal pea protein in almond milk. That's that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is innovating on the ingredient side in a proprietary way to really create some differentiation.
Well, we are looking very much forward to seeing how it goes. Thank you for entering and shaking up the market and sharing your insights with us.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks.
So after lunch at 1:30, we're promptly going to begin the New Beverage Showdown Part 2. Everyone, have a great break.
Hey, I'm Justin Kindle, Assistant Editor of Brewbound, BevNet's sister publication. Thanks for tuning in to the live stream lounge. We've got some great guests coming up. Please stick around.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavor Man, located at the Flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavor Man, the beverage architects.
Hey guys, John Landis at BevNet. We're going to have a couple participants from the new Beverage Showdown get up on the live stream lounge in a minute to talk a little bit more about that experience. So stay tuned, it'll be right up. Thanks.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky.
Hey everyone, I'm John Craven, founder and CEO of BevNet, and we are here at the live stream lounge for the last hour of the live stream lounge. So stay tuned for a little bit. Really quick before we get started, I want to introduce Marty Caballero.
Good to be here, John.
I guess you're paid to be here, so
yeah,
you know.
I should mention that. Yeah,
Good thing that you are here. Just saying.
yes.
And also the one and only Ken Sadowski.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Well, I guess we call you a senior beverage advisor for Verlinvest.
As long as I'm not the senile beverage advisor, I'm happy.
Definitely senile, but we'll cut you a little slack here. So anyway, Ken's our first guest here. We've got a bunch more again for the next hour, so stay tuned. But let's get to Ken here. So, you're go for
Hello.
it. Hello. Okay. So Ken, you've been involved in a lot of companies: Vita Coco, Sambazon, Hint, Vitamin Water. Am I forgetting any aside from Buy? And then we're going to get to Buy. So I guess congratulations on that.
Thank you. I really want to thank the team. I mean, I had very little to do with that since the earliest days.
And a pretty impressive run for sure, right?
Very impressive run by Ben and Ari, Ken Kurtz. I mean, a lot of people deserve accolades. Not me.
Not you, but what about for some of the other companies that you're still working with? Can you kind of give us a little, who's on the current roster? I know I mentioned a lot.
I think you actually mentioned all of the beverages with the possible exception of Essentia Water, where I'm an advisor. And then Theocorp, which is a New Orleans-based theobromine toothpaste company.
Toothpaste too, huh?
Yes.
Good pairing with the beverages, right?
Found me through the Tulane Alumni Network. It wasn't really my first foray into, toothpaste, but they found me.
There you go.
Nice. Well, we had Ben Weiss here on stage yesterday, and it's great to see that the team at Buy is sticking together and they're kind of keeping that core identity. How important and then how easy is it when a company does get purchased to sort of retain the either the personnel or just really the spirit of the original company when it passes to a new ownership?
It's a good question, and that is really the key. I mean, when teams that built these unbelievable companies get decimated by, like, I don't want to use the term 3G'd, but when companies go in and really cut out the guts of the spirit of the company, it's really bad. And so DPS has no experience that I know of in this game. I'm hoping that they keep pretty laissez-faire and let Ben and his team do their thing.
And well, you mentioned vitamin. What is this? You mentioned vitamin water earlier. What is this sort of the sale, this large purchase? I think one of the biggest since vitamin water. What does that sort of signal? Does that send out to the industry as a whole? In 2016, going into 2017, that this is a big thing.
Well, I think it signals two things. One, most importantly, because I still have a bunch of companies that I'm working with, the M&A window is open for a lot of acquisitions because, a lot of these companies have R&D divisions, but really at the end of the day, I think that door swings open and it says M&A because it's just not in their corporate culture to innovate properly. The second thing is, I do think that the 4 cities that passed those sugar taxes had a big impact on Dr. Pepper Snapple Group, who's really, I don't want to call them a one-trick pony because they're a great company, but they're really focused on one thing, and that one thing is under attack like tobacco was almost however many years ago that was.
And I guess maybe that's a good segue into trends a little bit, since you were just up there with me on the stage for the new Beverage Showdown.
I was?
I think you were.
Maybe I am.
That was yesterday. I don't even know.
Some pictures somewhere.
There you go. Anyway, I was going to say, one of the trends that keeps coming up again and again here and in that competition is reduced sugar. That's an obvious trend. I guess give us some insight, since you're the beverage whisperer. What other trends are you kind of thinking about and expecting to see more of in 2017?
The Uber story, as you mentioned, is sort of just better for you, and better for you manifests itself today as less sugar. But in terms of categories, I think there's still room for coconut water to evolve, and I think, self-servingly, the Vita Coco team is really good, and they've gotten some line extensions and innovation that I like what I'm seeing for next year. And the time may be right for things like Hint, which is, really the only still water that has a really good execution of flavors but no sugar. And so I think that those kinds of things, and personally I'm not a sparkling fan, but let's talk about probiotics as they, are sparkling with, whether it's kombucha or whether it's Good Belly doing a number of things that are looking like, they're going to have line extensions that would be bubbly, and Suja probiotic water, and just a number of things that are in that realm.
Well, and I guess maybe, similar question. I think in the days after the vitamin water acquisition, I guess that was almost 10 years ago now, right? Now we have another big acquisition with Bai. We had Kavita going to Pepsi. Generally, like, vitamin water and, an acquisition of that size created this sort of ripple for a long time of lots of startup brands trying to follow in their footsteps. What sort of things do you think will follow in the footsteps of Bai and Kavita and such?
Well, I think, it's, if I put on my Verlinvest hat where, I see a lot of these decks, and in the third page of the deck talks about the trajectory of vitamin water, I think now you'll see the trajectory of Bai, in addition to. So, they're quoting the unicorns. No one's quoting the Steez acquisition that was, 1 times revenue. So, it's, look, the game will continue, and I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question because it's just,
It's a crystal ball sort of question, right? I guess we'll know in maybe another 10 years or something like that.
I like to think 7, but yes.
There you go.
And obviously we've been talking about Bai, the Kavita deal. Is now especially a great time to be looking to sort of exit? Is there something in the economic climate, or is there something sort of beyond the brands themselves that makes why we're seeing maybe a frequency of deals now as opposed to another time?
I think there's some degree of acknowledgement from the giant companies that they don't innovate well, and they still have big war chests to buy companies with. So that to me is the compelling thing. And then, the other trends of really just disrupting traditional food and beverage choices. Look at the center of the store, of a large format store. you can go bowling in there and not hit anybody. All the business is in the perimeter, so the fresher things and, even the retail landscape, they've got to reimagine themselves.
Well, what do you think about something like, our first speaker yesterday, Juicero, in terms of, I guess an appliance almost that could have some disruptive impact on ready-to-drink beverages? Do you think there's more stuff like that out there?
It's not really directly aligned with what I'm looking for. I mean, it would be really disruptive to me to see something like Juicero make a huge impact. I'm not saying it won't, but I don't see it tomorrow.
Fair enough.
Well, it's kind of a question for both of you guys because you were involved in the judging the showdown. Where obviously there's flavor, packaging, there's a lot of different criteria. If you had to say which one maybe weighed the most heavily when you're trying to, judge these new brands, is it always going back to taste, or what really is going to be the primary thing there?
Well, that's a tough question. I do think that something that tastes really bad will never succeed because it has awesome packaging and functionality, I guess. I don't know if you disagree. I suppose maybe there's, Red Bull or something as an example that disproves what I just said, but I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that you're exactly right. For a refreshment beverage, if it's supposed to be a refreshment beverage, it better taste good. It better be in the bottle now. Not that it can't be tweaked, but you never get a second chance to make a first impression in this business. The other side of that is the functionality side, where you say, Red Bull doesn't taste good. Well, I'll take Red Bull sales any day of the week.
Right.
So it just depends on what the raison d'etre is for the brand.
Right. And we've also seen a lot of brands that sort of cover multiple categories: functional, refreshment, energy, protein, antioxidants, different things. So are we going to continue to see more segmentation, or are we going to continue to see them coming together and sort of being a one-size-fits-all type of drink?
Well, I guess my impression is when a brand launches, they should stay focused, because especially entrepreneurs that are bootstrapping, they don't have access to all this capital. So stay focused, and once they've proven their initial concept, which I think shouldn't be too confusing, the secondary and tertiary components are, where do consumers give them permission to go? And then it's sort of a timing issue, and then there's, so I guess that's my overall thought.
Sure.
Great way to end. Well, I guess we're out of time. Thank you very much, Ken.
Thanks so much, Ken.
Thank you.
All
Kick
right.
you off the stage now. Thanks.
We'll keep things going here at the live stream lounge, BevNet Live Winter 2016 in Santa Monica. I'm Martin Caballero, senior reporter, and we're about to bring on Billy Bosch, CEO of Iconic Protein. Hey,
good to
how are
see
you?
you.
Good to see you. So, obviously, protein is something that we're seeing all over the place. I see we got the...
I've got the prop here.
You got the props right there?
Gotta have the prop, the product plug.
Well, I guess we should start there. Tell us a little bit about that. It looks like it's got 20 grams of protein.
Yes, so 20 grams of protein. The goal for me was really to kind of solve a problem, and the problem was, going out as a consumer on the road a lot, not being able to find a clean label protein drink that was low sugar and actually tasted good, right? One of the big challenges with protein is the taste profile. It's chalky. I mean, you've seen the ads. Everybody has the issue with it. But a lot of people aren't sourcing that cleaner label, better ingredient. And then, a lot of people try to mask it with a high sugar count. So our approach was to go, high protein, low sugar. The brand promise is really better ingredients, better taste, right? And convenient nutrition, right?
So you first came to BevNet Live, I think, 4 or so years ago.
Yeah.
Were a participant in one of the early showdowns. I guess thank you for that. It was a work in progress. But I guess where I was going with that is that your product has evolved quite a bit. And I think that's something that, just kind of curious to kind of hear a little bit about that and kind of where it's at. I think that's something that's always important for other startup entrepreneurs to understand. Everyone kind of goes through that, right?
It is. It's one of those things where it's intimidating to get out and have your idea and kind of put it out in front of a lot of people and just accept whatever criticism comes your way. But I found that to be really helpful. And that was one of really the first of a series of kind of pitch competitions that I entered. And what I found was that it was great market research. You go out and you're doing it on a budget anyway. So you go out and you get, this feedback from people, and I found it really helpful. And so we started with a really kind of a different product and a different package, and where the brand has evolved over the last 5 years has put us into a different package, and I feel like it's put us in a position where we can really accelerate growth of the brand in a different way. You know, where we started in kind of like a maybe meal replacement, maybe something else, and we've really kind of solidified the positioning into drinkable snacking, which is, you know, much more of a light breakfast, you know, snack during the day, also potentially post-workout, which most protein drinks we find are like stuck in that niche of like, oh, it's a workout drink or it's a diet drink, versus like people are looking for lifestyle beverages. You guys talk about it all the time, right?
Yep.
So that's where we're seeing success is finding consumers that come to us that don't typically buy protein drinks.
So kind of staying away from the core that, say, Muscle Milk or those other guys are going after.
Right.
We fishing somewhere else.
Totally. Yeah, we're fishing somewhere else. You know, our consumer, they're kombucha consumers, they're, you know, coconut water consumers, and they're looking for low sugar. They're looking for functional, but they're also looking for taste and clean ingredients. And they're not going to walk around with, you know, what I'll call kind of a more workout-oriented brand. They just can't really identify with that for a variety of reasons.
Well, I mean, that seems to be a target demographic that a lot of people are going after and trying to fill that niche. So how do you do that? How do you target and sort of explain that message to that audience in an effective way?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's challenging. That's part of the fun. You know, the really fun part about starting a brand is to figure out like where the brand is resonating. And for me, you know, as a guy, I'm like, all right, this is perfect for me. But what we found in kind of putting the product out there is the majority of the consumer base is actually female. So the females have come out and said like, hey, there's no brand I can really identify with that tastes good, that's high protein, that's not called Muscle Milk or something kind of like that, right? So they say, hey, I can pick up Iconic, I can take it with me to work, I can drink it during the day, I can drink it after a workout. So it's figuring out who that is and then figuring out where they are, right? So we do a lot of brand partnership, partnerships with like places like Lululemon or Spin Studios or different, fitness influencers in the community, I'll call it. And that's kind of a good baseline to get the brand message out. And then it translates into more of the mainstream consumers from there, right?
Great. And real quick, it's a plant-based protein? Or?
So it's actually a milk protein that we
milk
use.
Protein.
We source it from New Zealand, so it's all grass-fed cows. Yeah.
Very cool.
Great. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, definitely best of luck in the future. Thanks for coming by and seeing us at the lounge here, and hope you enjoy the rest of BevNet Live.
Thanks so much. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Billy.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
All right, let's keep it going here. We got our next guest about to come on. We have Grace Venus. How are you, Grace?
I'm good.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How's the conference going so far for you?
It's good. I really enjoyed the Ripple guys. It was a really inspiring interview that they just did. It was great information.
Now you are, I should mention, president of Venus Research and Development.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're at a conference like this, where obviously you see a lot of brands, different stages of their sort of life cycle, from the very big companies to just emerging ones, sort of what do you look for when you come to the conference? What are you sort of checking for and interested in?
I come here mostly for networking. It's really great to see a lot of my clients and suppliers. I spend most of my time in a lab. I don't get to see a lot of people, so this is sort of one of those opportunities, just like Expo West for me, where I get to, put names to faces. A lot of times I've never met my clients, so sometimes I get to actually meet them at events like this.
And you've worked on product formulations for, I don't know how many beverage products now.
I've had my own consulting business for about 13 years now, and I usually manage about 15 clients at a time, most of them for many years.
So hundreds is probably a safe number at this point.
I've definitely formulated for hundreds of brands. Not all of them have made it all the way to the shelf.
So I guess you mentioned Ripple Foods, which is something that is pretty interesting in that they've effectively, I guess, reverse engineered milk, right?
Yeah, it was very interesting.
What's sort of your take on that? Given your background, how do you feel about something like that?
I would just love it if my clients had that kind of funding to do it. It takes a lot of money, and most of my clients don't come to me with a lot of money. I really do help people on a little bit more of a bootstrap budget, and we work a lot with concept and getting to that concept, and sometimes after that, we do find the money to really put a lot in there, but you can't do that without a pretty significant budget and a really great background that they brought.
So what kind of trends do you see though with the clients that you work with? What should we expect next year? Since we're asking that question, it seems.
Quite a few people have been mentioning sparkling. That's definitely what I work a lot on, and I think the trend is just going to really, really continue to grow. Spindrift has done an amazing job, and I think that a lot of other people are going to try and innovate on that. Continue with the lower calorie directions with or without other sweeteners, and really sexy flavor directions. A lot of them are going to be sparkling.
And obviously, mentioned sweetness is a big topic. Obviously, people are looking to reduce sugar, but they don't want to lose the sweetness. How are you sort of advising clients on how should they approach that problem and sort of have be able to keep the sweetness without adding more sugar?
Virtually everyone asks me that question. It's probably what I work on now for 90% of my clients, either starting off trying to be low sweetener or coming to me after we've already launched a couple years down the line. We try and lower things. There's kind of two different ways of looking at it. There's a way to look at it where it's just simply a lower sugar product, similar to this, the Spindrift seltzers or LaCroix is what people are, starting to get more used to, just the idea of having less sugar in their palate. At the same time, people like sweetness. It's what wins over taste panels. It's what people tend to keep on buying, for sure. So when they ask me that, I usually say there's a few different ways of looking at it. I like to blend. There's very few times where you can just lower sugar or you can just add stevia. I think that blending a little erythritol with a little stevia is great, or a little cane sugar with a little tiny bit of juice. Try and get that 20 to 40 calories is pretty, it's a nice sweet spot.
Just finding that balance, I think, is kind of what it comes down to, right?
Another key component is really what flavor you're putting with it. If you're going for something really acidic, it is very hard to lower the sugar. So finding something that's a balance between, say, two flavors. One of them is a little sweeter, one of them is a little tartar. So not all flavors will have the same sweetener balance. Grapefruit works really well with some lower sweeteners, but say strawberry needs a little bit more sweetener. So it really does play into what flavor you decide to do, what SKU you're going for, and base the sweetener off of what that actual flavor of that SKU is going to be.
And I guess as far as you were saying, I don't know if you said sexy flavors or something like that. I don't know, what sort of actual flavors do you see people looking for nowadays? I mean, is it more basic stuff, or is there some new, I don't know, the new pomegranate or something like that? What are you seeing?
What I see is a blend between, and what I advise people on is typically a blend between a sexy flavor and something that people are really familiar with. I thought that the Shaka tea actually did a really good job with that, blending, say, mint with mango. Everybody loves mango. Pomegranate is really popular, but if you say do a pomegranate rose, that way you're not scaring off the core consumers, the people that shop a little bit more middle America, but you're also intriguing those people that are interested in seeing something new and refreshing.
Gotcha.
And if you have a client, say for example, who is committed to, say, using cane sugar or real sweetener, what how would you advise them to, what is the sort of upper limit, or what is like the, no pun intended, sweet spot for the right amount of sugar if you're going to choose to include it in the drink?
We definitely try to aim for less than 10 grams per bottle. That seems to be a sweet spot. That's where a lot of buyers tend to argue things a little bit more once they see it go over 10 grams. With some of the new laws that are coming in, no matter what, we're going to start seeing added sugar on the front of panels, and that's so any sugar is going to be quite challenging, and we're going to have to maneuver that as things move and people are actually changing their packaging to all match up.
Right. I mean, how big of a concern is that for you in the future? I mean, we're seeing the the sugar taxes passed in a few cities just about a month ago. There's rumors that more may follow. if they're effective in the prior cases. So does that sort of weigh on your mind at all, or do you have to adjust your strategy?
It definitely does. I'm going to be learning along with some of my clients. I don't really know how it's going to play out, and I do think once everybody is a little bit more on an even keel with what they're all doing on their labels, but we're all going to be changing at different times, and there's going to be a little bit of a mishmash time going on, and I am a little worried about it. It's going to be a lot of work.
And what about on the functionality end of things? Just to kind of touch on one other area that always has kind of important trends going on.
Mm-hmm.
What types of products are you seeing people looking to do? Is it more energy? Is it, I don't know, something new?
Energy and protein. Those are really key still. Everybody still loves to have energy in their products. Those are not going away, whether or not it's mate or green tea or green coffee bean. I work with a lot of energy. And definitely plant-based proteins. A lot of paleo people looking for protein, which is not an easy product to work with. But people keep on asking, and there keeps on, I am consistently getting better and better plant-based proteins sent into the lab. So that is refreshing, at least.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, and you mentioned that that some of the other protein and some of the other things that are going in there. What about probiotics? We've seen, Kavita obviously was a recent big headline there. I think Tropicana recently did a probiotic infused orange juice.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that continuing to grow? Is there enough there to really build?
Oh, I don't think that's going to go away. I think it's been strong for quite a while, and I don't think it's going anywhere.
Another thing too is clean energy that we're seeing at least in the marketing of some energy drinks, sort of that becoming more prominent, using things like you mentioned, like matcha and some of these other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like to continue to grow as well.
Certainly. Yeah, everybody's always looking for something a little bit different, and what I've realized is that different energy works for different people, for sure. Coffee bean extract does not work for everyone. Mate doesn't work for everyone. I think there's going to be a trend of numerous different ones because everybody's kind of figuring out what makes them feel good. And we have a lot of options now.
Awesome.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I guess I'm swapping out with Ray here too,
great.
so we'll both exit off the stage.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, guys.
We'll do a little swap. We'll keep it going here. It's Martin Caballero here at the Live Stream Lounge, BevNet Live 2016, and enter Ray Latif, managing editor.
How you doing, Marty?
Doing well. I like the entrance.
You look like you're holding it down.
Hey, I'm trying. I'm faking it pretty well, I think so.
Faking it pretty well. We're not going to fake it anymore. We got Kim Page on here.
Kim, great to have you.
Thank you.
Kim is the VP of Marketing and Innovation for Venturing and Emerging Brands, a unit of Coca-Cola.
Yep.
Thanks again for being with us.
Thank you for having me. It's exciting.
So you recently came on about 6 months ago?
6 months exactly.
Yeah, how's it been going so far?
It's great. I mean, as you can imagine, for us, with the awesome task of really understanding where this landscape is going.
Yep.
A lot of excitement. We're probably in the most dynamic marketplace we've been. And so for us, it's just, for me, the first 6 months was really trying to find my footing, understanding where those big bets are and trying to identify really the key areas where we think the company needs to either participate or even increase our level of participation in terms of some of these high growth opportunity areas.
Yeah.
So a lot of learning, a lot of going out, getting to meet our venture brands and really understand what's most critical for them as they think about where they are in their phase of development. And so, as you can imagine, with a number of these brands, not really wanting to try to boil the ocean, but really figure out what's the most meaningful and impactful things that they could be doing, and definitely from a marketing and innovation standpoint. So it's exciting.
Yeah. Marketing and innovation, you have a really important job. What's your background? How long have you been with Coke?
I've been with Coke for 16 years. I am a brand marketer at my core, but more so in the last 10 years, more of a GM generalist, if you will. Don't necessarily separate innovation from marketing. I think in today's marketplace, you constantly have to have an innovative approach as you think about how we're going to not only maintain, but deliver transformative growth. And so I think while it's in my title, I think every organization has to be relentless in their pursuit of, what's next and what's better, and how do you kind of continue to innovate.
Right. We saw a lot of really good innovation for the new Beverage Showdown. We had the 15 semifinalists yesterday. We've got 6 today. You're on the judging panel.
Yeah.
You saw 3 of them. What are your thoughts?
you've got to just step back and just pause and just really congratulate these entrepreneurs in terms of what they're doing. Their ability just to even be invited to participate on the stage says that they're doing some great things, right? And so I think for us, specifically as judges, trying to give them very specific feedback that they can kind of take back. It's such a prototype environment,
Yep.
and so it's been exciting. I think they probably more so than in previous years really understand the notion of storytelling.
Yep.
And so you've seen a lot of really strong narratives about the origin of the brand, what they believe are their key points of difference versus other kind of products in the marketplace. And so I'm just constantly impressed, quite honestly.
Yeah, it is impressive stuff, and you were great up on stage too, giving great giving great advice. And we'll be back on at 1:30 for the second round and the ultimate deliberation to decide who's going to win the whole thing. So pretty interesting stuff, pretty exciting stuff. I've been taking up all the time. Marty, do you want to?
Yes.
Win
Well, obviously, we've seen, some things that, some trends that maybe are going downwards in terms of the soda consumption and things like that. So I was just wondering how has that shifted the strategy in terms of looking at, innovations and brands and sort of looking to maybe counteract what you're seeing a decline in other areas?
Sure. I mean, I think for us as a company, you've got to look holistically across the entire portfolio. Obviously, the category headwinds from a sparkling standpoint. The reality is that, thankfully, a number of our sparkling brands are growing. Prior to this, I was leading our Sprite and Flavors portfolio. And that both those that portfolio has now experiencing its fourth year of growth. But I say that to say that, yes, there's absolutely a shift in terms of where consumers are going in terms of what they're looking for. What are some of their motivations? What's driving them to purchase or not to purchase? And I think for us holistically, we have to understand that, which is why VEB is so important, because it really does, I think, do a nice job in kind of rounding out kind of the overall beverage, non-alcohol, ready-to-drink beverage portfolio. So it's exciting. And so the good news for us under Scott's leadership is that VEB is doing incredibly well and contributing above and beyond our fair share in terms of absolute revenue growth for the company. And so I think it just illuminates that it's not a one-size-fits-all, but you do absolutely have to have a holistic view of the marketplace. And again, going back to your first question, it's figuring out where those big bets are. You can't play in every category, and you shouldn't play in every category. And so a lot of what I've been trying to look at is to really try to give a marketing lens to those opportunities in terms of where we're going to kind of get the biggest return for our investment.
Right. Well, something that is really cool that I've seen in marketing is the recent Sprite campaign with LeBron James.
Yeah.
Very cool. And I think it kind of speaks a little bit to everyone's talking about reaching the millennial consumer.
Yep.
And it was really interesting the way that you guys used, obviously, a very well-known celebrity, but the whole campaign is that he is not endorsing the actual drink.
Yep.
So just, I mean, as a marketing person, how did you guys come up with the idea to sort of, it seems like you're leveraging the celebrity, but in a different way that is not so much just do it because he says so.
Yeah, I think what you heard today from Jody in terms of the watermelon water is understanding what the core proposition is and being and really ensuring that you're carrying that thread all the way through. So as a brand, Sprite has always been about, listen, at the end of the day, we're just here to quench your thirst. Because Grant Hill drinks it is not going to make you a better basketball player. And so that notion of being very transparent about what Sprite is and isn't has been a core to the brand, quite honestly, almost 25 years ago. And so it rings true to this notion of obey your thirst. And so when you hear such an icon like LeBron James just say, basically at the end of the day, if you're thirsty, drink Sprite. I mean, it really is what it is. And so I think the spirit of what that brand is tapping into is just being transparent, like the product. It's clear, it has nothing to hide, and it encourages consumers to be true to who they are. And if they're thirsty, grab a Sprite.
And you guys got Little Yachty to contribute a little bit there.
That did not hurt.
That was fun.
I remember the Grant Hill drink Sprite commercial.
Yeah, you remember that, right?
Grant Hill drink Sprite, and the guy clangs off the trying to dunk on the hoop. About a year ago, we had your predecessor on, Rebecca Messina, who's moved on to Beam. She's a CMO of Beam Global,
Awesome.
a pretty amazing job.
Yep.
And I asked her about how VEB defines innovation, and I want to ask you, how do you think VEB should define innovation?
Yeah, I think, again, there's some basic principles of innovation in terms of either you take something existing and make it better, or you try to figure out what's new and next. And so I think for us, it's we've got so many areas in the company that's thinking about best practices and how you bring some renewed excitement. And I think for VEB specifically, we're about next practices. And so we are tasked with and have the license, quite honestly, to really look at where the category is growing. And so our lens on innovation is really about almost new to the world versus re-engineering things that are already in the marketplace. And so if you think about our core brands, they are focusing on kind of re-engineering or reimagining kind of what exists today. And we are really focused on a longer view on where the market is going. And so it's really about, at its core, figuring out what's going to be new to the world and how do we aggressively participate in some of those opportunities. But, above and beyond product, I'm specifically tasked with understanding what modern marketing looks like today. And so we have to be very innovative in that approach. Thousands more beverages in the marketplace than it was even, a couple of years ago. And so everyone's trying to get that share of mind and stomach. And so you just have to be innovative in end-to-end, quite honestly, across everything that you say and do.
Yeah. We have about less than a minute left, and I do want to follow up on modern marketing, but I think we have to do that another time.
We'd love to.
Yeah, because while you're here, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yep.
So I asked a couple folks from VEB, what they're looking at in terms of categories, and I heard dairy alternatives, I heard craft sodas. What are we going to see in terms of investment, advising, sort of? Am I on the right track?
Yeah, you're definitely on the right track. I think for us, we've got 5 or so categories that we're really interested in, and I think you've named a couple. Healthy digestion continues to be an area, but I will say the one that I'm most excited about is the notion of global traditions and wisdoms. And so you see even some of the drinking vinegars tapping into a lot of those global wisdoms, and so I think as the Coca-Cola company operating in 200 plus countries, we should be in a really nice position to be able to tap into what's happening globally around the world, and how do you bring that to the forefront in terms of beverages.
Healthy digestion. I think I know where you're going with that. All right, Kim, this has been great.
Yeah,
I'm really happy
likewise.
you're here, and I'm really looking forward to the second round of the New Beverage Showdown.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thanks,
Thanks
Kim.
so much.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Marty.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, as we continue on here, I'm very excited for these next guests.
Well, I think we're going to need you to step off, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. I'm
and
excited
I
to watch them.
I don't mean like step off, bro. I don't mean like
That's
that.
right.
I mean like, just kind of exit this,
All right,
this way.
we'll try to do it gracefully.
Okay,
thanks,
great.
guys.
Thank you. I'm going to slide this way. Hey, folks, it's just me this time. I know. Marty and John did a really I was about to say kick ass. I can't say kick ass, so I'm going to say kick butt. They did a kick butt job on the live stream lounge, and these guys are doing a kick butt job for BevNet and Project Nosh. These are the newest folks, the young Turks, as it were. We have Brad Avery, Megan McGinnis. Say hi to the world.
Hello.
Hi.
All right. So you guys both came on board. Marty, you're a staff reporter for BevNet. Megan, you're a staff reporter for Project Nosh, which is BevNet's sister site focused on the world of natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy foods. This is your first BevNet Live, humongous event. Brad, what are your thoughts?
I think it's great. I'm especially happy to have been able to really meet the staff for real and see you all, and also just to immerse myself in the beverage world. I'm happy to, be talking to people. I think that's the best I've gotten out of this is just the networking breaks, to be able to talk to people one-on-one and, just exchange names and find out what people are working on and what people are doing.
Yeah. Megan, how about you?
Yeah, the energy is super powerful, and the community that is here has been so friendly and welcoming. So even though I tend to focus more on food than beverage, it's been really exciting just to get to know people who care about the same things, just what you're putting in your body, whether that's drink or food. So it's been super fun.
Yeah, I'm sure you've tasted a lot of beverages. Any favorites so far? I mean, I think there's probably 200 different brands here. Anything that really stand out for you guys?
I've been into the coconut water a lot.
Were you a coconut water drinker before?
No, I wasn't. I had never tried it before, and I fell in love with it.
Hey, how about that?
Yeah.
Megan?
I tried the maple water, which I was expecting to maybe not be a super fan of, and I liked it a lot. It wasn't too sweet, and I thought it was super refreshing. So.
Cool. Well, I mean, the key to being a beverage industry expert is to just taste. You got to taste as much as you possibly can. And you develop that refined palate. I remember I always talk about kombucha. We have kombucha on draft in the office, and so many people come in and they're like, I don't like kombucha, and then they try kombucha, and I say, oh, yeah, I like kombucha. So one of the other cool things that we do, and I have the honor of moderating, is the New Beverage Showdown. And I feel like that's a really great educational
part of the program
Oh,
as
absolutely.
well. Brad, what do you think of it, and what do you think of the brands in terms of how they performed?
The brands, I think the finalists that are competing were well chosen. I think they all gave really great pitches. Went up there and they it's interesting. You got 3 coffees, and then you've got the apple cider vinegar from Mother Beverage. You've got the Hawaiian tea, which I like that sort of authentic Hawaiian brand, and then the last one is the I'm blanking on this now.
We have Shaka Tea.
Tea.
We have Immortal.
Immortal.
Venice Cold Brew. Suniva Super Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Mother Beverage.
Beverage.
Oh, and 1821.
Right. And that was interesting, a cocktail mixer kind of coming in there. I almost wasn't expecting it, and I thought they also really knocked out. I liked their packaging a lot. I think they have an interesting voice that kind of stood out on stage.
Yeah, I've been doing this, I think 8 times I've moderated the New Beverage Showdown, and the presentations today were really impressive. I think it's been amazing to see the evolution of the entrepreneur and how professional and how really good at presenting, and they realize, you got to come out of the gate strong, and I think the 3 brands that presented today did a really good job doing that. Megan, you agree?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm an avid coffee drinker, so I love seeing lots of coffee
she
brands.
She is. I can confirm this.
I think Suniva's presentation was really engaging, and I like to see, and I think we're seeing this a lot in food as well, the trend towards just trying to focus on millennials and be able to reach out to them. So I thought it was super engaging, and I'm excited to see what happens with this next round.
And we've got millennials up there.
We got millennials here too.
Yeah. They're everywhere.
Geared towards me. It's fine.
Exactly.
It's an invasion.
It's an invasion. So on the Project Nosh side, we do something called a pitch slam as well, which I think you'll see in June when we do our next Nosh event. Any interest in hosting that, Megan?
I mean, yeah, I think it'll be fun. I really like seeing startup and entrepreneurial brands, and I think that will be exciting to see how they follow those trends. So it'll be really, really fun to just meet people, especially within food.
Yeah, for sure. I want to ask you guys. I mean, you've only been here for, I want to say, a month and a half. Is that right, or
No,
even
less
less than
than
that? It feels like you've been here
This
for
is my
years.
4th week.
10 years at least. No?
Yeah,
Okay,
and
fine.
we had Thanksgiving in there.
And we had Thanksgiving in there. But you guys have covered a lot of ground. You've written a ton of stories already. I mean, you've made a really big contribution to the office, and I want to thank you for that. I want to ask you about specific stories that you've written that have kind of really piqued your interest at this point. We'll start with Megan.
I mean, one of the first stories that I was working on was Mintel had released a report of just food trends for 2017 that they were expecting, and that was a good way for me just to dive in there and see kind of what is happening in the industry and what people are starting to gear towards. So that has been really fun to be able to just dive into that research a little bit more. I'm a little bit of a data nerd, so it's fun to see what brands are thinking of and trying to engage consumers with, and when it comes to even things like packaging. So it's been really great to kind of do that research.
Cool. Brad?
The first that came to mind was I did a profile on Koya, which we have some samples of over there, and it's a co-founder of Four Loko and another guy named Dustin, who's sort of an upstart, and I thought it was interesting just getting to talk in depth and really see sort of how a product came to be from the beginning, and which is something I didn't have experience with. So getting to do those sorts of profiles is really helping me and really engaging me to learn sort of how does it go from idea to product on the shelf.
Yeah, I think a lot of people want to know how that works. It's kind of tough. You also, we visited the Solti facility in San Diego. Solti, a cold pressed juice company. Interesting safety processing method. They use UV light instead of pasteurization or HPP. What was your experience like there?
Oh, well, it was cold. When we were in the
definitely
refrigerator
cold.
room.
Yes, it was 33 degrees in the refrigerator room. Oh my God.
It was very nice, and I thought they had a very fascinating sales room, a tap room out front, and really well designed, and sort of seeing the machinery for sure. And I think you mentioned it's the machine they used for processing is one of 26, I think they said, in the world or in the country. I was also expecting something larger. I thought this was going to be a big facility, and it's a fairly well-sized facility, but I think that is what surprised me, is how you can turn out a product like that in relatively small space.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we'll probably be visiting
a few more facilities, and you'll see the bigger ones for sure.
We went on a field trip too.
Yeah,
Ray.
exactly. You're going to come on pretty soon as well.
Good.
On a real personal note, I think you guys are, awesome reporters, but also awesome people, and I'm really happy you're part of the team. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move on to our next guest. Not that I don't love you, but
all right.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Brad Avery and Megan McGinnis, two of BevNet's best, the finest. We're going to bring on one of the neuro world's best as well, Dr. Rob Paul. How are you? And I don't mean neuro as in the brain. I mean as in neuropsychologist.
Absolutely.
Yes. So you are the creator of Invia.
I am, yes.
What is Invia?
Invia is a mental performance supplement, and it's really a product to help you do your very best in your day and succeed.
So, how did you come up with the concept of it, and, what's the purpose of it? What's the sort of, the brand proposition for consumers?
Well, the key is really leveraging science and taking the very best science that exists in the literature. We don't do a very good job as scientists communicating to the public. It just takes too long for great products to get out, and really this was an opportunity for me as a scientist to bring great work into a product that people can use.
Now, it's in packet form?
Correct.
So how are you supposed to mix it, and what's the sort of consumption method, and how often are you supposed to be drinking it?
Yeah, well, it's really it's a product you can have multiple times a day. We recommend at least once a day. For my family and for myself, it's a multiple times a day. It's a great tasting product. It's very easy to introduce into a standard plastic bottle of water, or a glass of water. You just pour it in. It dissolves brilliantly. It stays in solution brilliantly, and you can enjoy it throughout the day.
Very cool. We've had lawyers on the live stream lounge at different times, and they've been like, don't make any function claims, don't make any function claims. It sounds like you have a very functional product. How are you able to make the functional claims that you do?
Well, it starts with science. I mean, everything starts with science. You have to have clinical trials that can really back up the claims that you want to make about your product. And that's the authenticity that products have to be successful. We have that science.
Tell us about it. I mean, what is it about the formulation that can help people, think better?
Yeah, the key is really understanding how the brain works and what it needs to be able to work its best. It's not about as many ingredients as you can throw into a product, or it's really not even about the largest dose of ingredients. It's about the right dose of the right ingredients for the right function. And for mental performance, it's about those ingredients that we know stimulate attention, concentration, focus. And when they improve those among individuals who are healthy, you have an opportunity to really have an impact.
So, I hope I'm not trying to give away the secret sauce here, but how long have you been working on this? And where do some of the ingredients come from?
Yeah, well, so my day job is I'm a neuroscience person, and so I'm doing research every day. My lab is funded by the federal government to do research on how the brain is working, and this is what we focus on. What we're experts on is mechanisms. Really, what are the mechanisms that are important for optimal brain function? And what this product is really a creation of that work, of many years of publishing in the literature, of securing federal grants to really understand how does the brain really do these fantastic things that are critical for us to enjoy life and be our best.
It's a packet, which kind of makes it very different than RTD distribution. How is this product distributed, and where is it sold right now?
Yeah, so the packet was really key because it's about portability. It's about having it with you all the time. So it's really kind of that perfect partner when you want to be at your very best in terms of attention, focus, and mental power. Yep. The product is going to start with online and direct-to-consumer process so that we can educate individuals about the quality of these ingredients and the science.
Do you have your own portal for that, or are you selling on Amazon?
We have our own portal, and we're working. Our partners are individuals who are experts in this space, and this is really their comfort zone. So we're very fortunate.
So how are you getting out the word about Invia? I mean, I'll be completely honest. Today I Googled Invia, and I saw at the top of the page there was an ad, and it said Invia, and it talked about what you guys are all about and what you do. And I clicked on the ad. I'm sorry if I cost you money, but how are you getting the word out? How are you pulling in new consumers to your brand?
Yeah, this is going to be direct to consumer through an infomercial type program. So we're going to be on the air. We're going to be there present with individuals, with their families, to be able to walk through the science over the course of 30 minutes.
Okay.
And describe the story of how this great product came to be.
As far as the other part of the beverage industry, the RTD part, can we expect to see a ready-to-drink, a bottled Invia pretty soon?
I wouldn't say pretty soon. It's really about building awareness through education. And we know that when you have a a product on the shelf that is differentiated by its ingredients, that story is hard to communicate on the shelf. Consumers are moving quickly through those stores. For us, we have an opportunity through that direct-to-consumer platform online and through TV to be able to describe that science and walk through why this product is not what is currently existing on those shelves. It's different.
Well, I mean, what sort of examples are there for successful execution of what you're talking about? Sort of these infomercials and direct-to-consumer marketing. What are you looking at as a guiding star?
Yeah, well, it's a great question because we always want precedence in science. You always want precedence, but you also want innovation. You want to be disruptive, and the way that we're successful getting grants for brain science is to do something that's a little bit different than how everyone else has done that work. That's how you make real impact. So we have models. There are certainly products that have been sold in the infomercial space. We believe that we're very different in terms of the quality of the science, the doses that we're using, the ingredients that we're using, and really the clinical trials that we have to back that up. So we're following a different model, but also we know there's precedence of successful products that have been able to communicate and connect with consumers.
Yeah. Now, you've surrounded yourself with a great team. I've met a few of them here and interacted with them over email or talked to them over email. Can you talk about some of those folks and what they bring to Invia?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that consumer connection through the online and direct response is really their specialty. Yeah. And this is a relationship that's actually been involved. We've been engaged in a partnership for a long time, in an informal manner. Really working together to track the science and the quality of the process. So this is something we've been working on for about 5 years, and we are currently in a space to really launch this and be successful.
So I know you only arrived here a little while ago. Were you here yesterday as well?
I was not. No.
You were not. Okay. What do you excuse me? What do you expect to get out of this event? And even in the short time that you're here, and what is your team expecting to get out of the BevNet Live event?
Well, interestingly, this is a great forum, right? I mean, BevNet has a history of being a launching pad for products and really being able to connect with the networks of individuals that are engaged in all kinds of aspects of this industry. For us, that's really what this is about. This is really a launching pad for us, and an opportunity to really, for the first time, put this product into the space that is the true beverage space.
Yeah. A lot of folks come here for very specific reasons, or a number of specific reasons that are, bundled up into one big reason to be here. It sounds like you guys are already pretty well capitalized, and distribution doesn't seem to be something that you're kind of looking for here. But I guess in terms of investment, how are you getting investment, or are you well capitalized, and what are those folks bringing to the table?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, obviously, you've seen many products that have not been sustainable because of capital concerns, and so it's a tough road if you're going to launch a product but not be resourced to support it. Right. For us, that was the starting point. Our partners and what they bring to the table is an opportunity for us to really support this product through very heavy saturation on the digital front and through the infomercial direct response front. So we have the great capacity to support this product. We're not here to look for investments, but I would never say we would never take an opportunity. But currently, we're well positioned where we're at.
That's fantastic, Dr. Paul. This has been really great and informative. I actually want to try. Can I steal a packet?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to steal a packet because I'm going to need some of this later on.
Absolutely.
Maybe I need it right now. I don't know. Maybe the audience can tell me if I need it right now.
Well, that's the key. For me, this is hidden in our house because my kids and my wife will literally steal anything that's in my bag of Invia. So this is a hot commodity. You're lucky you have that.
I hope that they're not stealing other things from your bag either. Money's not a good thing.
No, but this is what they want.
Okay, great. Dr. Paul, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. You can just hand your mic to our producer. How is Dr. Robert Paul? He is the founder of Invia. And that was a really great interview. I thought so. Anyway, I think so. Here's another interview. Mitchell Compton, Coconut Beach, one of the co-founders. Michael Reedy, one of the other co-founders of Coconut Beach. How are you guys?
Great. Thanks for having us.
Thanks so much for being here. How's your BevNet Live going?
It's going great. Thanks for putting on events like this. It really helps, spread knowledge about the beverage industry, and we always find nuggets of just valuable information, at every event. So thank you.
Yeah. Tell us a little about what Coconut Beach is.
So Coconut Beach is a coconut water and coconut chip business. We started in March 2015. From there, we had rapid expansion in grocery chains in the discount retail space. So we're in 99-cent only through their whole system, Dollar Tree, some Kroger family in the Food for Less brand, Foods Co. We've really excelled in the discount space. Our sweet spots, 100-store chain.
I mean, it's a really interesting positioning that you have, certainly in terms of price, everything is 99 cents. You sell coconut water, you sell different other coconut beverages, you sell chips,
Yes.
everything at 99 cents.
That's been our goal. Pass our savings forward as much as we can to the customer.
How are you able to accomplish that? Because coconut water has never been cheap. Coconut, and I don't, not to call your product cheap, but coconut water has never
Sure.
been priced at $1.
Sure. I think really what we did was we took a step back when we got into the business and tried to really understand the supply chain. We were able to squeeze out pennies everywhere and work backwards to that 99-cent number and really came up with a solution that we felt that we could, with direct sales, of course, that we could suggest that retail price at 99 cents and be happy with the result. It's a volume proposition, and so far it's working. I mean, we're probably in excess of 15,000 locations nationwide right now.
Very cool.
Yeah. Using that high volume, low margin philosophy has really gotten us to that price point.
Well, is it the coconut water that's leading sales, or is it the chips, or is it your other coconut beverage?
It's a mix. The chips are very popular. We're on Amazon Prime as well. We knew we had something when we started getting emails in the middle of the night, talking about the coconut chips. Yeah. So that's a big seller for us, and it really helped open the door for us with retailers who were looking. They liked the packaging. They thought it was fun. It's approachable. It's a maturing space. I mean, this BevNet probably 5 years ago, we're talking about coconut water in a big way, and so this is not new. But our value proposition's new. We know there's people out there that want health and wellness that can't afford it, and we're there to fill that need.
So how do you defend against, say, if a Vita Coco gets into the mix and starts saying, oh, we're going to sell a value-based coconut water as well, say canned water like you guys. How are you best positioned to kind of stay competitive, or what's your competitive advantage against something like that?
I would say that we have excellent relations with our suppliers overseas. I mean, you're never going to win a fight with Coca-Cola or Pepsi.
Yeah.
So we're not in that business, but we do believe a rising tide floats all boats. The more the merrier. Those products are already on the shelf where we're at, but you typically see those are dumping grounds for those brands where you're seeing dates that are to expire within 5 minutes of you picking up their bottle. So ours have a year or two left, and these products are going to expire.
Right. A quality brand at that price point. We didn't sacrifice any quality and pass those savings right forward to those customers.
Yeah. So dollar store is your biggest retail channel at this point?
Sure,
That's
and
correct.
we just signed up with DPI to help fill in the blanks with Kroger and the Kroger brand in the middle of the country. So we're really looking forward to that in 2017 and really pushing and driving sales. I mean, we've had 100% growth year over year in sales so far.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you've got a lot of doors. Cooler space doesn't sound like that's a big part of the dollar store set, and coolers are a big grab-and-go opportunity. Are you looking at that right now?
We are. We actually are coming out with an organic. Yeah, and so that
99 cents?
It's yet to be determined.
Okay.
But yeah, we have some different SKUs coming out in response to retailers that outside of the 99-cent world coming to us and asking for product development. We've executed very well, and we responded very well to the requests of our retailers. We were listening to the buyers, and right now it's really going after probably the distributors, but pricing will have to change as we go into that traditional distribution model.
Yeah. Very cool stuff. I wish we had more time, but I wanted to meet you guys because I'd heard about your product and your brand and your pricing strategy, and it's pretty amazing. And I want to follow up with you guys a little bit later on if I can.
Thanks, Ray. We appreciate you having us.
Thank you, Mitchell. Really nice to meet you. Michael.
Pleasure.
All right, you can hand over your mics to our producer. That was great. Coconut Beach, 99 cents. I'm really interested to see how that plays out. All right, on to our next guest. Chris, how are you?
Hey, Ray.
Chris Buchanan, the founder of 1051. It was at one point good on you.
Yeah, it still is good on you a little bit. We have the cafe.
Oh, very cool.
So we're located at 1051 South Coast Highway. So
Okay.
we're kind of tying the whole brand together.
So good on you, 1051. What is it you guys do?
We make an organic electrolyte drink, really focusing on minerals. So we have about 70 different trace minerals in the product, not your typical, sodium, magnesium, potassium, like a lot of sports drinks do. So we're kind of focusing on the mineral angle.
Yeah. Very, very tough category, the sports drink category. You've got an organic beverage and organic brands. Who are you trying to market to? I mean, there's specific consumer subsets, within that category. Is there one that you're specifically targeting?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a journey figuring that out. When we first started, we were a better for you Gatorade, and we realized that Gatorade drinkers really didn't care about that. And then people that were on the natural shoppers, you said that word or said sport drink, and they kind of really turned off by it. So we started to look a little bit deeper and realize, our ingredients are really amazing. They really, really work. They're harvested from one of the oldest lakes on the planet. It's like a prehistoric lake, and so it's a very well-rounded mineral drink. And it's really what nature provides. So we're going after that shopper who's educated, who will spend $3 for a drink, and really cares about what they put in their body. So it's a typical natural shopper.
A typical natural shopper. So natural channel is really where you're aiming.
Yeah, we've always been there. We've been there with our bar, and it's kind of part of our DNA. But we know that this mainstream movement is happening, and moms want it. And we had a Costco run. We did really, really well in Costco, and that's where we learned a lot of our information. So we've retweaked the branding, and we went a little bit too far down the natural channel branding with our second iteration. And so we brought it back a little bit to be a little bit more mainstream and hopefully catch a wider group, but really build it in Southern California where we're from and focus there.
So, you mentioned the revamp from Good On Ya. What did you learn in your first, year in the beverage industry? What are some of the key learning lessons that you can share with some of our new entrepreneurs?
Just focusing, you hear that inch deep and a mile wide. Because we were a bar with Whole Foods, we got into a bunch of regions for them, but obviously it was really hard to support our brand in Chicago and in Denver and all over the place when we're from San Diego. Luckily, it stayed on the shelf. I mean, it's just kind of indicative that people are looking for an electrolyte drink that is quality. There's not very many that are out there that's also low in sugar. So I would just say focus, and that's what we're doing now. We have a new team, new money, new brand, and we're focusing really diving deep into Southern California.
I remember last year, I think it was Janie Hoffman who introduced me to you, and she's a big fan of your brand, a big fan of you in particular. How do you build that that sort of mentor network, and who are the people that are in your mentor network that you can rely on for advice and for help?
I'm really lucky. I mean, San Diego's a hotbed for food companies, and I think the natural channel in general. There's a lot of people who are just really giving with their time, and Janie's one. Danielle, the CEO of Nutso, is another one. And I guess it's just by being really authentic and who you are and not being afraid to ask for help. Because I did ask, and they were there. They're just super helpful. You wouldn't think so because they're so busy, and but they're there. That's great.
A lot of people to talk to here as well. Coming to BevNet Live, for a lot of folks, they'll say, "Oh, okay, it's tough to get out there. It's expensive." They'll have a lot of reasons. But what are you getting out of this that you really feel like is sort of worth the time and investment?
I love listening to the success stories, and just listening to other founders and CEOs of brands, like the watermelon water.
Everyone keeps mentioning that.
Well, it's such a polished brand, and she does such a good job that it's great to see it all laid out because you get snippets of it. So when you come here, things are very well presented, and you just get to immerse yourself into other brands and just learn, and that's what's so great about it.
Well, I really hope that you got a lot out of this particular show, and I really wish you a lot of success, and I can't wait to talk to you again soon.
Yep. See you next year for sure.
All right. Thanks so much, Chris. All right. This is Chris Buchanan, 1051, a great sports drink brand, and that brings us to the end of the live stream lounge at BevNet Live Winter 2016, sponsored by CMI. I'm Ray Latif, the managing editor. I really appreciate you all being with us. It means a lot to me. And I really want to thank our team, our Livestream Lounge team, who has been tremendous throughout the past 2 days. So thanks, everyone.
Hi, I'm Jackie. I'm the Marketing and Communications Specialist here at BevNet. Just want to say thanks for tuning in live to the BevNet Live live stream, and stay tuned for the upcoming speakers and content.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Hey, I'm Justin Kindle, Assistant Editor of Brewbound, BevNET's sister publication. Thanks for tuning in to the live stream lounge. We've got some great guests coming up. Please stick around.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavor Man, located at the Flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavor Man, the beverage architects.
This is the final round of the New Beverage Showdown, and we're going to get things kicked off pretty quickly. I just want to remind everyone that we're going to do some audience voting. We're going to tell you exactly how you can vote once the last finalist is up on stage. Once again, the finalists are going to have 5 minutes to present and get 5 minutes of feedback from the judges. All right, without further ado, we're going to kick things off with Immortal. Scott Holmes, come on up. Good to see you again. Either mic, and there's your timer.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you, everybody. I am Scott Holmes, and I am immortal. More importantly, we want you to feel immortal. We want you to reach higher and be the best you can possibly be. So before we get started, I want to give you a little bit of background of who we are and where we came from. So Johnny Balick, who is not here, is actually one of the original founders, is an herbologist. He really grew up with herbology and ancient botanicals, and it was a passion of his. He is, we affectionately call him the burner. And if you don't know what that is, it's okay, but it's probably not what you think it is. So we brought on later another partner, co-founder, Jordan Kadusham. Jordan, we call the muscle. Jordan is the guy that gets it done. He's our special ops. And he really is. He's got an amazing experience in the background of beverage and building out lines and all the co-packing and all the things that go along with that. And we need that because it's a special product. And there's one more person I want to mention, because if you heard his strategy yesterday, his speech, it was about Jim Tonkin, who was one of our advisors. He actually spoke about an inch wide and a mile deep. Now, I know he was talking about distribution and category strategies and the business side of it, but he had no idea what he was getting into, because this brand is a mile deep. Everything from the 7 letters of Immortal, really representing the 7 chakras, to the sacred geometry, the code of the universe. This is the Vesica Pisces up here on the top is actually where an atom first forms and splits, and they talk about that being really the center of the universe. It is a special brand, and it requires special ingredients, super herbs, and super foods. We're here on the uncommon journey to develop powerful, ancient botanicals for spiritual and physical harmony. This is it's a task. There's a lot of ingredients in here, super herbs and superfoods, that require a bit of education. So what we've done, and this is my job as a CEO, I actually call myself the Chief Experience Officer, which is, what is the experience that we create around this brand? Well, we started in music festivals. We actually started on tap. And Further Future, this is an actual picture from Further Future, where in the morning, and when you're doing your yoga, we are actually serving Immortal to just wake people up in the morning. And at night, it's music festivals, so we had a number of people coming in during the late part of the day and into the evening because they wanted to dance all night. So this is first of its kind, protein coffee, super extraction, sourced 100% whole foods. Now, again, with a name like Immortal, we have a hero code. So it is in a glass bottle. It's a brown amber glass, 11 ounce. It's 10 ounces of liquid, and it has an ounce of nitrogen dose. It is 100% organic, wild harvested, triple distilled Arabica coffee. This is what makes us really unique. It is low to no acidity. It is infused with a protein, chia protein, and it gives it that extended, steady release. And wild harvested rhodiola, as I mentioned yesterday, rhodiola rosea, is actually a root. It's an adaptogen. It's an adaptogenic herb, and it was used by the Vikings before they went into battle. It's a little fun tidbit about that. And we haven't even begun to launch the RTD. We're focused on the Immortal Energy, as I just mentioned. But because we've been in festivals for the last 6 months, we already have almost 10,000 followers on Instagram. Our history and around the ancient botanicals, even though we've only been around for less than a year now, We have been in Lightning in a Bottle, Further Future, Wanderlust, a number of others, different festivals. And here we have it serving on tap right here. This is some of the festivals we've been on. Some of our audience and ambassadors actually were able to see, they like to take pictures in front of the wings, and it's pretty amazing. So, but before I run out of time here, we are actually going into, we're in Erewhon, juice bars. We're meeting with Whole Foods, talking about 2017. They love the product. And more than anything, I want everyone here just to know and feel, reach higher, be immortal.
All right, nicely done. You can come a little bit closer. Scott had a great brand story, talked quite a bit about that. Does it come through in the packaging, do you think, Kim?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you've got a treasure of things that you can kind of talk to about this brand, and so I think the packaging is beautiful, is elegant. I think for me, it's just going to be a function of what's most important and compelling as you think about the overall concept of being this spiritual and physical elixir, if you will. And so I would just say, because you've got so many kind of ways in to invite consumers to the brand, it's really understanding what's that kind of compelling proposition that you can tap into. But it's a beautiful package. I don't think anyone could discount that. So well done.
Yeah, John, you're nodding your head. What did you see from Scott's presentation today that you may not have seen yesterday?
I think it just seems really complicated, I guess. I really like the taste of it and the look of the brand. I think it is sort of like intriguing and different. But I think it, just looking at the front of the bottle and hearing all the, stuff that you were saying, I just wish it were a little simpler. Some of the stuff, like even the word supplement on the front of it, seems a little scary. But I want to drink more of it. So I think, there's definitely something there, just kind of how you package and describe it more than anything.
Can I respond? And thank you, and I appreciate that. And actually, there is a point where we have to be categorized as a supplement right now because rhodiola is not GRAS approved.
Sure.
But you're right. And then our new labeling that's coming out, it's just it's as simple as what the image said. It's super coffee, and so we have a super coffee elixir.
Got it.
Cool.
Okay, Nicole, what are your thoughts on Immortal?
First I'll start off with the packaging is absolutely, beautiful. I would think a wine would come in there or something. It's beautiful packaging. The branding is incredibly aspirational, and I think it's trying to hit a lot of different notes, and I agree with everyone else up here that I do think the message needs to be, for an initial launch, simplified, because a consumer walking by the shelf doesn't get the benefit of hearing your whole story. And when I look at the Instagram, I don't know if it's Instagram, but the images that came across, I almost looked like it could have been a Netflix news show, not a beverage, where we're used to seeing someone holding the beverage doing different activities. So I think it's almost ahead of its time on the branding. I would dial it back a little bit and really focus on what that one message is.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ken, I saw you looking at the bottle pretty hard, and you're kind of going back and forth. What were you looking for, and what do you think of the brand and the taste of this product?
Well, I think the taste is really good, but what I was looking for from the label and the entire package, and maybe from the presentation, was answers to the questions like, what is the price point? What's the shelf life? Is that a painted-on label?
It is not painted, it's printed, and the shelf life is 90 days. We just had our certification testing for that. The price point will be $7.99.
And
it's 2 servings.
And it's ambient, or it's got to be chilled?
It's refrigerated, chilled.
Okay, Greg, final thoughts.
I was like, I love this thing, and then he gave me the price point. I was like, this has to be one of the best beverages I've ever tried. I would drink this all day long. There is one thing though. It's 180 calories for 5 ounces, and there's 2 servings in here. So that's, what is that? 360.
It's a Big Mac in a bottle.
So I think that's a lot of calories in one bottle for people. But it tastes amazing. I think the other thing, if this on the shelf, I think it would get a lot of trial. I think when you call it immortal, you're setting the bar really, really high. What is going to make me feel immortal? I don't think that's at all being communicated on the package enough. Like, you want to see things like dolphins' tears or something that is totally revolutionary that I've never even heard of. Not something so, lame, but something that's a little bit more special, some new ingredient out there. I feel otherwise, otherwise it's hard to command that price point at $7.99, I think. People think they're just paying for a nice bottle.
All right, great feedback.
Not dolphins.
One of the favorite, one of the best tasting things Greg ever tasted. So that means a lot, I'm sure. All right.
I want
Thanks
it.
so much, Scott.
Now I'm gonna have to run a marathon after.
Yeah. Okay, next up, Venice Cold Brew. Chris Mueller is going to come up to the stage and talk about his cold brew coffee brand. Round of applause for Chris. All right, once again, your mics.
You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Hello and thank you. My name is Chris Mueller. I am the founder and CEO at Venice Cold Brew. What I'd like to do is take my presentation from yesterday and just express the points a little bit fuller. My goal with Venice Cold Brew was to start a company that would allow me to play a strong role in my community. Currently, Los Angeles is experiencing a bit of a renaissance, both culturally and technologically, and I wanted to be a part of that. The inspiration for Venice, is decidedly Southern California. It's the beach, it's the bright poppy colors, it's the sunshine, it's the abundance of outdoor activity and energy. The goal then was to create a healthy, uplifting beverage that sings to the essence of what it means to drink coffee in Southern California, and then bottle that feeling. To do this, Venice created an entire production facility and processes to make some of the cleanest, smoothest cold brew available. We knew that this would make us disruptive. We knew that we needed to create a premium segment within the cold brew category and own it. We have done that. Venice is started with self-distribution. We started by going into stores, shaking hands, making friendships, and building the bedrock of relationships that would make Venice what it is today. We've done all of this without outside capital. This has pushed us every day to make smart decisions, to act nimbly, to hire very smart. Premium. This is our thing. We have two current SKUs. We have black coffee and we have coffee with almond milk. This has both our signature ingredients, direct trade coffee, pure spring water. Both of these are low to 0 calories, low to 0 sugar. They're gluten-free, vegan, and non-GMO. The current excitement is our third SKU, Sparkling Cascara. Cascara is coffee cherry fruit, sun-dried, cold steeped to perfection, and carbonated for a totally new coffee experience. Like our other two SKUs, it's low in calories, it's low in sugar, and it is intensely refreshing. Over the last year, we've developed strong retail partnerships with Whole Foods, Erewhon, Gelson's, Lassen's, Smashbox, Farm Shop, Rainbow Acres, and Dave's, among others. We've developed strong distribution partners with Joyride, High Touch, Unify, Dove, Quinn, and Seacoast. For Venice, the future is looking strong. 2017, we aim to refine the brand. That's our marketing, that's our packaging, that's our interactions with customers. We want to get out, we want to double down. We're going to educate, We have a premium, healthy, beautiful product. We know that all cold brews are not created equal, and the customer needs to know that, and we need to treat them to a delightful experience. We need to attract investment. We know we need smart minds, we need boots on the ground, and we need people that are going to help us grow. And Q1, we're going north. Q3, we're going east. And we want to help bring the Venice vibe and a premium, healthy, refreshing cold brew to all. Thank you.
Great stuff, Chris.
Thank you, Ray.
All right. I asked this yesterday about this really crowded and growing cold brew coffee category. Nicole, does Venice have what it takes to stand out?
I think they do. I mean, I think that the branding it feels very craft and handmade. And I do think, there's going to be some large national players and some strong regional players. And I think you have an ability to play in the latter. And I wouldn't go, when you mentioned going north and east within Q1 and Q3, I mean, I would just be careful to not go too broad too fast to really build up that name recognition here, which you're doing, and it sounds like you're doing it through multiple channels by using, distributors where you're getting on-premise too, to really help build the brand with really places that are influencer locations here in Los Angeles. So I would really, really focus on that. But I think the product tastes great. I do like the packaging. I might stay consistent with that blue theme. I think it ties in the beach a little bit.
Okay.
And the Cascara is great, really interesting. I wonder if you could make it taste a touch more coffee to really bring that coffee taste out. I think it finishes with the fruit and starts to taste more like a soda, and maybe try to make it taste a touch more of the coffee.
Okay, absolutely.
Kim, what do you think of Venice's branding and marketing strategy as outlined by Chris?
Yeah, I think it's almost the exact opposite of what we just saw with Immortal, right? I think really clean, simple. I guess what I'm looking for in terms of the why Venice versus other cold brews currently in the category. As we mentioned, it's a very, highly competitive category, and so I think you mentioned the word premium a number of times, and so we just want a little bit more of the story of the why. Why would I choose this versus some of the others? I would echo Nicole's point on the Cascara. There's something really interesting there. I'd never tasted it before, and it has that impact for sure, but wasn't getting as much as the coffee notes, getting some more of the cherry on the back end of it, but it's a very interesting, complex kind of flavor profile.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, following up on the Cascara, I don't think you tried it yesterday, John. You tried it today. What do you think?
I like it, but I think it might be a hard sell just because it's so different. I mean, on the one hand, you've got, two products that are like pretty damn easy to understand, needs no explanation, really. I think it's great. There's almost no words on the front of the bottle. Cascara, I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but I think that is probably going to be a challenge. So I'm not sure that that's the best strategy versus even, carbonating coffee or making another flavor or something like that. Just honest feedback on it. So
thank you.
Ken?
I think that's a great point, and there's a potential disconnect here because of the sour note at the end or the carbonation, which is causing that sour note. And without having two SKUs there, you wouldn't know what the real consumer feedback would be. So I would maybe either do two SKUs. You've got one still, one carbonated.
Got it.
Greg, what do you think about that Southern California vibe as a point of differentiation?
Well, I love that. There are two things, I guess. One is I didn't know Southern California, particularly Venice, was known for coffee. So that I think needs to be clarified. And then I keep thinking people that are beyond Venice, so people in the middle of the country or in the eastern part, south part of the country, how do they not know that's not Venice, Italy? So I think your base coffee is amazing, by the way. It really is phenomenal. It's artwork. I wish you paid up more about what are you doing with the brew, the type of water, things like that. That bit of the story about how you're making it, just to give you more credibility that Venice actually is a place that can generate this fantastic coffee experience. And then on the brand design, I don't know, it doesn't scream Venice to me, California.
Okay.
And I think you could work on that. But the bottle shape is nice.
Thank you.
Nice and clean.
All right. Great stuff, Chris. Well done. Okay, our final brand of the day is Mother Beverage, and we're going to bring up Allison and Stephen Ellsworth. Come on up. Do you guys want to use two handhelds? Okay. There you go.
Thanks, sir.
Your timer's over here. All right.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Good afternoon from Mother Beverage. My name is Stephen Ellsworth.
And I'm Allison Ellsworth.
And together, we are the founders of Mother Beverage. Just to recap for our judges over here, Mother Beverage is based in Dallas, Texas. We are an ACV, or apple cider vinegar beverage, infused with organic ingredients, fruits, berries, and herbs.
Apple cider vinegar has been used to promote health for thousands of years. It's rich in probiotics and healthy acids that help maintain a balanced digestive system. I started personally drinking ACV to detox and lose weight. I loved the way it made me feel, but the taste, like everyone knows, it's a bit strong. So that's when we started working in our kitchen with different things like fresh squeezed juices, honeys, and essential oils. And we liked the flavor, but adding those things added a lot of sugar and calories to our diet. So that's when we came up with the idea to infuse the vinegars. Here we have our grapefruit mint infusion. We used locally sourced Texas ruby red grapefruits and fresh mint. We love what we had created, and we could not wait to share it with others.
Our goal was simple. We wanted to create an enjoyable beverage that contained a daily dose of apple cider vinegar, was all natural, low in sugar, and had no concentrates. Each bottle is 10 calories or less and 0 grams of sugar.
We started in the Dallas Farmers Market telling our story and selling our product. We offer a product people really connected with and a brand they were attracted to. We loved getting to know our customers and getting their feedback. Lots of our customers spoke, and week after week we sold out. One customer wrote, "So healthy yet incredibly tasty. I'm hooked."
Now, as we've grown, our process has evolved, allowing us to get our product into more hands. Our infusions are still made with the same care in small batches, but our new equipment allows us to bottle it more efficiently.
Our product disrupts the market for 4 reasons. First, each bottle contains 2 full tablespoons of apple cider vinegar, making it easy to get your daily dose. Second, it's raw. We never heat or pasteurize our product, yet it remains shelf-stable for over 6 months due to the acidity in the vinegar. Third, we use the freshest organic ingredients and produce in small batches to ensure the highest quality. And fourth, our branding is unique and clean and elegant.
Bringing our beverage to the market has had its challenges. Production was our bottleneck, so we both quit our full-time jobs and built our own production facility from scratch. Just a short while ago, this is what production looked like, receiving full pallets of bulk glass right to our front door. With limited funds, everything we dream of has to come in stages. But it's taught us to be resourceful and that 14-hour workdays are the norm. Third, with self-distribution and growth comes logistical challenges. Shipping nationwide, free local deliveries, and fulfilling customer orders is something that we love to do, but challenging nonetheless. And fourth, because our product is live and raw, ensuring product consistency can be difficult, but will always remain our top priority.
In just 4 short months, we've come a long way, and we could not be happier. We've set up a full-fledged production facility, and we've grown organically to several retail locations and farmers markets in the DFW area. We've also been approached by national grocery chains, and we're expected to roll out in the first quarter of 2017. And we love what we do, and we're looking forward to the journey ahead.
Speaking of our journey ahead, our future looks bright. This year, our overwhelming focus will be on growing our team, hiring all-star employees, and sales. You can see here our newest employee, our baby Theo. At 7 weeks old, he's already a great employee. We will expand our presence to 200 plus locations by the end of 2017. We will obtain our organic certification as well as develop new packaging to further differentiate our unique product. Drinking vinegars is an emerging category within the beverage industry with few players, leaving consumers with limited options. We are excited to be a part of this movement that is once again elevating functional and healthy alternatives to sodas and other sugary beverages. Thanks for listening, and cheers to your health.
All right, great job, guys, and congratulations on your little boy.
Thank you.
Drinking vinegars are, one of those things everyone wants to know what it's going to taste like. Kim, what do you think of the taste of Mother Beverage?
I'm biased here. I am such a huge apple cider vinegar drinker, so I love it. I think you've got something really, really interesting here. You're tapping into kind of this global ancient wisdom, but it's in such a modern way that I'm really excited about it. I think the simplicity of it, end to end, the flavor descriptors that you have, I think it's just really, really well done. So, again, I'm a big apple cider vinegar drinker, so I think I would definitely buy it.
Thank you. We'll take it.
Greg, your thoughts on the presentation and the brand?
Great presentation, I thought. I like apple, I do, but it can be a little extreme sometimes. It can wear on it. I think this one was a little intense, which is what you would expect. I wish that you'd put on the front the amount that you have. I think people need to know right in the beginning what's the amount, what's the source as well, where's it coming from, because I think that helps set up expectations for taste. If I just pick this up somewhere, I would expect it to taste probably a little bit more like, a sparkling fruit juice kind of thing, and I think then you're going to turn off people. So I think you clarify communication up front on the primary panel, and you can do that easily with the amount of servings on there. And then, what's the price point?
It's $2.99 to $3.49.
Okay. And otherwise, I think it's pretty good.
Thank you.
Great. Nicole, Stephen, and Allison talked about their business strategy, building their own facility. What do you think of that approach?
I think it's smart. I think in categories like this where quality control and you've got to there's not a lot of other people doing it. So having that control and that focus, yes, it costs more. But controlling that initially, I think, is important. So I think it's impressive that you guys have taken that step first to do that. I think I would echo. I think the tastes great. Lime ginger was probably my least favorite of the four. The fruit forward ones were a little easier to get down, but I do think it's important to probably have something a little more savory ultimately. Mm-hmm. I love the brand name. I think it's brilliant, and I think it the connotation with an older ancient recipe and your mother and the emotional connection. I think it's a really great brand. But I do think you need to highlight the ACV, because if you just grab that and said probiotic soda and took a drink of it, whoa, I think you need to be a little more forward. And I also think the white font is tough to read, because as the drink goes down, you can't see anything on the bottle. And so it'd be nice to, while the bottle's sitting there, that you are still seeing, and can read the product. It was really hard to read once the product got below a certain line. The one thing I love that you guys did, which I don't think too many people do, is you the calorie count is a larger font, and you can that really pops when you go to look at that. And I think it's an amazing soda alternative for 10 calories.
Thank you. Yeah, we as we touched on, we are working on developing new packaging just to, like you were saying, to highlight, the amount of ACV that's in each bottle. It is definitely
and change the bottle, because it looks a lot like a soda bottle. Is what we've heard. So.
Awesome.
So just to differentiate that for sure.
Ken, bleeding edge category, drinking vinegars. What do you think of the potential of it and the potential for Mother Beverage?
Well, all I can say is I remember when ACV meant all channel velocity. But I think it's ready for the evolution of what's going on in beverage right now. So,
John, you get the last word of the entire competition.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate that. I guess the only thing I would just add is I wish it had a little less like stevia flavor to it. But otherwise, I really like it. I like the flavor combinations. I think we talked about the packaging and, branding treatment yesterday, and they touched on it, but, great job.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff indeed. Well done, guys.
Appreciate your time, guys.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to turn over the stage in a minute, but I just want to point out, if you want to vote at home or here, text the code, your favorite code, or the code that is associated with your favorite brand, to the number 213-238-5070. We're going to leave this up just for a little bit, but if you want to look at the results and you want to continue, you want to go back to what that, look for that number, we have sheets that we passed out, but this leaderboard will be up on our Facebook page, facebook.com/BevNet. Check it out, and we're going to deliberate and come back and announce the winner at 3:15, so don't want to miss that. Turn over the stage to Jeff Kleiman.
Hey, how about a quick hand for all those brands one more time? Now, we've talked about building all these brands brick by brick, eye to thigh, store to store, the importance of building that audience in store. And now we're going to chuck that shit. And we're going to look at building an audience in the virtual world. To do that, we have LifeAid's Orion Melahan, who's going to take a look at the changing ways that brands can launch in both online and real-world environments. At LifeAid, Orion and his partner, Aaron Hindi, have grown their brand through non-traditional sales channels, including an online sales platform and a heavily segment event and location-driven retailing strategy that relies on activating tribes of users through social media. Orion will give us some of his best practices for deconstructing that traditional distribution and retailing model and what some of the advantages and challenges have been for LifeAid as they've grown. Please welcome Orion Melahan.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for having me, BevNet. A pet peeve of my business partner is Aaron Hind, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that.
Sorry.
So starting today off, I'd like to see a show of hands. Who are the beverage entrepreneurs in the room? Let me see a show of hands there. Quite a few of you. Okay. Where are the investors at? No? I know Carp Riley's in the room. Where's Drew and Ryan? There they are. Okay. See what I did right there? Go talk to those guys after the presentation. Now, those guys, the investment community had been ducking us for a while, so don't feel bad about that. So when you start a brand, any type of company, you should ask a question: why do so many brands fail when only a few thrive? And perhaps even more importantly, why do objectively superior products and teams fail to inferior products? Is it timing? Is it weakness on the team? Is it luck? Is it the wrong sales and marketing approach? Oftentimes it comes down to runway. How much time does a brand have ahead of itself to figure out who their core customers are and get them to repeatedly buy from them? As entrepreneurs, we need time, and time equals money. So, of course, there's a few ways that you can extend runway here, and this is raise money. Of course, this gets all the financial press in trade. But a couple other options that I'd like to focus on are building gross margins and then managing your burn rate. At LifeAid, we are scaling a high margin business at a very low burn rate, and that gave us time to figure out who our core customers are and get them to repeatedly and enthusiastically purchase from us. Now, we have been on the market for almost 6 years now, but I'd be willing to bet that most people in this room had never heard of LifeAid Beverage before. And if they had, it's most likely on the news of our recent deal with Carp Riley. Now, why is that? Well, I started the company with my business partner 6 years ago with $30,000 apiece. So we had to find a non-traditional route to market, and we've been quietly executing on that over the past 6 years. So how did we do that? Well, we did that without any salespeople. In fact, we were selling millions of cans without even one salesperson on the team. I have my sales staff in here. We just hired them earlier this year, but I want to share with you how we did that without the help of those guys. You see, I'm here today to share with you that today, in today's age, there's never been a better time to launch a product on the market. All the old barriers to entries and the advantages of the big players have gone away. And the tools that we took to scale this company to the size that it is today are available to every single person and company in this room. All it takes is a little bit of time and creativity. So let's talk about a couple examples of what I'm talking about. All of this is led by consumers. People are changing their habits, the way they discover brands, the way they share brands, the way they purchase brands. And you don't have to look anywhere further than Dollar Shave Club. Here's an example of a company, created a viral video, had an e-commerce platform, created a subscription base, took 5% market share of the men's razor market in 4 years, and sold for just shy of $1 billion. Or look at Casper. Here's a company that sells mattresses. They're proving conventional models wrong, that says no one can sell a mattress without going into a showroom and laying down on it and feeling it, and you have to agree with your spouse on it. They're proving that people will purchase mattresses online. So there's tremendous disruption and changes. You just got to look for the tools and ways to be creative and be disruptive. So let's quickly talk about the traditional route to market, and it's one story that we commonly hear. Well, first, you get a great idea, you formulate your product, you take that product, you raise a bunch of money, you take that money, you get a celebrity endorsement, you raise more money off the back of the celebrity endorsement, you hire a sales team, you get retail authorizations, you get distributors to take your product, you hire a field marketing team, and only at the time when your product eventually hits the retail shelves do you even start to begin to discover who your core customers are. So we like to call this the small fortune approach, as everyone has heard in this room. To make a small fortune in beverage, you need to start with a large one. So let's look at some of the issues with that route to market. So you're going to give up a lot of your equity early on in your company. You're going to lose control. You're going to have a very high burn rate. You're going to have low margins. You have no positioning with your retailers or distributors. They're really dictating to you. So that's an important aspect. You're going to have a short runway, and you're going to have a little brand awareness. It takes time to build a core consumer base. It takes time to get them to purchase your product repeatedly. And what's going to happen at that point? Well, you're going to hit the 10 for 10 button, and even if you had a premium pricing strategy, your product sunk right out of the gate. So let's look at what we did here at LifeAid and what we talk about reverse engineering the distribution equation. We focus solely on building our consumer base first before we went to retail and distribution. I mentioned that we started the company with $30,000 each. That forced us to be different. And along the way, we discovered amazing wealth of tools that people in beverage weren't using. We borrowed from other industries. We borrowed from information marketers. We figured out how to do this e-commerce thing. We figured out social media. We figured out marketing automation and all these things that people in beverage don't talk about. These are our competitive advantages that we built to build a consumer base. And the consumer has never been more willing than today to purchase directly from you. And there's some huge advantages that you're going to reap if you take a similar route to market. So let me back up. I had a little joke there. There are two distributors that will immediately take your product on. I know we've certainly been turned down by distributors. Dan Leisha, our VP of distribution, raise your hand. You've been turned by distributors. So there are two that are willing and ready to take your product. And of course, there they are, FedEx and UPS. So let's quickly talk about a little beginnings of our brand and some of the DNA of our brand. My business partner and I, we were born and raised in Santa Cruz. I kind of was raised in the natural food scene, grew up on goat's milk, and my business partner was a chiropractor. And I think we met in a CrossFit gym. We started golfing together, and I've been a DJ for many years. It's one of the passions of mine, and that's kind of why some of our first 3 brands on the market are the brands that they are. They were passion projects of ours. But I mentioned Santa Cruz because I think it's so important to the company and the culture that we're creating. Santa Cruz is, it's natural. It's got an earthy vibe. There's UC Santa Cruz. There are the independent natural food stores, very independent vibe. At the same time, there's some of the most iconic lifestyle brands in Santa Cruz. Of course, who hasn't seen the Santa Cruz skateboard logo or Santa Cruz bikes, O'Neill surfboards, and most people don't know that CrossFit actually was found in Santa Cruz. So here you are, this very natural, earthy vibe, but some of these iconic lifestyle brands. That's kind of where our brand plays. It's at the intersection of where the natural space meets the lifestyle conventional space. Aaron and I both have kids, and we would notice while they're walking down the grocery aisles that they're naturally gravitated to the cool lifestyle brands like the big energy drinks have done so well at branding. And they weren't really interested in the coconut water or kombucha or some of the amazing new innovation that you guys are doing in natural beverage. So we went out in the market and said, look, let's create this cool lifestyle thing, but let's pair it with healthful ingredients. And with that thought, with the right mixture of ambition and a hell of a lot of ignorance, Life Aid Beverage was born. So let's talk about some of the key qualities that we've identified that's going to help you scale in a non-traditional channels like we have. Well, first, most importantly, your product has to be differentiated, not just in name only, but 10 times differentiated than anything else on the market. If the product's not properly differentiated and the consumer can buy it offline in a brick and mortar store, they're going to go ahead and do that. Number 2, of course, everything comes out to timing. You need to be in an emerging category, right? You got to be the right point in the hype cycle, not too early where no one's going to be searching for your product online, not too late where it can already be found on retail shelves. Number 3, branding. Your product needs to fit within the aesthetics and the lifestyle of your core customers. If it fits within that aesthetic, they're going to post it on social media, they're going to share it with their friends. That's going to create an amazing amount of social proof. Word of mouth these days comes on social media. That social proof is such a powerful motivator when it comes to people making purchasing decisions. So branding is very key for your product. And number 4, I would argue, it's got to have some functionality. If it just is a better for you product, or it comes down to flavor profile, they're already going to be buying a similar product on the conventional grocery shelf. So now that you've assuming your product has those 4 qualities, then you go about focusing in a well-defined target market. And at Life Aid, that was a difficult decision for us. Mentioned we were bootstrapping the company. We had 6 SKUs, this whole Life Aid vision we want to go after, and a lot of people don't know, but our first product was Golferade, and we launched that product in a very non-traditional channel directly to golf courses. We amassed about 300 to 400 golf courses very quickly. We got some traction with that product, and around the same time, we launched our second product, Fit Aid, through the CrossFit channel. And what we discovered is that Fit Aid filled a void and a need in that channel almost immediately. We also found that CrossFitters were the perfect message to market match for the product. They all needed recovery. They are all early adopters by nature of the fact they were doing CrossFit. CrossFit was still in its infancy at the time we launched it through that channel. They were also hyperactive on social media. They shared their workouts. They shared their lifestyle. They shared the new products that they were consuming in those gyms. And so once you find that well-defined target market, and I would argue it should be narrow, you start marketing to them. And so what did we do? We built lists. We used email, snail mail. We created irresistible offers. You had to be stupid not to accept our offers and sell our product. And once we got enough of those influencers, the gym owners, selling our product, they would sample it to their members. Their members would take it. They would share it on social media. We would back it up with sampling. And this was all just an amazing amount of trial going on with our product, trial that we could actually monetize. And so that created a viral loop that keeps compounding and still does today. So let's quickly talk about that target market. A lot of people would look at a product like Fit Aid and they would say, hey, this has applications for the overall fitness market. Why are you focusing on CrossFit? Or they would have taken some of the initial traction that we had in CrossFit, and they would want to leverage it to open up new doors, to open up retailers. But we knew intrinsically that would be a mistake. And there's a whole host of business case studies where some of the best companies in the world focused on narrow, well-defined, niche, overlooked markets, waited to establish a leadership position before going into adjacent markets. You can look at PayPal, you could look at Amazon, you could look at Tesla. And we wanted to take lessons from those companies, go really deep as possible and dominate in that channel, create that leadership position that we currently hold today. Now, going deep in a non-traditional channel does have some drawbacks. Well, we don't have any scan data. There's no register rings going on with our product. So when we eventually would approach retailers and tell them what our sales volume is, well, they think we're full of shit. Second, the investment community didn't really understand or know how to value the company because they were used to playing in conventional channels of trade. Is this a niche concept? Is it ready for the mainstream? So we had some interesting conversations with the investment community. Not all of them got it. Of course, we have great partners in Carp Riley now, but that is one disadvantage. And then third, trade didn't know who we are. Go back to it, probably most of you until recently hadn't ever heard of our company. But we did reap some advantages. I'll go back to it. Your customers are your most powerful salespeople. And so what we started to generate was inbound calls from some of the largest retailers in the country calling us. How's that for positioning, right? So that's led to, quietly executing on this strategy has quietly led to some advantages that we now have as a company. I'll go back to it. Your customers are your best salespeople. So here's the advantages that this strategy that we now have and that you could have in your brand if you took a similar path to market. Well, we know our customers better than almost any other brand out there. Why? Because they repeatedly purchase product directly from our website. We know their average order size. We know their lifetime value. We know their acquisition costs. We know how much we can spend to acquire a consumer and what that consumer will generate year over year for our company. We extended our runway. We lived for 5 years without taking institutional money because look, we had great margins going direct to consumer. We also had a very low overhead. We could test and pivot and do things without a huge upfront expense. Three, one more point about extending a runway, and one that often isn't thought about, is that we have very low accounts receivable. As a percentage of our sales, that's very small. We don't, except with some exceptions with some of our current distributors, we don't extend terms to anyone. They're purchasing in advance. There's no net 60, there's no net 90, there's no need to raise that money. That's one of the powers of e-commerce. Building high margins, we can maintain that premium positioning, we can maintain our margins. We can maintain it because our positioning with those retailers are better. We can maintain it because we're selling significant portion to direct to consumers. Number four, our risk is diversified. We don't have one or two buying accounts. We have over 7,000 active retailers purchasing from our website. We have tens of thousands of customers. So it's not as if one retailer could yank the rug out from under us and 40% sales decline overnight. Our risk is well diversified. Number five, it takes time to build a company. It takes time to build a culture. It takes time to set up the systems and processes. We've had 5 years to incrementally grow our team when we needed to. We didn't hire anyone in advance and then tell them to go sell. We waited till we had enough cash flow and that it made sense to hire people. And number six, we have a very loyal tribe. I heard it earlier today, conversation of a tribe. Well, we have over 350,000 active and engaged followers on social media. We have over 100,000 emails. And this is our value proposition now when we're talking to our retail partners. Our customers are shopping in your store, or if they're not, we can channel them into your store. We can let them know whatever promotions are going on. We can email them. We can geo-target them. We can reach out to them on social media. We can really stimulate the tribe and get them into action, get them purchasing our product in brick and mortar. Little slide here. This is our tribe of people. This is a recent photo that was took with some of the team up at HQ. Again, I can't go back enough how important company culture is, and that culture takes time to build. We've had the time to do it as off-Broadway, so to speak. We're ready for prime time. The team is ready to scale. We're all in alignment. They all see the vision and the future of what Life Aid has. And so we know the wheels aren't going to be falling off the car when we're barreling down at 90 miles per hour. We have the infrastructure and the team in place. So look, you can build a significant and valuable business only doing e-commerce. But the fact of the matter is 95% of your customers are going to want to buy from you offline. Only the most incentivized, only the super fans are going to buy cases online. So we're currently in the process of transitioning this amazing online business to offline and getting retailers and getting distributors on board. And you know, ironically, it was the very fact that we were starved of capital in the beginning that we were able to bootstrap this company and create significant assets and be in the position that we are today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That was
Thank you,
great.
Jeff.
That's a great alternative strategy. And I think the one thing I want to make clear is, again, these case studies that we present are layovers, are ideas that you can lay over your business and think, is that prescriptive for me or not? When you guys were walking in, did you have prior sales experience?
I didn't. My business partner was a chiropractor. He had his own practice. I was a financial planner. I had my own practice. So we didn't have any sales experience. We read some marketing books here and there, and we really try to hone our marketing skills. But no, we're newbies at this. I think that's one of our core advantages, is taking an outside perspective and approach and being non-formulaic with our route to market. But I would like to say that neither Aaron or myself took paychecks, and so it was much easier to make that transition because we currently weren't, generating that paycheck. We were eating whatever we killed.
How long did it take you to start to go full time?
Well, I had the advantage being not a fee-for-service guy. I had a portfolio of business that helped me launch into Life Aid and pivot some of my focus into the company. I would say about, when we conceived Life Aid, it was on my birthday, 2011. I was sold. We were buying domain names with AID. I mean, we got golforaid.com for $12. They say there's no more .coms less. When we stumbled upon this concept, I was pretty much full-time in my mind.
So one of the questions that's come up repeatedly from the audience is, you've got 7,000 direct accounts, you've got these nice high margins. Why would you even want to go into traditional retail?
Our customers want to buy us in traditional retail. We get dozens of inbound inquiries every single day. Where can I buy your product? You're talking a lot about white space. You're talking a lot about disruption in retail. We want to partner with those retailers and help capture some of those lost sales. We want our product. We don't want to short sell our product just because we're stuffing money in our pocket. We want to affect as many lives as we are possible to do with the product and the platform that we've built. Really take some market from the energy drinks, take some from the sports drinks, and really work on improving the diet and the obesity epidemic in the U.S.
You're pivoting into conventional retail. How do you identify your channel?
The channel in retail?
I mean the category. How do I?
Yeah.
What's your category?
Category is interesting. So right now, there's we sit in functional enhanced water in some retailers. We sit in healthy energy in others. We think of our drinks as lifestyle beverages. That's really, I've heard it over and over again, the category name that people are calling out. We want to create a leadership position in this new emerging category. We just got to wait until that category has its own spot on the shelf.
And you think that the online buffers you while the category evolves? Is that the idea?
the cash flows that we generate online really are helping scale this business up. So, getting back at it, we now have a core audience of people. We have the cash flow. We built tremendous brand equity, and we now can compete effectively on the retail shelf against much more well-financed incumbent brands.
I wonder about the role of competition in the audience that you're chasing. I mean, everyone's marketing to CrossFit. Everyone's going paleo. There are brands that are sort of playing in your space as well, and as you saw, there's MCT coffees coming out. What's the role of competition, and how's it affecting your strategy?
Competition's interesting. I mean, FitAid has one direct competitor in the CrossFit channel, but no one has our is building the identical platform that we're building. So you see competitors emerge in every segment that we're building in the platform. I think one of our advantages, we're not a one-dimensional functional beverage brand. We're multidimensional. And so you'll see like a product like PartyAid, where you've seen a lot of brands try to break in that market. I'm not convinced that category has enough strength to build an entire platform or brand on, but PartyAid provides tremendous incremental revenue to our company. That's one of our competitive advantages.
Now, you started with GolfAid, was that it?
GolfAid was our first one. We simply went out on the market. We were totally broke. We didn't have any money, and we said, well, where is no one else playing? And so we took a page out of Red Bull's book. We bought, I think, 10 refrigerators. We placed them right in the pro shop, being very disruptive. We got placement. We got some great initial turns. So that's kind of a channel that we initially went after very successfully. I mean, we'll be back at the PGA show in Orlando. We're going to be one of maybe 2 drinks that are there. No one else is playing in that space. It was only until earlier this year did we ever go to a conventional beverage show like Expo West.
Are you starting to have to pay back into those communities with more sponsorships, more marketing to those?
The people that helped us get to where we're at, and the influencers did so because they love the product, and so we do want to give back to them now that we do have some cash flows, now that we do have our financial partner. But we don't do very high dollar sponsorships. We are about to sponsor. I'm excited that GolfAid is going to have a top 10 PGA Tour pro on the team here. But we don't look to the high, we only go into participant sports. Typically cost less money. Typically, that's where consumers actually engage in the activities our drinks were formulated for. So those are kind of the markets that we're going into.
So the question about brand loyalty here, and yes, you have this sort of designated tribe. How do you keep them?
Well, I think we do a good job of providing value to them. Like we have private Facebook pages for our CrossFit gym members, and my business partner does like a podcast on there every week about best practices or a whole host of things, best practices, how to build your business. So we provide value to this tribe of people. Once, in this leadership position that we're emerging in lifestyle beverage, it's very hard to disrupt a leadership position. You can look at any other beverage. There's only really three top players in any category. We are one of the top 3 players in this new emerging category, and we're going to fight to keep that.
Do you sell the category? Who else is in there?
I think, Neuro certainly plays in this space, but they don't share the same consumer. And again, I'll go back to look at a product like TravelAid for boost your immune system. I mean, emergency or airborne plays in that space, but there's no RTD. So each different vertical and product that we have has different competitors, but there's no one that's put it together as nicely and neatly. Of course, I'm biased, but as nicely and neatly as we are.
Of course. No, that's really exciting, and it's very refreshing to see this cross-functional platform. Aside from the Facebook chats, what other kind of social media programs do you guys engage in?
Well, I would encourage everyone to break out their phone and look at Instagram. I mean, FitAid has got 140,000 followers. It grows very rapidly, almost 200,000 hashtags. Instagram is a very important platform for us. We were early on Instagram. It was because of that, there was much less noise. We could acquire customers on that platform organically. So Instagram is our most important platform. We haven't quite figured out how to monetize or be effective in Snapchat, but I know that's where the younger end of millennials are playing, and so we're certainly focused on that medium, but Instagram continues to be our primary focus.
All right. Well, listen, thanks very much. Best of luck on the pivot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. All right, so that was really insightful. Thank you. We are continuing our look at investors you should know. And we're now going to hear from the second of our new and influential fund leaders, Arif Fazal of Blueberry Ventures. Now, this fund has a set of investments that in some ways parallels what I talked about yesterday, this sort of disruptive change that's taking root now, but he's balancing that with the need to show returns for investors and figure out how a single fund operator can offer value to the folks he's investing in. So we're going to sit down and have a nice chat, and I'm really looking forward to it. Please welcome Arif Fazal, Blueberry Ventures.
Hi, Jeff.
Very pleased to have you here.
Very pleased to be here. Thank you.
So can you share what companies you're invested in?
Absolutely. I'd be delighted to. Thanks for having me. Thanks to the entire BevNet crew for putting this on. These are always spectacular events, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Well, we get good speakers.
So we have, in the beverage side, would you like to hear about Beyond as well?
Yep.
Sure. So on the beverage side, we have 3 ready-to-drink beverages, and we were excited to see each of them getting a BevNet 2016 Best of Award yesterday.
Did that happen?
That happened.
Damn.
That happened. I know. I didn't purposely say anything to you yesterday because that might have changed the speaking slot.
So that's Ripple.
Who you heard from today.
Rebel.
Right? And Revive in the kombucha space.
It's very exciting. And you also have sort of a instant product. It's a crystallized tea beverage.
Exactly, Jeff. So we have an investment in a company called Pique Tea, Pique, and they have this interesting distillation process that takes 100% organic loose leaf crystals and turns loose leaf tea, and turns them into crystals. So the quality cup of instant tea.
So what I think is interesting is that your beverage investments are not, we're just going to plug it in to into retail and it's going to take off. So what's the thesis here with regard to beverage?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, it's we think about things horizontally as opposed to vertically in categories. So we invest in both food and beverage. And so there are, our horizontal thematics are as follows. First is functional. And these are in no particular order per se. So we think about, consumers' desires for their food doing more or their beverages doing more for them. So you'll see with our beverage and our food investments, there's a good amount of functionality, whether it's gut health, whether it's adaptogens, whether it's high protein. Secondly, we spend a lot of time thinking about nutrient density. And so, as we think about nutrient density, again, consumers are thinking about both foods and beverages delivering this nutrient density. So again, we're thinking horizontally. The third I'd like to mention is kind of what I call this notion of constant consumption rather than predetermined episodic. So what does that mean? That means that instead of sitting down for 3 meals a day, what we're seeing is folks are more interested in eating throughout the day. They're highly interested in convenience. And so this notion of constantly consuming and getting different things over the course of the day, we think is beyond a trend now and woven into the fabric of our society. And then innovation, right? So what does innovation mean? Sometimes that means distribution. And so we heard from Orion just recently about Life Aid's approach and going to market in a direct-to-consumer manner We heard earlier from watermelon water, excuse me, not vitamin water, watermelon water, about the balance of digital and analog. And so we have a strong thesis around thinking about, for certain brands, it does make sense to go to market in a direct-to-consumer manner, and that's an innovative channel strategy. For other brands, of course, we know well the analog and the retail model. And so for those brands, we think about leveraging digital to help them rise above the morass that exists in today's retail environment. And so how can you take a brand's core objective, whether it's velocity at retail, and use a digital lever to help drive that?
So in one sense, you're supporting brands that are thriving in a fractured market. In another sense, you're teaching brands that would live in the analog world how to take advantage of fractured marketing.
That's right, Jeff.
How do you balance the sort of blue sky brands in your portfolio, the ones that are really forward-looking, with some of the more sort of traditional plays, like even something like a Peak is, yes, it can be sold online, but it's probably a on-the-counter kind of product. So, how do you balance that in the portfolio? What kind of different things do you bring to those brands?
Sure. So there's a couple questions there. So I'll talk about the balance. I mean, you hit upon the answer. You sort of stole it from me. Balance, right? As I think about building a portfolio, across the portfolio, there'll be different approaches as it relates to channel, marketing, et cetera. Fundamentally, we're about brands. And so without a doubt, brands generate value. And as an investor, we think about investing in brands and their equity building over time. How they go to market, we're pretty agnostic about. We can think about things in a variety of ways. And we believe that it's the symbiosis that exists that can help these brands, again, rise above. The second part of your question in terms of what can we bring to the table, cash is a commodity in a lot of respects now. So, all of us investors are thinking about, and all the entrepreneurs out here today with us should be thinking about how do they bring investors to the mix who can be of value. And so for us, we play in the sandbox nicely. We're all about collaboration, and we tend to think about getting involved with entrepreneurs, of course, who want us involved, but we're also getting involved with co-investors who we believe are complementary in their approach. So, we can't Beverage someone who's built a beverage brand and sold it to a strategic, but we can be a great complement to them in an investor stack when it comes to thinking about pulling some of these digital levers and helping them think through in this next iteration. So many of the brands that we see, digital is highly under-leveraged, and so having a social media account and calling that a digital strategy is akin to pulling out an ad in the New York Times and calling that a marketing strategy, right? So there's a balance between the two. So we tend to spend a lot of time and energy helping brands think about that.
So that's the sort of value add that you bring as an investor, at least in the marketing sense.
Yeah, exactly. In that one specific
connections area. And digital marketing.
Yeah, and then there's, of course, the value of the network. Having been, my background isn't necessarily in the digital side. I come from, I was at Safeway, and so I understand sort of large retail, and in Safeway I built a CPG brand inside of Safeway. So I've sort of seen both sides of those big company builds and kind of can roll up my sleeves and help these entrepreneurs, because that's what I did after I left Safeway for about 5 years before launching the fund.
Put on your retailer hat for a minute. I mean, are you terrified of this fracturing of the market right now? And what do the changes in retailing channels mean for the people in this room in terms of how they should build?
Sure. Well, I think historically, depending on the day of the week and the data source, but about $700 billion has flown through traditional brick and mortar retail, and that's not going away in my and your lifetimes. But what we're seeing, to your point, this fracturing, the edge sort of armor denting, 5, 10, 15% of that becomes $150 million, and so $1 billion, excuse me. So that's big dollars, and so the big retailers are they're thinking about how do we. How do they focus on leveraging their infrastructure, which they have aplenty, whether it's a Whole Foods partnering with an Instacart or a Kroger working on their click and collect programs. But we think that it's complementary. Ultimately it's the consumer. I mean, I'm a big advocate of moving to where the consumer is headed. We want to be innovative, but we don't want to be so far ahead of them that we're, takes us cycles and cycles. And I think the consumers are ultimately helping us all figure out where to go.
Let's talk about the fund model for a minute.
Sure.
What's your typical investment size?
Yeah, so we tend to invest in companies that have shown some proof of concept. And so again, across food and beverage, and how do I define proof of concept? I call it a couple million in sales, so 2 to 3 million at the low end, and then across the spectrum to 10 to 15 million at the high end. And so our average check size is about $500,000. We have a $25 million fund, so it's small by design. So we can spend the time and energy and focus on our first investment at $500,000, and then follow on at the same check size in subsequent financings as the company grows. If we do something a little bit later stage in the arc that I presented, we'll tend to over-index our check size, knowing that it's a little bit closer to perhaps its end game, and it's certainly been de-risked given the level.
Now, you have long-term plays throughout your portfolio. Since funds tend to be sort of event-driven, how do you then reconcile the kind of steady growth that these brands need, and the fact that you're hoping that the consumer intersects with you at some point, with the fact that you got to make a buck?
Yeah, I think so much of it is expectation management. So it starts with alignment for me on my back end, which is my investor base, which also consists of long-term family types. And so that is helpful because they understand food and beverage as well. So it used to be the case that overnight success in this industry of brand creation of food and beverage took 11 plus years. Now, if we believe the life cycle has truncated, which I think it has for good reason, it's still 7 to 11 years, right? So it's not 2, 3, 4 years from brand inception. So you do have to have long-term thinking. And as a result, sort of, again, playing in a portfolio of a couple million in sales at minimum and 15 to 20, as I build a fund, there'll be a bell curve where, there'll be some on the extremes and a bunch in the middle where you can build over time.
I want to go back to your retail background for a minute, because I'm sort of fascinated as to how that's affecting these brands that are, well, they're not all sort of growing through non-traditional retail channels. How are you able to make an argument that something like a Ripple or something like a Rebel is going to cross over? And not to say that we don't, but what part of the consumer need state are you banking on when you put money behind those kinds of brands?
Yeah, I mean, without, we can go into each specifically, but more generally, the thought process is, the traditional path is start in natural, win in natural, show high velocities in natural, then start to show some proof points in, what I call naturally leaning conventional, et cetera. Now, there's some adjacencies there. How does Target fit in, et cetera? How does online fit in? How does food service fit in? But we definitely think about the ability to get to what I call macro scale. And macro scale means that selling product in conventional, not in the urban environments that we're in now and where we live in. And so it's important.
Outside of Santa Monica.
Outside of Santa Monica and San Francisco where I am, and Boston where you are. And so we definitely think long and hard about what it is that can be transferred. And so with a Ripple, it's really thinking about dairy alternative, which is a couple $2 billion category as it is. With, we heard today about some of the evolution in that category. With something like a Rebel, really consumers thinking about function. And that's really at core of Rebel and this notion of an elixir that's super powered by adaptogens, which we believe has that opportunity to cross over. But doing so in a very smart and strategic way in terms of how they build and how they go out and tackle these bigger conventional retailers that are harder, frankly, to win customers in.
Idea or the team? What are you banking on?
People. So it's people first, product, plan, potential. So the last three kind of are in equal order, but it's really ultimately about people, and it's mutual too. So I think so many entrepreneurs and investors might think there's one end or the other that's more or less important, and it's really important that entrepreneurs are vetting their investors and are trying to really figure out who it is they want to have at their table, because sometimes there's a plethora of food on that table, sometimes there's a dearth, and you still want to have those same people around the table having that same kind of meal.
Why call it Blueberry Ventures?
Yeah. As all the entrepreneurs certainly in the room and listening know, that naming is not easy. It's a fun challenge, and it came to Blueberry through a couple of different ways. I was actually originally thinking of something that was more formal from a capital or a partners or an equity, and then you really thought about approachability and had a designer, frankly, who really brought it to life in the logo. And then it took on some more meaning as I thought more about it with, the original superfruit that's certainly certainly ubiquitous, and Americans know about it from East Coast to West to down the center. And, to play on the fact that we're a small fund, and as I mentioned, by design, so this notion of diminutive but powerful, hopefully we have the opportunity to be that.
That's really interesting, although, you don't have a juice investment yet. And I'm wondering when that's coming.
Yeah, and we don't have a blueberry farm either, where I get asked a lot about. But so yeah, we've really admired what's happened in juicing and the juiced evolution. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago where Naked and Nawala were independents, and what Coke and Pepsi and some of the other big strategics have done, Campbell's with their Bolthouse line, et cetera, and sort of really taking juice to a next level, and obviously with the Suja a couple years back. And so, just having launched the fund less than 18 months ago, we were sort of behind the progress.
Do you think you missed that window? I mean, is that a category?
Yeah, I think we missed the juicing window. And the idea, though, is what I love about juice is that it's the gateway for the consumer at conventional to
it's a medium for nutrition.
Absolutely. And the consumer at conventional to lean into this slightly better for you, and it opens a lot of doors. So, really spend a lot of time thinking about what is that next set of categories that grow into that. Is it, kombucha? Is it souping? Is it, ...
What are you looking at?
Well, we have made an investment in the fermented kombucha world, so we're definitely long and bullish broadly there. I'm very interested in kind of the nutritional dense, drinkable, sort of straddling the line between the traditional sort of soup for lunch or dinner and in the RTD format of the traditional RTD beverage. So I think those souping, I'm not sure the word, right, but I think that's pretty interesting.
You think there's heat around meal replacement?
Yeah, I don't love that word either, but I think these are, again, this
liquid mealing,
constant consumption, right? The notion of calories coming throughout the day, different types of calories, and so, nutrition density in a frankly an easy to consume and a ready to drink format is pretty interesting to us.
Arif, thank you. I think we've consumed all our time.
Thank you.
That's good. So we're getting close to cocktail hour, and we thought we would spend the last half hour before it talking a little bit about cocktail culture. Courtney Ream is the co-founder of Vive Spirits, and he and his brother sold it to Luxco earlier this year. Vive has a lot of strong analogs to the beverage companies here, in that it grew from a two-man startup, used ingredients familiar to many of you, including acai berry, prickly pear, acerola cherry, and other ingredients. And Courtney himself has deep roots in the non-alcoholic beverage space as well, as he'll discuss in a minute. Now, he is going to deliver us a series of lessons from the spirit world. And these are designed to give us a set of ideas from a parallel entrepreneurial area that might very well work with us to create momentum and strategy. He's been an investor in beverage companies like Press Juicery, Kavita, Blue Bottle, Suja, Sambazon, and more. And he's also an individual investor via a new brand development company, M13. Please welcome Courtney Ream. Thanks very much.
Appreciate it. It's our clicker here. All right. Hey, everybody. Thank you guys for sticking around. I even see some people who aren't friends of mine in the audience. So this is like the NFL draft where you're kind of like Mr. Irrelevant, the last person selected, but always just an honor to be selected and have everyone stay here for it. So as Jeff said, I'm going to kind of get into a little bit just about my experience and lessons in spirits that hopefully are transferable to beverage. So I'm going to give you a little background on me, my experience in non-alcoholic beverage, talk a little bit about my alcohol brand for anyone that's not familiar, hopefully intersect the two, and then maybe talk about what I'm up to now. So that's kind of our agenda. So background-wise, I won't go through this whole thing, but my brother and I just realized it's kind of selfish. I don't have a picture of him up here since we're partners in everything we do, but he's not here, so he hopefully won't know. But we, from Chicago, went to school out east. We have the same boring background. We both went to Columbia undergrad, Harvard Business School, and then we did as you do when you don't know what you're going to do after that, and ended up on Wall Street, but worked at Goldman Sachs, doing investment banking in consumer products. So actually have now been working on beverage brands for almost 15 years. The most notable one I did at Goldman Sachs was Vitamin Water's first deal. Got to be a part of a bunch of other really interesting brands like Under Armour, helped take them public. So for anyone that knows that story, that was certainly one of my inspirations and just a phenomenal story. You can kind of read other things up there. We've been lucky to be featured in some fun books like Richard Branson's last book, Tom Shoes, who's one of our good friends out here. Very passionate about doing things locally here in LA, and I'll get to that, do some stuff at the mayor's office, entrepreneurial groups like YPO. I think all that's to say that I'm a big believer in getting involved in the ecosystem with which you live, both civically, philanthropically, all that stuff. But anyways, you guys are not here to hear about that, so we will move on from there. Before I get into alcohol, I just want to give everyone a little sense of some of my non-alcoholic experience. I'm in about 20-something beverage brands. There's a list of some of the ones that I just randomly picked. It's like going to Las Vegas. You don't put the losers up there, but I actually am proud to say that of 20-something beverage brands in a portfolio of over 100 companies across consumer and tech, not one has been written off. They're all doing pretty well, I would say. And then on the right, just a sense of some of the different groups we work with. Again, this is just a cross-section. It's certainly not all of them, but I want to emphasize whether it's people up there, or people who have spoken before, like a Nick Giannuzzi, who's an amazing lawyer, or a Bev Force or a Food Force, who's done a ton of recruiting for us over the years. If you're new to this industry and you're here for the first time, it really just was one of those industries where everyone's really interconnected, and I certainly have been incredibly lucky just through friends and other relationships to be brought into deals, to be partner with people, and won't get very far without them, so it's worth mentioning that. So what was my alcohol brand, Vive? I usually do a show of hands because I'm always curious who's heard of it, but I'm not going to do it here, and it's the end of the day. But this is just a little bit about the brand for anyone who wasn't familiar, the product story. Our mantra was better way to drink. It was kind of better product, better company, better ingredients. Sounds a little bit like Papa John's, I know, but we were doing something different first. All right, there's a few people awake. So better products, we just came up with the brand. My brother and I, literally as consumers ourselves in New York City at the time, who went, I'm really bored with my drinking experience. There's got to be other people like me. This was, think back to mid-2000s, or I guess that's not mid-2000s, like 2004, 2005. We said, I'm just drinking Red Bull vodka, or I'm just drinking Grey Goose and soda. Why am I doing this? I don't know, because my friend's drinking it, because they handed it to me. We want to do something different, both as a product in the bottle and as a company, and if we do, hopefully we have a shot. So it kind of all starts with a different kind of product. Things like organic or all natural are not new for this crowd, not new for the BevNet set, but again, going back almost 10 years ago, there was no organic products. All natural really wasn't something you thought about in your spirits. So we did that, and it was important to us to put some ingredients there that embodied that rather than just be a plain unflavored vodka. It was also very much a vodka sort of world back then. So we put some acai in there, which was, up and coming at the time. A lot of people didn't know what it was. Put things in there like prickly pear, which help with your hangover. Yes, of course, it will still give you a hangover if you drink enough of it, but it was meant to mitigate it. Better kind of company. Again, things that I think people are talking about very fluently now, but we had the first distillery powered by renewable wind energy. We were the first non-public alcohol beverage company to be 1% for the planet. 1%. At one point, we gave $1 from every bottle we sold off our top line back to different rainforest initiatives. If anyone can't calculate the math on that, $1 per bottle is a ton. That was like almost 10% of our profit per bottle, and so on and so forth. And then ultimately, it has to be about the payoff in anything consumer products related. So it was about hopefully having better cocktails. Pick any old cocktail, whether it was a Vive and soda. Hopefully our bet was that was different or more interesting than just a vodka soda. If it's a Moscow Mule made with Vive instead of a plain vodka, hopefully someone went, wow, that gives it a little interesting edge to it. So that's what the product's about for anyone that wasn't familiar. Here's a quick timeline. Founded in 2007, right after we left Goldman Sachs, didn't really get to the market until 2008. Knew nothing about the liquor industry, which people get into beverage without knowing anything about it. The liquor industry is not one you want to get into. I found out if you don't know anything about it, because it's very much like, oh, my dad's dad is in it, my cousin Vinny's in it, pun intended, all those sort of things. So we knew nothing. We didn't even know what a distributor was or where to find one. So for 6 months, we got like a special license to self-distribute out of the back of our car here in LA. I'll talk about that when I kind of get into my lessons, but we did that for 6 months, which was the best thing that could have happened to us, because we actually got noticed by the biggest distributor, both in California and the US and ultimately the world, called Southern Wine Spirits. Eventually, within 3 years, built into all 50 states, expanded our product line into another line called Vitafruit, which was the first organic and all-natural ready-to-drink cocktail line. We like to think of it as like Chipotle for cocktails. In simple terms, think of it as like Skinny Girl, but it actually is all-natural and organic. Yeah, I said it, Bethany. I've said it before. She knows we're loosely friends. Or we were friendly. Anyways, and we built it from scratch, got into a bunch of great chains, everything from we were Disney's #1 selling cocktail. We were the first brand under 1 million cases that they put on Virgin American Airlines, Darden, the biggest restaurant group, chains like CPK and so on and so forth. Vitafruit, which was mainly off-premise in the chain grocery, was in things like Target, Walmart, CVS. You get the point. We were lucky enough to be in Inc.'s 500 fastest growing companies. We won a bunch of awards as one of the faster growing independent brands within the spirits industry. And then ultimately, very early this year, about 10 months ago, but it feels like 10 years ago in a good way for the most part, sold to a multi-billion-dollar strategic. So that's our timeline. So lessons I learned in spirits. Kind of weird, right here in the middle of my presentation, I'm giving the payoff slides. So if you're looking at your phone, this might be the one you look up for, because after this, I'm going to talk about trends in spirits and then kind of what I'm doing now. But this is kind of what I learned in spirits that Jeff asked me to talk about that I thought was really salient to what a lot of you out there might be seeing. First one, I know it's obvious. Consumers are fickle. Brand loyalty is tough. It's just amazing how hard you have to work for that. You guys know it, but I always think of it as a spectrum of, let's say it's Vive. I've heard of Vive. I've tried Vive. I like Vive. Vive is something I order sometimes. Vive is my drink of choice. Getting people along that spectrum is so darn tough, and it's tough in any beverage, but I don't think spirits is the toughest in my opinion, because it's so weird how people drink and their drinking patterns. And if you have a beverage in spirits that like 2/3 of people like, just giving people drink wine or beer or different spirits, you're probably knocking the cover off the ball, as they say, and that's like if only 2 out of 3 people really like it or would drink it. So staying on top of that, as I put on here, I think consumers will always tell you what they want. You just have to be willing to listen, which sometimes we were and sometimes we weren't. But that brand loyalty, just because you have it one day doesn't mean you have it the next day. Certainly in spirits, where someone's always doing promotions and someone's always spending a lot on marketing, even vis-a-vis beverage. I wrote, only do marketing that drives sales. I don't know if I quite would say it that sternly, but especially, in beverage, there's obviously the big conglomerates out there. Spirits actually has total more marketing spend than non-alcoholic beverage. So when you're competing against a Bacardi, a Diageo, all that, you learn really quickly you cannot compete with them spending dollars. What you have to do is do things that drive sales. So whether that's old school things like in-store demos or new school things like we were the first ones in spirits to use beacon technology. So I'm sitting at a Target and I've got a thing on, you get a notification on your phone and I know that you are 5 feet away from a display and somehow I've already done the big data and know that you're a white spirits drinker. Bam, now's the time to serve you a $5 off coupon for Vive versus back in the day I would do demos and I'm trying to sell people that drink beer, spirits, and that's a horrible proposition. But whether it's using technology or things like that, I think really doing marketing-driven sales is a huge thing if you're a new brand. Make those dollars work for you. Do not do things like billboards. Do not do campaigns. Use social digital media and all that good stuff. Product story, this is obvious, everyone knows this, but I think there is no place where you get a better litmus test than I call it the bar test, right? You're sitting there and you say, someone says, hey, what's Vive? And I have to say it in the 2-sentence elevator story. And if that story cannot be conveyed in general, you probably have a problem with your product. But in spirits, if that cannot be conveyed in 2 sentences at a loud bar when someone's shouting at you, then you know you have to go back to the drawing board. And truthfully, when we were trying to be better way to drink or world's first acai spirit, I mean, that's a lot to convey. Is it a vodka? Well, it's like a vodka, but it's not a vodka, and let me tell you why. Just really distilling that story. I think spirits really makes you earn it that way and be really concise. Guerrilla warfare, won and lost on the streets, especially in the on-premise. It's always that interesting battle. I feel like, as I wrote here, runway versus opportunity. You can't be all things to all people. By the end of the day, with Vive, we were in only about 10,000 doors, which sounds like a lot, but it's really not 10,000 doors. To put in perspective, Grey Goose would be in like 500,000 doors. Yet, I think we did a pretty good job in major metros, whether it's Miami, New York, Chicago, whatever it is, of having people go, oh, I feel like I see Vive everywhere. And of course, you didn't see it everywhere, but you just saw it all the places that mattered, and you hopefully built kind of synergy and connection among those places so that 9 out of 10 places people went, they would see it. But it was certainly focused in a very, very, very tight strategy. So I think that's really important. And it dovetails to the next one, the regional model. I put scaling versus city area focused. In spirits, there's no such thing as a national rollout. I can't go, Whole Foods can go, I want you everywhere. But the work that goes into then getting in every Whole Foods, not to mention every Whole Foods doesn't even have a liquor license, and you go state by state, there are laws that go back to pre-prohibition whereby you cannot bring alcohol across state lines, so you have to earn your stripes in every little market. And so I think it really, in spirits, makes you think hard about what your rollout plan, because you can't get into any of these things nationwide. And it was really good because our mantra was always deepen before we broaden. And 9 out of 10 people that I advise or work with, one of the first things I say is, whoa, 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 whoa. If we can just kill it in these 100 accounts, that's the proof of concept, and let someone else worry about the runway or the opportunity, because if we can show the reorders, the same store sales, the penetration, any of that stuff, that is really, really the key before you get out ahead of your skis and do what's the opposite, deepen before you broaden. I think we say inch deep, mile wide, right? You get an inch deep, mile wide, and most of the time you're cooked after that. Competitive set, it's good thing usually. I mean, no one kind of wants competitors, but I actually have found that when you don't have competitors, like we didn't have a natural competitor when we started, it just didn't fit nicely in this little box, and that kind of made it tough. I was kind of like, if so-and-so and so-and-so had a baby, here it is. And again, it goes back to my loud shouting bartender conversation. All of a Vive and soda. Oh, a Veuve, in a champagne glass. No, Vive and soda. What's Vive? It's just hard. So it's nice to have natural competitors. There's a bunch of examples in spirits, whether it's Mezcal, which is on my trend list, but a growing category like that, a zillion Mezcal brands, or the cautionary tales of other categories like cachaça. Just because I want to see who's awake. Raise your hand if you've heard of cachaça. Okay, that's good. Commonly pronounced cacaca. And it's a category, it is the 3rd most consumed spirit in the world, behind soju in Korea and vodka, yet 97% of it's consumed in Brazil. As an industry, cachaça has spent easily over a couple $100 million marketing in the US, yet despite the fact that you've heard it, just raise your hand if cachaça is your drink of choice, even a caipirinha. I got one guy in the back, and I don't know, you must work for Leblon or something, but I mean, it's tough, and I actually like cachaça, I love caipirinhas, but that's a group of companies marketing for hundreds of $1 millions, and they've still, to some degree, I would say, pulled back. They're not given up, but they've definitely pulled back on their spends in the US because that's how hard it is. And then last 2 things, consolidation, exit. Consolidation, it's something I think you're seeing in non-alcoholic beverages, but in alcohol, it changed so much over the 7 or so years that we were in the industry that by the end of it, we were like, it's impossible for us to stay in spirits long term, at least the way we're doing it. And if I want to see Vive or Vitafruit on the shelf 10 years from now, it's not going to be through me. It's going to be, through someone else owning part or all of it. Turned out to be all of it. And then I think exit, last but not least, only fitting, as my dad likes to say, don't be the guest who stays too long. It's like I said, runway versus opportunity. It's still the biggest mistake I see in spirits, and I think it applies to non-alcoholic beverage. It's like you built whatever the numbers, 5,000, 10,000, 100,000 cases of so what? Like some of these brands I see get to incredible numbers, but it's like, so what? If you're not solving for a gap in their portfolio or giving them a reason they have to buy or just getting that excitement where they went, oh my gosh, let me do the math in my head here. You were in 5 markets and 200 accounts in each market and you sold this much on a cocktail napkin. What could I do with this, right? Like selling that dream and setting up for an exit. Not that that should be everyone's goal, but if it is your goal, don't wait around too long, because I've seen a bunch of brands I could name that had the opportunity, and then they just ended up right in limbo because, and I think non-alcoholic beverage is going this way. It's hard to be a middle market player. You're either upstart early or you're a huge one, but being right in between is a tough place to be because you're subscale, but you're kind of like too big yet too small. All right, you can go back to your phones. Trending in spirits. These are just some general things, kind of from macro to micro. Some of them I think apply to beverage. Public equities pressure. A lot of spirit stocks and even some non-alcoholic beverage stocks have been under a lot of pressure. If I'm a small brand doing $1 million in sales, I would go, well, why does that matter to me? I think it matters because it affects M&A. If your house is on fire, you're not exactly thinking about buying a second lake house, right? It affects R&D. It affects your spends. One of the ways I guess I saw it in alcohol beverage was I started at a time when there was already a lot of vodkas. Then it was the proliferation of the flavor game, which you're still seeing the long tail of. But someone launches a sriracha vodka and a cupcake vodka and all this. And they, for a period, if I had to sell during the boom of all that, nobody would have wanted to buy me because they're going to go, well, why would I buy you? I could do an acai cupcake dessert vodka. And I'm like, well, it's not exactly the same, but the big guys don't always see it that way. So that actually is a big thing. Keeping an eye on that. Consolidation, both at distributor and the supplier level. I think that's just something to keep your eye on no matter what industry you're in. But to give you an idea, in the last 2 years in spirits, the first and the fourth and the second and the fifth already merged. And in most markets in spirits, you had a choice of the first or second biggest distributor and then everyone else. So it was already like a 2-horse race, but now it's no more than a 2-horse race. And a lot of you guys know that from non-alcoholic beverage, but it's a little scary what happens if you're with the third biggest distributor because they have 1 to 2% of the market share in California, which is, albeit a big market, doesn't give you a whole lot of muscle. Direct delivery, circumventing the third tier. In spirits, there's a thing called the 3-tier system. Manufacturer, distributor, and supplier. You cannot be 2 out of the 3, so I actually couldn't direct sell, which killed my brother and I. It's one of the reasons we've gotten into some other stuff because we think we're good at social digital media, new age marketing, and I could never run a Facebook ad, have someone click and purchase it and know those buying patterns, have that one-click thing, measure the ROI. Couldn't do any of that. But I don't know how it's going to go away because there's huge companies that spend millions of dollars on their lobbyists doing this, but in some way it's going to have to shift because the consumer wants it one click. You're seeing it with wine in California or some select states, but not in spirits, so somehow that's going to change. Regional spirits, I talked about this a little bit, but you have all these little craft movement things that are popping up, like I'm the hometown brand of Seattle, Washington. Great, maybe I did a little bit in Oregon, but I just can't even get out of Washington and Oregon, much less penetrate California, even Montana. And I think some of these brands are starting to learn to stop trying, but even big companies like a Diageo or Bacardi are starting to look at, I'm just going to make a regional acquisition, not even try and get out of there, just say, you know what, even if you can be the best-selling whiskey in Idaho, that's actually probably pretty profitable as long as you don't spend your marketing dollars marketing to Wyoming where you're getting no love. So it's something to think about, that regional model. It goes back to my runway versus opportunity. And then going micro, just 2 things, dark spirits. If you follow it all, yes, everyone's into dark spirits and they can't keep bourbon and whiskey on the shelf fast enough. But as someone once told me, it's a pendulum industry. So 1 minute swinging toward white spirits, back to dark. I think it will swing back some, but obviously that's a trend. And then mezcal, which for anyone that doesn't know is kind of like a second cousin of tequila. I was not a believer at first. I'm still not a believer it's going to be anywhere as big as tequila, but I was just in Mexico City, and I got to say I had some amazing mezcal cocktails, and every bar was serving mezcal cocktails over tequila. So I think, just to put a number on it since this is being recorded, we'll be like 25% as big as the tequila category, which is still massive. I just don't think it'll be anywhere near it. So I'm sure you're all dying to know, what am I doing now? My brother and I started a company called M13, which is we're calling it investment and brand development company until we come up with a better name. But what we're really trying to do living here in LA is be at the nexus of consumer, media, and technology. I think it's a really interesting place to be, meaning LA, and a really interesting time to be here because we love brands. Brands are always going to be there. Technology is playing an unprecedented role in brands and how you grow those brands, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then media, to be able to call the head of a studio or a maker studio or a media partner like a Time Inc. or even a celebrity when appropriate, very much asterisk when appropriate, and package all that together can do some really powerful things. So, when I say lessons learned, our insights, good companies, emphasis on the good companies, can scale so much faster than they used to. My favorite example is something like an Honest Company, for anyone that knows that, with our good friend Brian Lee and like Jessica Alba. It's already a good brand that has a compelling proposition, and they just did in maybe 2 or 3 years, given all these advantages in the celebrity and the technology, what would have taken them 5 to 7. They didn't take a bad brand and make it good, but they took a good brand, did it in a third of the time. And so I think we're seeing that, and I think we're also seeing that second bullet there, companies duplicating efforts, whether it's wasting time, wasting capital. Almost every brand that we work with that's just starting out to 50 million in sales, whatever the number is, they have all the same pain points. So can we do things to what I'll call institutionalize the playbook? Quick example, and then I'm almost done. Like, say your brand's spending $50,000 a month on Facebook advertising. Does Facebook care? No. But if I say, hey, I have a portfolio of 100 companies, and here's a portfolio of some of mine. If I say I have a portfolio of 50 brands, each spending 50 grand a month on Facebook advertising, does Facebook now care about that? Yes, they'll give me a dedicated specialist, they'll give me deeper analytics. So can we take other practices like that and kind of institutionalize them? Multiple times a day I get asked, hey, do you know a good digital marketing agency? I mean, everyone has to have been asked that, right? What if I actually knew one or started one or owned part of one, and now I went, hey, I'm going to combine forces and give you 20 great new clients that all have a lot of synergy, and oh, by the way, hopefully you're going to do really good work, and it's a win-win, and there's some natural kind of synthesis there. So those are the type of things we're trying to do. We spend about half our time in tech, so if anyone follows tech, you'll see brands up there that are kind of tech-enabled consumers, brands like a Pinterest, like a Lyft, and things like that. So that's why we think it's a really interesting time to be here. I really appreciate BevNet giving me a chance to speak, and hopefully I didn't talk too fast, but I don't even drink coffee, and I tried like 37 new varieties today, Jeff, so thank you guys.
Man, great talk.
Nice.
Great talk. That was, I think, enough for 2.
Yeah, well, I purposely didn't leave too much time because you always ask tough questions.
Well, I got a few for you. You moved from Goldman Sachs into the entrepreneurial space in 2004?
Yeah, end of 2005.
There are a lot more people doing that now, moving from professions into that entrepreneurial space, and I imagine some of them are in our audience. What kind of advice have you got for them?
Oh, I'm weird in that I don't give the advice of, oh, you should definitely do it, because I actually meet a lot of people where I'm just like, oh, I hope it works out, but I just don't feel that it thing in them, and I really do believe it's not all inherent, but there's something learned, but there has to be certain intrinsics that make you want to do that entrepreneurial thing. When I started, I'm not even exaggerating, I was the only friend of mine that didn't leave for hedge fund or private equity. Now a lot of other people are doing it. It's just opportunity cost. I think do it if you feel like you're always going to wonder what if, but I've also literally told a friend last month, I love you, but just go back to corporate America because it's you. It fits your personality, it fits your risk profile, and it fits your strikes.
There are a lot of new entrepreneurs coming into this space, though. And we didn't prepare for any of this. I think it's very interesting. A lot of young, new entrepreneurs, they're coming out of business school, they're coming out of college. Mm-hmm. They're starting them
I'm looking for tons of them. I can take like 20 tomorrow.
In college.
Uh-huh.
Are they better off starting these companies? Are they better off coming to work for a company? And are you looking to hire them, or what's the advice there?
I hate to waffle because it's not my style, but I would say some of both. This is kind of the new age, which is making me feel old, but like we now have a couple kids who work for us, and I say kids who are like 24, 25, but they've actually graduated college early, We have a guy who worked at Goldman for a period of time, like a year and a half, then did something entrepreneurial for a year and a half, and I'm getting him at like 24 and 25, yet he's kind of had this hybrid experience. So I think it can work both ways. Again, it comes down to the person, but I would love people of that profile. I would love the person that worked for a bigger company for a little while, but just has that drive. So I think any of them can work. It's always about the people.
You sampled on Virgin America. We're going to move around a little bit. You guys sampled on Virgin America. What kind of thoughts do you have on using that kind of dedicated channel as a marketing space? Because we see it a lot with a lot of the brands want to try and do that JetBlue, Virgin America kind of thing.
Well, I was telling a friend of mine who's in the audience today, just always kind of know what your goal is with it, because I think, in truth, when we launched Virgin America, it was a much smaller fleet than it is now. But one of the things is, it was a great awareness tool, but 50 mLs, at least in spirits, are a much different game than they used to be. So that is a marketing expense. I'll say it to everyone who's here. We sold them into a distributor for 67 cents a bottle. Now, I don't even remember what my cost was, but I mean, it wasn't zero. So even if I made 40 cents a bottle, which I didn't, I think I made about a nickel a bottle. I mean, it's not a money-making thing, but that was a great marketing expense, because for what our brand ethos was, how it lined up with Virgin America consumer, there's almost no better advertising dollar I could do that was spot on with who my consumer and desired consumer was.
Now that goes back to that, we were in 10,000 accounts, but they were the right 10,000. What's your method, or what would you suggest folks in the audience do for identifying that key 10,000 accounts for their particular product?
Yeah, it's a good question. We literally, my brother and I just signed a deal to do our first entrepreneur book that we're really excited about, and the gist of it is things that people used to think was true and now don't, and kind of, we're calling it startup switch-ups, but I think every brand used to want to have this kind of linear growth curve. Now I call it flat, 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 and then boom, like hockey stick, and we call it iterate, super scale. So what I would recommend if you're starting out is try a little bit of everything, just because you never know. It's the stuff I said, consumers are fickle. Try a little bit of everything as like a dress rehearsal, but then the minute you lock onto that strategy, really put it all into that channel. And I think usually it's deep in before you broaden, but go after that demographic, that psychographic, that type of account. And for us, it was a little bit of like trickle down, in that by being in the trendy, cool kid type places, that gave us the permission to go sell to a California pizza kitchen, which is not super sexy, but they have the scale and the restaurants that paid the bills. But by being in those, it gave they went, whoa, they're in all these places. We need to be at the cutting edge.
Be like
and you
cool
gave them a little
kids.
bit. Yeah, they wanted it more.
One last question. You guys did a proof change at one point, talking about iterations and working till you get it right. How do you deal with that kind of thing? A lot of folks are freaked out by formula changes.
So the quick background is our product was always 60 proof, 30% alcohol by volume. Vodkas range from 35 to 40%. So we always said we want our product to be high enough to be high proof to be the principle or the base spirit of a cocktail, but be low enough proof that the flavor and the efficacy of the things we put in Aviv really came out. So we wanted to be just a little lower. And over time, we realized, you know what? This is spirits. It's not rocket sciences. And the people will tell you what they want. And they said, look, I like Viv. It's mixable in a cocktail, but I want a little more bang for my buck. If I want a green juice, I'll go drink a green juice. If I want a cocktail, I want a freaking cocktail. Make it a little stronger. So in somewhat the 11th hour, the last year and a half before we sold, it was a good chance to do a packaging refresh, increase the proof, and much to our surprise, people liked it more. And what we worried about with the highfalutin mixologists, they actually found it more mixable, not less mixable, and it was just a great kind of dumb luck byproduct.
So you can't not account for dumb luck.
Yes, absolutely.
So have you been watching the Showdown?
That's the takeaway.
Exactly. You've been watching the Showdown?
Yes, absolutely.
Which one would you invest in?
Ooh.
We'll give you a pass here, man.
Okay, fine.
Because we're going to find out.
Because the one I would do is a competitor, something I'm in, so that's why I'm going to take the fifth. But
because we're going to find out who they're going to invest in. So thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
It's terrific.
Thanks.
So as these guys come up on stage, I just want to point out Carolyn Craven, Josh Pratt, and our man Ed, who keep this thing produced and running beautifully. And Jackie Brugliera, who's been on social media all day. And also, we have a raft of new reporters here with BevNet and Project Nosh and Brewbound. If you guys could just raise your hands really quickly. These are the folks you want to talk to. Guys, take it away.
All right.
Yeah, there you
go. Okay, good. Two very quick thank yous, but very important thank yous. Number one, I want to thank all the brands participating in the New Beverage Showdown for sharing your story with us. We felt your passion, we felt your soul, and we really appreciate it. And I really think there's a big upside for all of you. So congratulations, and hope to hear from you again soon. So. And before it gets a little crazy when we announce the winner, so I just want to thank all of you for coming to BevNet Live. You make this a great show for us to produce, and we're here to help in any way, so talk to us soon. Thank you. All right, let's talk about some of the great things that we saw in the finalists, and then we can talk about some things that you might need some constructive criticism, as it were. We saw some brands that did a really good job of storytelling and sort of integrating that storytelling in their packaging and in their messaging. What are some examples, not necessarily of the brands that are doing it, but how they did it? Kim?
I would say packaging, obviously, it's the hardest working asset that you have. And so I think we saw a number of examples where the packaging was really working hard for the brands. And I think that really helped kind of connect the dots. And it felt like it was very integrated in terms of the storytelling. And then what are you seeing exactly on the point at the point of sale in terms of the shelf? And so we saw several examples where we thought the packaging was really, really strong.
Yeah, and sort of clear messaging, clean packaging, clean labeling. In what ways can some brands, or what ways did brands do that well, Greg?
One is the use of color. So if you've got, it looks like a rainbow, that tends to be distracting, especially to the messaging. So clean color paletting is good. Minimal amount use of words. Also, I think a brand name that isn't complicated and easy to grasp are things that all work together to help a brand be disruptive in this day and age.
Yeah. Differentiated was a big word that we heard in the room. What did some of these brands do well in terms of differentiation while remaining sort of familiar to the everyday consumer? Nicole?
I think several brands did a great job of differentiating in crowded categories, either through the story or the packaging being different and innovative. So I think I think across that we saw that there were some better than others, but definitely we saw that with several.
Yeah, and Ken, scale is the name of the game. Did you believe that some of these brands could scale, and why?
Well, sure. Scale is, it has different trajectories and different definitions for like these nascent brands. Scaling is like, I guess, getting to the point of attention from the kind of money that would get them to the next level.
Right.
So the initial benchmark is sort of, can you get to 1 million? And then can you get to 5? And then can you get to 10? And then how do you do it? Do you do it by building a foundation, increasing your sales per point of distribution or your VPO? Very important. That's the way to build a sustainable foundation. And I think without naming names, there's an opportunity with any of those finalists. I think the judges from the first round did a really great job of, you're the only repeat judge, so, but thank you to the first round of judges for giving us, making our work somewhat easier.
Yeah, and in terms of formulation, John, some really good flavors. I just heard over and over how good everything tasted. Anything that really stood out in terms of why, and we heard about sugar counts and things like that. Is that really something that's stood out for you in this competition?
Yeah, I think, again, thinking back to a few years ago where people were trying to cut sugar and there was like a massive, massive compromise to the flavor. I think, the products that we saw today that successfully did that, for the most part, we're able to do that and still maintain, a good level of flavor, or we're at least kind of in the right ballpark. So I think that was definitely a positive for all the products that we tried.
Yeah, quick notes on constructive criticism. I heard there were some things in the presentation that you guys wanted to see. What's important to include in a presentation when you're pitching, Kim?
Price, obviously. We want to make certain that it's right at that price point where it's going to allow you to have kind of those type of transactions that you want to see any brand have. In addition, we talked a lot about kind of various kind of route to markets and how are they really thinking about kind of the whole distribution and what's their focus channel versus where they want to go next, et cetera. So
yeah, defining a specific consumer base, a target market was also something that was something that you wanted to see out of some of the presentations. Greg, how do they effectively do that?
Well, I mean, also shelf life. Yep. And temperature state and where's it going to go in store. All those kind of factor into judging the idea. I think even from a consumer standpoint, you're really trying to get all that understood so that it can justify the price point.
Okay. So. And last thing, I think the word kitchen or the phrase kitchen sink was used. In terms of ingredients, how do you really kind of identify and sort of strip it down to something where it's easily identifiable? I mean, while still having a lot of the stuff that you want to include in it. I'd throw that to anyone. How about Nicole? Or no, Ken. Sure. Ken, you raised your hand.
Oh. I think it's Tourette's. No. I think if you're taking a kitchen sink approach to your product, I think it's incumbent upon, especially of a bootstrapping entrepreneur, to do those demos in store themselves and hear what's the primary piece of feedback, what's the secondary, what's the tertiary, and then you get an idea of what's resonating with the consumer.
Okay, great feedback. It's the check. The check for $5,000 in cash from VEB. Thanks so much. And there's also a prize package of $5,000 as well. So for a total of $10,000 in cash and prizes, the winner of New Beverage Showdown 12 is Mother Beverage. Congratulations. Come on up stage.
It's the hair. It's his hair. It's his hair.
Well done, guys. Great presentation, great brand. Congratulations. Here's your check. Congratulations. I think we're going to, why don't the judges want to say thank you, and then we'll take a picture with you in the check.
Congratulations. Great job.
Congratulations.
Nice job.
Great job.
Congrats.
Congratulations. Great job.
Nice job.
Congratulations.
Nice job.
Congrats.
All right. You can take a picture of the check. Yes. All right, that concludes BevNet Live Winter 2016. Thank you all so much for coming. We hope to see you in June for BevNet Live Summer 2017, and that's only in 6 months, so stay tuned and we'll see you soon.
Down.
Bye.